The story is about the daughter of the Duke of Croy. She always had to live in her father's estrangement and contempt because of her stuttering. Until one day, when she married a knight named Riftan Calypse. She thought she would still have to suffer contempt from her husband. But one day, after Riftan returned after 3 years of defeating the dragon Sect, he welcomed her to Anatun and pampered her thoroughly. Will Maximilian and Riftan's married life be a happy one? Can she escape the shadow of her past from the hurt her father caused? Invite you to track offline. At the beginning of the story, a wedding takes place at a church. The female lead couldn't help but feel emotional. I've dreamed of this moment 1,000 times. Then the father said, in the name of God, the Almighty, the servant of the Holy Father, I ask Maximilian Croy if you agree to marry Riftan Calypse, and live together forever. She said softly, I agree. Maximilian kept thinking about the dream that the knight whom fate had arranged would appear and protect him. When the church bell rings, the ceremony ends. The wedding went extremely well. But Maximilian was still extremely worried. What should I do, sir? He is coming. The servant reported that it seemed like the royal family was arranging a marriage for him and the princess. Maybe he came to divorce that person. Lady. Maximilian was so scared that he stuttered. Did he really come here to divorce me? It's not my fault. I haven't heard anything from him for the past 3 years. Suddenly the door opened with a bang. Maximilian immediately stood up, startled. Behind the door was a man walking in with murderous intent. He swung the stick in his hand. Maximilian was weak and could only close his eyes and endure. He slammed his stick on the ground and shouted loudly. How many times have I warned you about that disgusting habit of biting your nails? He clicked his tongue. You're useless. Riftan Calypse, that bastard, is no longer a mere knight. Now it is the undefeated knight who slays the Red Dragon Sect. If he wants a divorce, the church will allow it. Those words pierced Maximilian's heart. The old man frowned, more. He also has a troubled relationship with the princess. After one step into the clouds, who still wants to have 5 children and wives. I can't believe you couldn't keep it up. Your husband, if you got half of Rosetta's share, wouldn't I have to work so hard? No, if you could just be like a normal person, I wouldn't have to flatter that bastard. Maximilian was scared, clutching his skirt. This is not what I want. Me. She was trembling, but he immediately left. Right after the wedding day, the old man gritted his teeth in anger. He vented all his anger on her, swinging his stick high. Without hesitation he threw it down on Maximilian, hit her with a few really painful sticks. Maximilian was in pain and had difficulty breathing after the beatings. He shouted, "Who are you to dare to pay me back? Thinking about your habit of fooling around makes me feel sorry for you." The old man didn't care that she was in pain. "For the sake of the Croy family, I will not allow you to be rejected by that low knight. I won't allow my family to become a laughing stock just because of a stupid girl like you. Try to keep your husband." At this time, the servant announced, "Dear Duke, the knights have arrived." He was annoyed and tapped his stick on the ground. Even if King Reuben wanted him to be his son-in-law, he glanced at his daughter. "It must agree, then things will happen. If you can't save it, then be prepared to pay the price." The magician immediately rushed to treat Maximilian's wound. The old man shouted, "I can't rely on that useless bastard. I have to go see him myself." He brought the knights to my study immediately. Maximilian had difficulty standing up and looking out the window. What's going on? How can someone like me change his decision? The chance is probably only 1 in a million. She looked at herself through the glass. If only I could be half as beautiful as Rosetta, like her father said. Will he stay that day? Back in time to the wedding day 3 years ago. The surrounding guests laughed loudly. "Congratulations, sir." "Ah, no, after all, she is the eldest daughter that he loves very much." The public servant proudly said, "For me, what else can be done? It must be for the good of the country, even though a father like me is extremely heartbroken when he has to marry his daughter so early." They surrounded Maximilian, spoke ill of the Croy family, and allowed a lowly commoner to become a Catholic. It's hard to believe that commoner is truly greedy. Maximilian was silent, sadly listening to all those criticisms. She thought to herself, people were saying that the one who should be condemned in this marriage was Riftan Calypse, not the Duke. They talked non-stop, including the girl. The Duke loves her so much because she is sick all year round. Isn't this a win-win situation? So, we don't need to join the battle anymore. She was sad. Her father pushed away all the tasks assigned by King Reuben. Slay the dragon on Mr. Riftan, to make it legal for the father to marry his useless daughter Maximilian. Suddenly, there was a loud scream over there, unacceptable. Maximilian looked in the direction of the voice. The two people on the other side seemed to be arguing. She told herself, but I know. Riftan must have rejected his father's offer. But father let him fall into a trap. The soldier shouted, "Leader! This is a royal order." But Riftan didn't care. He secretly glanced at Maximilian. The servant immediately ran to remind him, "Mississippi. Now is the time to return to your wedding room. Go. It's night. It's here." In her heart she kept wondering, but did Lord Riftan know what he had exchanged his life for in return? Riftan followed someone down the hallway. The Duke stood there coldly. Sister bowed her head, "Sir." He glared at the useless thing. "Everyone will talk. If you're still showing that annoying expression, now's the time to prove yourself useful. If you screw up again, I won't be lenient with you." Maximilian walked away, filled with insecurity. It was this useless girl Maximilian. No one in the world wants even her shadow. Becoming colder and lonely. Sister gently combs her hair. She will rely on this for the rest of her life. This is the virtue a noble lady needs to have. Sister gently combs her hair. She will rely on this for the rest of her life. This is the virtue that Maximilian should have as a noble lady. Maximilian stammered, but he is very, very big. If he hits me, she reminded me, there's nothing you can do. He is your husband. She was trembling, but I was afraid of telling Massey. If you ruin this marriage, the Duke will be extremely angry. In Maximilian's heart. He secretly thought he would die, but he was also forced by his father. Suddenly the door opened. A man walked inside. He hurriedly ran to her, then looked at Maximilian with cold eyes. Massey couldn't help but be afraid, always bowing her head before him. Riftan gradually approached Massey. "I know she hates me. But she still has to fulfill her responsibilities." Then suddenly his steps stopped. "If you don't want to, just say so. I won't force you. Do you want me to leave the room?" Maximilian was a bit surprised. She was scared. "Shake your head, no. Are not." Hearing that, he immediately took off his shirt. Then she must fulfill her marital obligations. Maximilian worriedly looked at his body. "Why do I have to take off my clothes?" Riftan frowned at her and asked seriously, "Do you want me to leave the room?" Maximilian closed his eyes tightly. The whole body trembled. Riftan kissed her shoulder. "Even if you hate this, just endure it, because I won't be able to stop." Then he pushed her down on the bed. Maxie looked at the man in front of her in panic. He was pressing her down with that big body. Maxie couldn't do anything else but shed tears. "Hold on. I don't know it's like this. Absolutely no idea." The next morning, after the scary wedding night, Maxie gradually opened his eyes. She used her hand to block the bright sunlight. Maxie looked at the position next to him. Riftan was no longer there. She was disappointed. When I opened my eyes, he had already left. Then Trin went into battle to destroy the dragon. Maximilian sat alone on an empty white bed. And in the present, then today, he returned. If I stubbornly cling and don't let go like Dad said. Is it possible to change his decision? But I only slept one night with him. I made a mistake again. The sound of the armor's boots suddenly rang out. Maximilian turned back to look with tears in his eyes. That person is appearing with a silver armor. Riftan is cold and dissatisfied. I knew it right away, my trembling wife, waiting for her husband. She returned from the death battle. Maximilian stammered in response. Brother, yes, yes. She was confused and speechless. You, come back safe, safe. The memory of father's scolding came back to her. Maximilian was scared and bowed his head. Me, I did it wrong again. When Riftan heard that, he gritted his teeth. He grabbed her hand. We're home, so what? We are back here. Anyway, at least you have to pretend to be happy to see me. He coldly left. Damned. She sees me as a monster. Maximilian saw this and panicked. He reached out his hand. No, I will die if he leaves like that. Maxie tried to cling to Riftan's cloak. Riftan turned around, glaring at her. Tears flowed from her eyes. I'm a bit worried. I don't know what to say. He let out a gasp, startling her. Maxie sad, I did it wrong again. No one wants someone like me. Suddenly, Riftan raised his armored hand and suddenly lifted her face. Look at her shaking and crying. Riftan couldn't help but curse. Damn it, stand still. She asked bewilderedly, what? Before she could fight back, Riftan placed his lips on hers, and locked it, leaving her unable to do anything. Riftan forcefully kissed her, causing Maximilian to panic. She remembered that wedding night. Tears don't stop flowing, I'm so scared. Suddenly the sound of falling rang out. Riftan stopped. He shouted, why are you peeping like a mouse? The soldier said. How did I know someone was doing this in the study room? I just know that normally the commander will notice someone coming immediately, so there's no need to knock on the door. Riftan shouted, get out now. The soldier frowned. The carriage was waiting outside. He said, I don't want to waste time here. Riftan still hugged Maxie, telling everyone to wait a bit. Maxie wondered in her heart, is this also a husband and wife duty? So does that mean I'm still his wife? He scratched his head confused, then suddenly turned to look at her, making Maximilian shyly blush. Riftan frowned, damn it, I had no intention of attacking you as soon as I got home, but she heard him say, leave, right? We will depart now. Maximilian was nervous, are you leaving here? No. If he leaves like that, Dad will beat me to death. She tried to speak, wait, we haven't talked clearly yet. Riftan said, your servant packs the luggage and gives it to the entourage. On the next trip, only bring necessary things. Maximilian was surprised, my luggage? Why? Riftan glared, are you telling me to leave here alone? She was scared, bowed her head, no. No, that's not what I mean. I couldn't help but wonder, did he mean that I would go together? But where are we going? Then Riftan suddenly grabbed her, then pulled her away. Maximilian panicked. No, wait a minute, let's go, we'll go, where will we go? Riftan opened the door to the mansion, and outside was a carriage. Maxie obediently sat on the carriage, thinking in his head, when I said I needed my father's permission, he said, you are my wife, of course a married woman will belong to her husband. But, does it count in my case? By the time they set out, it was already noon. The carriage slowly passed through the forest. Maxie extremely worried, what's going on? Maxie and Riftan sat facing each other. She looked up at the tall boy in front of her. She remembered what her father had once shouted, King Reuben wants to marry the princess to him, there's no way this bastard won't take him. Where? Maxine recalls, Princess Agnes, an outstandingly beautiful woman with shiny golden hair and deep blue eyes. A prestigious magician is the hero of other heroes, who accompanied Riftan to defeat the Red Dragon Sect, was betrothed to the princess, and received divorce approval from the church. No idiot could refuse such an opportunity. Besides, he only spent the night with me once. She was sad, he wasn't an idiot. And even before, he didn't want to marry me. Miraculously, he still remembers me, even though. Maybe he just feels responsible for me. The princess will suit him. Then with a stutterer like me, Maxie looked at Riftan's lips. Then she blushed, remembering the kiss scene. Why do I suddenly think of that scene? She tried to control herself, wait a minute. He was the one who started it first. Isn't he the one who should feel ashamed? What kind of person is that strange? Suddenly, Maxie looked out the window. She admired the scenery outside. This is my first time leaving the castle. Turns out, the castle looks so gorgeous from the outside. Riftan silently looked at the excited girl. Suddenly he let out a loud noise, startling Maxie. She quickly bowed her head. Riftan frowned. Does being with me make you so uncomfortable? Maxie explained. No, it's not like that. He asked her. If not, do you want to go back? She thought to herself, will I go back? If I go back, she said to herself, Dad will definitely kill me, I have to say something. Hurry, are not. No, it is not. This is the first time. I get to ride in a carriage for this long. Riftan sighed, I don't know much about you, and neither do you. We have to live together for the rest of our lives. But whenever you're with me, you tremble. Maxie was bewildered, living with him. Your life. He frowned, aren't husbands and wives supposed to live together forever? Even a commoner like me knows the importance of the marriage vow. Yet it seems, compared to you. Doesn't make any sense, right? He asked seriously, then what's the reason? Riftan roughly held Maxie's hand, you chose to stay in the castle and spend the past 3 years refusing to return to my territory. Me keeps trembling, baby. I don't know where your territory is, he shouted, stop lying. My subordinates have come to look for you countless times. Maybe for the princess's daughter, right now, it's nothing. But for me, it is very important. She disregarded her responsibility. Then, Riftan was angry, moreover, what if you are pregnant? That child is Anaton's heir, but you. At this time, suddenly there was a loud noise outside the carriage. Maxie suddenly lost her balance and fell to the side. Luckily, Riftan was able to carry her in time. The soldier outside the car shouted loudly, Leader. A monster appeared. Riftan ordered, Bastard, seal. Secure the carriage. Quickly. He quickly ran out, not forgetting to tell Maximilian, at any cost, you must not leave the carriage. The mobs outside are attacking fiercely. The soldiers resisted, these annoying bastards, how can they smell us? Stop them. Leader. There's one more on this side. The giant buzzard appeared before Riftan. He just gently thrust the sword, piercing through that eagle's body with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, Maxie was holding her head in fear. I heard rumors that monsters appear a lot lately, but I've never left the castle for more than an hour. Suddenly there was a small noise. Maximilian turned to look. She fell down in fear. Monster, monster. Maxie kept backing away and accidentally pushed the carriage door. She couldn't keep her balance and fell out of the car. Only then did Maxie remember, Sir. He told me to stay in the carriage. They rushed into battle, where is the magician? That lazy guy. Leader Maxie was so scared that he tried to leave. I have to hurry back to the carriage. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared, blocking Maxie's vision. She turned around to look. It was a giant buzzard. Maxie couldn't bear it. She closed her eyes and cried, I'm going to die. The moment she opened her eyes, the sound of swords reached her ears. Riftan promptly appeared and killed that eagle. Maxie's face turned white with fear, tears kept flowing. Then she staggered and fainted because she was so scared. Before passing out, she tried to look around. Everyone is worried about you. Maxie thought to herself, am I being punished? Then Maxie collapsed, memories of the past returned. It was a stormy day. Her father shouted, useless. A 5-year-old like you can't even be a decent woman. Why don't you get sick and die like your mother? She kept it in her heart, there was a time when she always longed for father's love, but her father always said bitter words. You stepchild are the family's failure, you stupid and despicable whore are no different from rodents. As a child, Maxie always begged, stop, stop. I'm so cold, someone please hug me, please. Everyone can call my name. If I obediently listened and did what my father told me, Maxie would look up with tears on her face. She tried to reach out, maybe one day her father would love her. The way Dad loved Rosetta, smart, beautiful. Maxie hugged the dog. Your sister won't leave me, right? She was disappointed, but I'm useless, I only deserve harsh punishment. So I'm always thrown into abandoned buildings alone. Suddenly someone called Maxie's name loudly, startling her awake. Riftan looked at her. Are you awake? Maxie was confused. Look around you. Where are you? Where is this? He replied, the motel is in a small town next to Sino. He patted Maxie's head. Because she fainted, we left the forest to come here. So we're already late for our schedule. But she didn't faint when she saw the eagle. She fainted when she saw me. Maxie gradually remembered. At that time, everyone gathered around to help her. Then Maxie couldn't help but vomited. She was confused. I'm sorry. Riftan gave her a bowl. Drink it, you've been sweating all this time so you need to replenish your water. She looked at the bowl of water and worried, is he angry? If he was like father, he would have thrown his hands up, but he seems worried about me. She looked up at that tall man. Riftan suddenly shy, are you afraid of poison? Just drink. You can stammer, I'll drink it, Riftan told her. If you feel pain anywhere, tell me and I'll call a doctor. In my heart, I suddenly felt a little moved. I heard that calling a doctor is very expensive. Is this person worried about me? She looked at the old room, so it turns out this is what ordinary people call a motel. Can everyone sleep here? Do they clean and tidy? She smelled the blanket, then sighed, this blanket looks clean. Suddenly, Maxie just realized something. She looked at her body and her hands. Riftan glared, what's wrong? Where are you unwell? After that, Maxie got scared and crawled into the blanket. He turned away, what's wrong? Are you feeling tired again? Let me call the doctor, she immediately spoke up. No. Maxie trembled, covered herself with the blanket, but where are my clothes, where are they? My sister isn't wearing any clothes, she thought to herself, not even underwear. I remember my nanny forced me to wear underwear this morning. I put the food on the table, she's dressed, sit up. Maxie said, but this is not your thing, Riftan explained, of course not, it's my police uniform, your suffocating dress was soiled by vomit. I tell the servants to wash it and they will bring it to you tomorrow. There's no use for her to hide. When I wiped your body, I saw everything, do you think who changed your clothes, right? Maxie panicked, wipe me, no, where are my underwear? Riftan said nonchalantly, I threw it away, it's tattered, which made Maxie panic, what? Your underwear. Suddenly, his face turned as red as a tomato, I have no other choice, you're turning pale because you can't breathe, I'm planning on taking off that thing around your chest. I'm just planning on loosening the knot, how do I know the chest and waist are connected, right? If you need it, I'll let you borrow my bra. Maxie immediately refused in panic, no, I only wear your shirt, that's already weird, this is even weirder. He muttered and cursed, damn it. I've tried to be careful when changing her clothes, it's been 3 years, but we still haven't had a night together. If you hate me touching you so much, don't faint, Maxie quickly explained, it's not like that. Riftan coldly said, I just said that noble ladies like you, falling unconscious all day, just bothering others for good. Maxie is disappointed. In the end, I made him angry, I fainted and affected everyone, he must hate me so much, maybe he will abandon me here. A voice rang in Maxie's ear again, she was lost again, what is it? A bread and a bowl of soup are placed in front of you. Here's barley bread and soup, eat it while it's still hot, it's getting late, so tomorrow I'll buy you new clothes, including underwear, bras, this and that. Maxie blankly looked at the bowl of soup, I don't understand him. Every time I think he's friendly, he immediately gets angry, then acts polite again. Has he ever treated me well just because of his duty as a husband? She took a spoonful and put it down again. Riftan saw that she hadn't finished eating half of her meal, Maxie was confused, you've eaten enough. He scratched his head from now on. I must be crazy to satisfy Miss Lost's aristocratic taste. She squeezed her hand tightly. Surely this person would regret bringing her along, because she was Maximilian, the girl no one wanted. No one. She hesitantly asked, why did he bring me along? He gritted his teeth, angry. What do you mean? She was scared and avoided. Yes, it seems like he doesn't want to marry me at all. I don't understand why did he bring me along? If you want a divorce. So divorce now. She's stressed. If he abandons me, I'd better do it while I can still go home. Riftan got angry and glared. Did you just say divorce? He violently pressed her. Did you flirt with some bastard while I had to fight to the death? Maxi panicked. No, I don't. He asked, so why are you talking about divorce? Maxi was so scared that he burst into tears. Everyone said that when you come back, you will divorce me and marry the princess. She was sad. Again, I did something wrong. I had to beg him not to divorce me, instead of making him mad. Now Riftan glared at her, then gulped. He suddenly picked her up. Damn, what is that? Maxi panicked. Sir, what are you doing? She tried to escape, but couldn't. Wait, please. Then Riftan sits down on the bed, holding Maxi in his arms. He gently placed a kiss on her eyes, then kissed her neck again. She is real, right? I don't know, what stupid rumors did you hear, but I already refused. I can't believe they opened their mouths to say such things to a married man. I even asked, is the king crazy? He got angry. Marriage is a sacred vow. If any bastard dares to betray his oath to God, I will castrate him with my own hands. She was nervous, but that was a princess, and an extremely beautiful girl. She has low self-esteem, unlike herself. She is a woman respected by everyone. Riftan was surprised. Had she met Agnes? Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Agnes, he was close enough to call the princess by name. While Maxi is sad. Riftan sighed. Let me tell you, I don't like women who are as fierce as a horse with a fiery tail. Furthermore, my personality is not suitable for living in a palace, and I also hate the idea of I have to flatter that princess too. He leaned closer. Unless you use that rumor as an excuse, because you really want to divorce me. Maxi was scared and shook her head frantically. Riftan affectionately patted her head. That's good, it doesn't matter what other people say. We're still husband and wife, I won't hold back. Next time you don't mention things like this. Maxi raised her head to look at her husband. He caressed her thigh. Wait. Maxi was frightened by his action. Hey. Wait a minute. She was worried when the blanket was thrown away. I'm not wearing anything under this thin shirt. She tried to cover her body with her hands. He shouted loudly, Riftan. She stopped bewildered. What's wrong? Riftan, come closer. Isn't this? There's no way you don't know your husband's name, right? Then he didn't say anything but immediately jumped in to kiss her. Maxi resisted. She closed her eyes tightly, thinking to herself that she was doing her husband's duty again. Or not. That was the first time I felt such pain. Then Riftan didn't do anything anymore. He stopped. Why suddenly like that? He backed away. Don't you want to? We are husband and wife. But I won't force you. If you don't want to. She was confused. What should I do here? Will he abandon me because I rejected him? Maxi looked awkwardly at the knight's sad face. He even refused to marry the princess because of him. I should also take on the responsibilities of a wife. She stammered, No. Riftan immediately undressed. Then lay on top of Maxi. Then I'll try to be as gentle as possible. Maxi panicked. Hey, wait. Riftan suddenly grabbed her hand. Then placed a kiss on it. I remind you, call me Riftan. Maxi stammered. Her tears fell continuously. Riftan. He suddenly swore, making her startled. Damned. Then gently placed a kiss on her lips. He hugged and kissed her, not forgetting to compliment her. She was very beautiful, Maxi. In her mind, she was dreamy. It's strange, I can't breathe. That day, I never felt like this. I am no longer myself. It's so strange, she cried in fear when Riftan kissed her chest. Riftan said gently, don't hold back. You don't have to hide anything. He called her name and kissed her feet. Maxi obediently obeyed, hugging Riftan's neck. That night, she still couldn't help but scream loudly. Until the next morning. When the sun has risen, two people lying on the same bed. Maximilian looked at her husband in bewilderment. The memory of our first night was a lie. Not painful at all, but hot and full of passion. Images of that night flashed in her mind again, causing Maxi to blush shyly. She buried her face in the pillow. I thought last night was great too. She secretly stroked Riftan's hair. Yesterday he looked so tired, but now he looks like a carefree child who slept well. What does she remember? Last night I said, you don't know how much I suffered when I had to leave you 3 years ago. I only thought of you in that hellish place. I touched you, you melted in my hands. I do. Ms. Tremor touched Riftan. Is that true? Leaving me after that night, really made you miserable, it sounds like. He likes me like that, strange. We were forced to get married. Suddenly Riftan opened his eyes, startling her. Maxi shyly turned away. Riftan, oh, it's morning. He immediately hugged her. Yes, it's morning, I'm waiting for you. Opening my eyes makes me want to die. She panicked. Is he not sleeping at all? Riftan gently kissed Maxi's shoulder. Are you in pain anywhere? She faltered. No. No, how did you feel last night? His question made Maxi startled. I still keep kissing you. I love it so much. Every time I'm next to you I can't stop, even if you say no, Maximilian shouted in panic. Riftan. He squeezed her hand, she was so unfortunate to marry a bastard like me. She looked bewildered. What did you just say? At this time there was a loud knock on the door. Leader, how long are you planning on doing that? She was confused. Riftan had someone outside, he couldn't hold back his anger and cursed, damn. The soldier outside shouted, you can rest when you get back to the territory, so please wake up, the sun is up very high. He stood up. I warned you, if you dare bother me again, I'll rip you out, you're telling me to just kill you, right? The soldier explained. But as soon as we get back to the territory, we have to immediately return to the capital. Riftan shouted. I told you to postpone the date for another day, it's not like you'll die if you don't go. So shut up, just let the carriage wait. Then he was gentle with Maxi. I didn't invite that rude guy along. Wait a minute, I'll tell him to bring you something. He looked at Maxi trembling under the blanket. What's wrong, are you hurt somewhere? She stammered no. No. The younger brother scratched his head. I don't think you know, but I'm very impatient. If you don't say it, I don't know what you're thinking, she asked worriedly. You guys out there know right, what I did last night. She thought to herself, you can't even soundproof here. Dumbfounded, she looked at Riftan and laughed. She looked at him confused. Riftan. Maximilian frowned, I wonder why you're smiling. Riftan kissed her forehead, don't be shy. This innocent noble lady, we are husband and wife, so it's natural for us to do that. Maxi shook, wife, husband and wife, he smiled. That's right, every couple doesn't do that. The knock on the door rang again. Riftan was annoyed, he knew he shouldn't have brought those Michigan guys along. He changes clothes. Wait, I'll have someone bring it up. Maxi, I feel shy when I see that, yes. Yes. Outside still screaming. Leader, how long will it take to finish? You don't show any respect and shout, I'm coming. Then coldly, he closed the door with a bang. In her head, thinking over and over about that scene just now. Is it simply a marital duty? She was moody again, no. What am I thinking? I have to thank him for bringing me along. Furthermore, he will get into trouble. If I keep stalling, I have to hurry up, otherwise I'll waste everyone's time. Sudden there was a knock on the door. The servant bowed his head. "My lady has brought your husband's clothes and is ready to come here." "Ah, yes, yes, please, please come in." Maxie quickly changed into her dress. She kept exclaiming, "So beautiful, this dress. Even more gorgeous than the ones Rosetta wore." Suddenly Maxie realized something. She couldn't reach the backstrap. Maxie sighed, "I don't know how hard it is to dress myself." "Is it really that difficult?" The servant smiled. "Your husband also ordered a petticoat for you." Maxie was startled. I'll get dressed myself." "Is it too late for someone to help?" "I don't want to cause trouble for others." Riftan suddenly opened the door. "Maxie, have you finished changing yet?" She was confused. "Sorry, I made everyone late again." In Riftan's eyes, Maxie is glowing, but my dress." He immediately covered his face. "Don't apologize. I didn't know you had to struggle to get dressed like this." Mr. Tien came closer. "Come here, let me help you. I bought it in a bit of a hurry, so you probably won't like strawberries. I will prepare more suitable clothes for you when we return to the territory." Maxie looking at this luxurious dress, how could I not like it? How extravagant is his taste. Compared to this one, the dresses I left behind at the Croy station, the sarcastic words of the people in the castle appeared in her mind again. "Oh God, why are you growing up so fast? Let me see if there's any leftover fabric from making clothes for Lady Rosetta. Even if it's uncomfortable, just try it." Patience is a virtue that nobles need to have. I'm not a noble like Riftan thinks I am. I bet he will be very disappointed. Riftan led her away. "I will bring you the best dishes. I will let you enjoy luxuries." She's still at Croy Castle. She stammered, "This dress is not bad at all." He told her, "Let's go." She walked out amid the gossip and couldn't help but feel worried. I don't want him to know the truth now. Soldier Maximi, I thought it would be sunny before you two appeared. Enjoy it so much, the sun is already at its peak. Riftan immediately shouted, "Shut up." He still scoffed, "It's not funny. Just the Duke's daughter." Riftan gritted his teeth in indignation. "I told you to shut your mouth, didn't you hear?" Then the two of them got on the carriage together. He reminded Maxie, "Don't pay any attention to those brats. They weren't very happy with your father, but you're no longer part of House Croy. You're the Caliph's lady and my wife. I'll warn them. Don't be rude to her." She clasped her hands in her lap, nervous. "It's true that they hate me. Father placed all the responsibility of going to war on them." Riftan glanced at Maxie's sad face and cursed silently. "Those rude bastards. I have to break each of their legs one by one." She secretly looked at him. What a strange person he was. He's angrier than me. Then she suddenly smiled, "But I'm not afraid of him." What is this Shuyan star feeling? Riftan suddenly noticed that smile. "Do you know what? This is the first time you've smiled at me." She was a bit bewildered when she heard those words. Outside, hurriedly urged, Maxie thinking about it, "First I thought it would be enough if he didn't divorce me. But now I want to be by his side. This evil heart is becoming more and more greedy." One afternoon, the carriage stopped at a windmill. The surroundings were constantly noisy. Riftan asked, "Why all the confusion?" The soldier shouted at the leader, "Look, this guy dares to trick us." He reminded, "Keep your voice low. We're still in the Duke's territory. Don't give him a reason to make trouble." The soldier scorned, "Is that necessary?" His glance startled Maxie. He left. "I understand, there's no need to cause trouble anymore over trivial matters. But don't regret it when your wallet gets thinner and thinner." Maxie bowed her head. "If I were Rosetta, the soldiers would let me leave father's territory without causing any trouble." Riftan spoke up, "What about a place to sleep tonight?" The soldier said, "Everywhere is packed with food because we are in the process of harvesting and negotiating. Only then can we find a place to lie down." He cursed, "Can I have another place? So my wife can sleep alone?" Maxie thought to herself, "No, everyone will hate me even more when I'm the only one feeling comfortable." Riftan was talking but stopped when he suddenly realized that I would reward him handsomely. Maxi shyly pulled his coat. Me. I don't want to be alone. The soldiers shyly left. Oh my God. I'm so hungry, let's rest. Excuse me, can I ask where there is clean water so the horses can rest a bit? Riftan blushed. That's fine, Maxi said happily, glad that he listened to him. That night, they stopped to rest for the night. Maxi looked at the warehouse full of dust. I didn't think it would be this bad. Riftan prepared a place for you to sleep here. Maxi obediently ran back, only to see him lighting the fire. She gently sat down and looked around. If there are mice and insects, Riftan suddenly said. Don't worry, it's a little bit but it's okay. Where are the mice? She bowed her head. It's okay, Maxi felt worried. What if he thinks I'm being rude and annoying? He gave a plate of potatoes to Maxi. Come here and eat some potatoes. It's hot, so be careful. She picked up one and tried it. I didn't expect it to be delicious beyond my expectations. Riftan silently watched Maxi eat some potatoes. He gave her another one to eat. Come on, she refused. No, no, sir, you should eat more too, Riftan, but he was still determined. Take it. Maxi had to accept it. Thank you, she thought to herself. This is the first time someone has been by my side and given me food, and the potatoes are better than anything I ate at Croy Castle. That night, everyone stayed together in the warehouse. This confused Maxi. Riftan, everyone is lying around there, but he still hugged her tightly. No one cares, lie still, it's cold. He gave a kiss that made the surrounding soldiers sobbing and not daring to move. Maxi said, I'm okay. I'm fine, so please, lie down, she thought. As far as I can see, he's the only one who doesn't care. At this moment, a silver-haired boy suddenly walked in. He's tongue-tied. Don't you see you're making everyone feel embarrassed? Shut up a bit. Riftan was annoyed. There's not much to talk about, just get over it already. Two people glared at each other. I'm not here to bother you. Riftan doesn't fit either. Whatever you say it quickly and leave. He held out a sparkling stone. Even a dog can't even cross it like that. Here, a flint heating stone, a magic stone so whoever picks it up will feel very warm. Maxi was bewildered. Give me. Ruth looked at the soldiers, but who else? Those guys over there, even wearing only underwear, can still fall asleep in the snow like log wood. He placed the stone in her hand. But madam is different. I see that your health is not very good. If you catch a cold, the person who suffers the most will be me, so I have to take action to prevent it. Maxi was moved and laughed. Thank you for your help. Ruth scratched her head shyly. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage. Call me Ruth. Seeing this, Riftan immediately hugged his wife tightly and chased Ruth away. Go to sleep. You're tired, right? We have to leave tomorrow morning. After Ruth left, the whole warehouse fell asleep. Maxi held the stone in Riftan's arms. So warm. So this is magic. I thought I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Maxi secretly smiled happily. Coming out here is sharing warmth with each other. Sleep flows through us like warmth filling our hearts. The next morning they continued to walk a long way. Maxi looked out the window. How many days have passed? Set up and break camp. I'm used to it now. She looked at Riftan riding his horse. But the problem is that he's avoiding me. Maxi remembered what he said before getting on the bus. There's a lot of luggage, so I'll ride a horse. The carriage is very small, so you should sleep alone. The night before, when they set up camp for the night, Maxi looked blankly at the huge plate of chicken. Riftan told the soldiers about the night watch. Then he told her, the ground is very wet, so you should sleep in the carriage. Maxi couldn't help but feel nervous. Does he find me annoying? Riftan glanced into the carriage. Just when I saw her sighing, he held the horse's reins. Stop. Rest a bit, then continue. The soldiers clicked their tongues and seemed to have camped again. At this rate, it would take a few more days to leave the forest. She got off the carriage. Did everyone slow down because of her? My legs are numb from sitting for too long. She suddenly fell into Riftan's arms. He immediately picked her up, causing Maxi to panic. Riftan. He carried her to a more open place. Maxi faltered. I'm fine, you don't have to, he suddenly asked. Is it her habit? Maxi was bewildered. Riftan massaged her feet, the only thing. She opened her mouth, all she said was, she's okay. Maxi was confused. I'm really fine, please, sorry I'm a burden to you. Riftan paused. He looked up and said, when did I see you as a burden? Maxi felt sorry for herself and told him, he always told me to sleep alone, so I thought I was bothering him. Riftan sighed. You really are, he suddenly stood up, then pulled her hand away. Maxi was bewildered. Wait. She followed him. Riftan. Then suddenly, Riftan hit his head against a tree trunk. While Maxi was bewildered. Riftan. Lament, I'm going crazy, damn it. He suddenly pressed her against the tree trunk. Every time I'm next to her. We are all like this. Hey, do you know how miserable it is? Maxi heard it, and her face turned as red as a tomato. He was equally shy. I don't sleep alone because you bother me or anything, it's all because of me. Then he turned away. The journey is still very difficult, please try to endure it. There will soon be an observation post. Once there, you will be able to rest. The soldier finished teasing again. Leader. Why so fast? Riftan immediately shouted, shut the fuck up, then prepared to depart. Maxi followed him, couldn't believe it, he didn't mind me. Then they continued their journey together. Riftan said, the weather is very bad, so if you want to go to Anatole today, you have to take a shortcut. Can you sit on the horse with me? Maxi was startled and replied, yes. She sat on the saddle and I reminded her, the road is rough so you will be nervous. Lean on me. If you feel tired, let's go. Maxi thought nervously, it turns out riding a horse is so scary and uncomfortable, I have to be careful when falling. The soldiers walked along the road and talked about the monsoon coming. Just thinking about it made me feel depressed, so why worry? We're almost there, have you forgotten? We have to go back to the castle, as soon as we get back to Anatole. He grumbled, we go around and waste time again and again, making King Reuben wait any longer, it won't be good. Maxi immediately bowed his head apologetically, isn't it possible that they have to take a detour for me? Riftan glared, there's nothing we can do if the monsoon comes. The soldier shouted, do you mean the dragon-slaying knight couldn't reach the king on time because of the heavy rain and wind? He was angry, shut up. What's the point of being a little late? They argued, we can't keep the king waiting any longer. We've wasted so much time doing random things, Ursula and Ricardo. Watch your mouth. Maxi guiltily, did I delay them? Suddenly someone shouted and reported, the leader has 5 werewolves ahead. They immediately rushed to attack, don't let them come near. I'm itching for this job. Riftan immediately drew his sword. Maxi. We will be back soon. Remember to close your eyes. Leader. Above you, Riftan immediately reacted quickly and killed them. Gable has 6 names, not 5. Maxi widened her eyes and couldn't hide her fear when she saw it. It was cut with just 1 slash of the sword. The soldier sighed, the black werewolves can hide and there might be more, so hurry up. Riftan continued to ride his horse. He said to Maxi, hold on tight. Now we will ride at full speed. Let's depart. Hurry up. They kept running until sunset. Then Riftan suddenly pulled the horse's reins to a stop. He gently called her name while she was absent-mindedly looking at the sky. Maxi. Maxi looked up. I couldn't contain my admiration for that beauty. The vast castle is appearing beautifully under the sunset. Riftan is proud. This is my territory. Anatole. Anatole gradually appeared widely in the afternoon sunlight. That's our territory in Anatole. Our inhabitants are mercenaries, miners, and farmers. The land is not fertile for farming, so people still rely mainly on raising chickens, ducks, sheep, and goats to make a living. The outside doesn't look very eye-catching, but the inside is extremely spacious. Maxie was engrossed in looking at that land. It doesn't look ruined at all. Not at all, I thought, this is like a giant citadel. Riftan suddenly said, I'm sorry. This place is not as splendid as Croy Castle, but not to mention there are monsters outside. But you don't need to worry, have you seen how high the wall is? No creature can get over the wall. Maxie was a bit shaken. I'm not worried. Ruth sighed, if you think about the money spent to build the wall, you will be less concerned about the security issue, but it's been a while since everyone has returned to the citadel, so I don't either. Sure. Riftan immediately frowned. Ruth, if you don't shut up, I will destroy your tower. The soldiers behind sighed. Our leader, let's go quickly, I'm very hungry, everyone is hungry and thirsty too, Riftan nodded, pulling on the horse's reins, let's go. Then they went together to the city gate. The blue flag is raised. We are the Remdragon Knights. Quickly open the city gate. After that command, the city gate immediately opened. The knights entered inside in celebration. Rossum Wigru. Rossum Wigru de Calypse. The knight defeats the dragon, the hero protects the territory. We honor the eternal guardian of Anatole. Long live the Lord. Long live Anatole. Long live the Knight of Destruction. So warm, everyone so happy, unlike Croy. The orange-haired soldier took off his hair, and the leader of the people in the city prepared a ceremony to celebrate his success. They were ready to celebrate as soon as news of his victory reached Anatole. Riftan hugged Maxie, I have to go back to the tower now, so please feel free to celebrate. The soldiers immediately listened. He whispered to her, hold on tight. Then the horse started running. The castle gate gradually opened. Maxie looked bewildered, looking up from below it looked even more majestic. Furthermore, this place was even more magnificent than I imagined. A moment later, Riftan stopped his horse. We're here. He climbed off the horse. The servant immediately welcomed him. You're back. My lord, welcome to your safe return. As soon as I heard of your arrival, I cleaned the training grounds and rooms. Riftan nodded and said, there are other knights attending the celebration. Of the people, so they will probably spend the night at the tavern. The old man looked at Maxie. This lady is. Riftan immediately put his arm around her. She is my wife, I just picked her up. Maxie is scared, she bowed, pleased. Nice to meet you, I'm Maximilian ca. Calip. Nice to meet you, Riftan said, greeting him later. Let's go inside now. He led Maxie inside the castle. The door of the large building opened. It's dark inside and there's little light. Maxie was confused. Isn't there anyone in charge of the castle? It looks so cold. Didn't my messenger send you a request to decorate the castle before I return? They explained, I did as you requested, my lord. I added carpets in the hall and brought back a lot of new furniture, oil paintings, and expensive scented candles. He shouted, making them freeze. That's not what I want. I want the castle to look luxurious, damn it, I sent more than enough gold for decoration. The old man said, we really don't dare to use too much gold without consulting you. The two sides continued to argue. I said leave it to the butler and you will take care of it yourself. My lord has tried his best to decorate the castle according to his wishes. We have replaced the bed and renewed the old furniture, so that you can rest assured when you return. Their scolding made Maxie tremble and bow her head. I'm so scared, I can't breathe this air. He was a little surprised and turned back to look at her. Maxie tried so hard to say, Riftan, I want to rest. He immediately picked her up. Okay, I know you're exhausted. Maxie struggled. Let me down, I can walk on my own. He took her into a cozy room, then put her on the bed. I hope this room is to your liking. Maxie breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Riftan I knew is back. Compared to my room in Croy, Riftan was angry. You think this place is shabby, don't you? Annoyed, the servants tried their best anyway. Maxie stammered, No, this room is very beautiful. This castle is very grand, majestic, the bed is fine. Very well prepared, but Riftan was still disappointed. You don't have to lie. Did you forget that I just stopped by Croy Castle to pick you up? Compared to your father's castle, this place is no different from a livestock barn. Maxie tried to explain, No, that's not true. Suddenly, he clicked his tongue and said the words that startled Maxie. Anyway, it's a woman's job to take care of the house, when the lord is away. Then the lady must be responsible for managing the castle. He bowed his head sadly, Sorry. Then Mr. Tien approached Maxie. The sound of those footsteps reminded her of father's approaching footsteps. Maxie closed his eyes and endured, Is he going to hit me? Suddenly she realized everything around her became quiet. When Maxie opened her eyes, Riftan gently sat down. What I mean is, do you want to decorate this place to your liking? I have a lot of gold, so you can buy whatever you want. Women like beautiful things, right? You can hire tailors and craftsmen to help you. You don't need to do too much. Maxie secretly smiled and let him kiss her hand. Everyone says it's the lady's duty, but there's no way I can win. Riftan looked up with trembling eyes. Don't you want it? Maxie felt a little guilty. But Riftan didn't know how he was treated in Croy. He gently lifted Maxie's face, I'll tell the housekeeper to give you the books right now. Don't worry about money. Just buy everything you want, because this is your house. Maxie's heart suddenly fluttered, My house. She remembered you couldn't help but be surprised. This is my house. She hesitated, I will turn this place into a cozy home for us. I will decorate the castle. Riftan smiled, Okay. Suddenly, she now noticed an indescribable odor. Do you want to take a bath? Riftan immediately stood up, I will ask the servant to prepare bath water for you. Then he blushed and quickly ran away. In her heart, Maxie thought. Riftan thought I was an educated lady. He would certainly be very disappointed. If he discovered the truth, I never had much money to spend. I'm also not good at dealing with servants. It's both unfair, humiliating, and even cruel when you toil on the battlefield for 3 years in exchange for a wife who only gets a cover, not what you think. He will want to throw her away, but she is determined, No. I can't go back to Croy Castle. I have to prove that I'm also useful. Suddenly Riftan spoke, Done, hey. You smile and take off in a perverted way, Maxie. It's normal for husband and wife to bathe together. Then both of them entered the bathtub. She remembered what he had told her, in the castles they had visited. The master and his wife always bathed together. In the north, there is also a custom that every time a noble or knight visits, they will be bathed by the female owner of the castle. Thinking of that, Maxie felt shy. Hiding in the water. This scene was immediately seen by Riftan. He stared at her, then suddenly blushed a little. She shyly raised her hand to caress her Maxie cheek. He frowned and asked, What are you thinking? Maxie faltered, Do I have to do that, sir? He said it was customary. Riftan immediately got angry. Bang, no. If anyone dares to speak about it, I will drown him in the Stemna River. Maxie saw that and immediately became worried, I made him uncomfortable again. Only then did he suddenly realize, scratching your head confused, she's scared again. Riftan immediately pulled her, Come here. I will clean you. Maxie shyly refused. You can take care of yourself. But, Riftan still insisted, It's Yen, you said you were tired. If you want, you can scrub for me. Then he gently kissed her back. Is the water too hot? Maxie, her face turned red. No, is it okay? I have a strange feeling of comfort, so strange, relaxing like this makes me so sleepy. Maxie leaned against Riftan. Or is it because I'm exhausted? Or because his body is so warm, so comfortable? He suddenly realized she wasn't moving anymore. Maxie. Don't tell me you're asleep. She gradually opened her eyes, his voice rang in her ears again, "Did you fall asleep?" The next morning, this was the first day Maxie woke up in a strange castle. She tiredly turned to the left. Suddenly the servant knocked on the door, startling her. "Madam, are you awake?" The servant bowed politely. "I am Riftan. From now on I will be your servant. The Lord is out." Maxie couldn't help but sigh. She thought to herself, when did Riftan leave? Talking to others is still difficult. Judy brushes Maxie's hair. "I'll do your hair." Maxie secretly felt comfortable. She brushed her hair gently and relaxed. "Every time my nanny brushes my hair, it always falls out all over my hand." "Rudis, I'm done clapping happily, ma'am." Maxie stood in front of the mirror and kept exclaiming, "So beautiful, I feel like I've become a different person. Before, I was like a homeless person. I haven't dressed or groomed myself in a long time. I wonder if Riftan will like it when he sees it." She stammered and asked, Riftan, where are you?" The maid suddenly fell silent. Rudis was awkward, not knowing how to explain. "I don't know, what do you need to see him for?" Maxie suddenly blushed in panic when she suddenly realized she had stammered, no. After that, she immediately ran away. Rudis panicked, "Ma'am." Maxie tried to run as fast as she could, so embarrassed. "How could I forget? Because Riftan treats me well, I dare to think that stuttering is not a big deal." Her heart was extremely tense. What if he takes off his body? "Lady, let me take you to the restaurant." "This way." Maxie followed Rudy, feeling nervous. If the master is stupid, how can the servants respect you? She stopped in front of the restaurant door. I knew that everyone behind me didn't care about me, and certainly these people didn't either. If they realized that master was only a fifth child, would be useless, but no. This is not the Croy lot. She was full of hope and determination. "This is Anatole. The butler is polite and asked if last night was delicious, ma'am." Maxie stammered again, I slept well, very well. The butler said, "I didn't have time to introduce myself yesterday, and I don't want to bother you. I'm Rodrigo Sarek, the butler in charge of the servants at the castle." Maxie is worried. "At least I have to act like a lady," she tried to say. "Yesterday, Lord Land said yes, he could redecorate the castle." She consoled herself, "Just take it slow, it's okay," but her voice was shaking too much. "If he realizes I'm stuttering, will he ignore me or look down on me?" The butler happily replied, "Early this morning, Lord Riftan asked me to help you, if you need it. There will be a merchant visiting the castle soon. Would you like to take a look around? Familiar with the castle?" Maxie breathed a sigh of relief, lucky not to be despised. Yes, sorry, she thought, I don't think he's a bad person. After that, Butler Rodrigo took Maxie to visit the Calip Castle, built by Mr. Anatole 150 years ago. He is a knight of the fallen Roem Empire. When the Roem Empire collapsed, hundreds of thousands of monsters began to appear more frequently in this area. Surely they are the remnants that escaped the control of the Seven Nations. But 10 years ago, when Riftan Calip was only 18 years old, he had just been knighted, and became the Lord of Anatole. Then, the Lord not only carefully renovated the castle, but also built additional surrounds to protect the territory. At this time, Maxie narrowly saw a picture. The housekeeper proudly said, 40 years ago, due to geographical reasons, this place became Quidon's territory. But in the years that followed, there were not many residents. So, with parts of the land being neglected, no one cares, monsters naturally multiply. But thanks to the Lord's strong protection, the number of residents is increasing significantly. Maxie smiled, he seemed very proud of his work. Riftan is a lord who is respected and loved by everyone. Compared to his father, the servants in the castle only have fear. The housekeeper hesitated. This place was a bit gloomy and dreary because people focused more on the structure of the building. Maxie immediately burst out laughing. The butler now suddenly remembered. Do you like tea, ma'am? She faltered. I like it very much. He happily said, then I will serve you a cup. don't worry, this is premium tea reserved for the female owner of the castle, lords and knights don't like tea at all. Maxie laughed naturally. Of course it's empty tea, it doesn't suit him. He said, so let's go to the next place. Maxie also agreed and nodded. To the hall. Maxie was a bit bewildered. This is. The butler was a bit awkward when talking about this cold, gloomy place, because we have never had a party, but you will soon have visitors. Most of the guests here are knights, so I don't know how to decorate this place. We are just servants, our human strength is limited. Maxie happily said, please call the driver, the merchant will come as soon as possible. The housekeeper also smiled, yes, ma'am. He led her to other rooms, this place and this place too, because we don't have enough manpower. He showed her the bare tree without any leaves. To be precise, this is the waiting room, ma'am. She asked him, do we have a gardener? The butler explained, the servants are assigned to clean the yard and garden, but we don't have a gardener. Maxie had to sigh. Let's take me there, to the annex, the butler nodded. Yes, ma'am. He invited her to come this way. The annex is the main residence of the late Sir Anatole's family. The annex was renovated and used as a residence for apprentice knights. After that, they went to the knights' training place. The butler looked at them. Oh, it's practice time. He was suddenly startled. I think I should go back, my lady, the Lord doesn't like people watching while he's training. She was confused, so, let's go back, let's go back. At this moment, suddenly, a hand grabbed Maxie. Before, the training ground was still full of sword fighting. Riftan said sternly, are you giving up because the expedition is over? Don't think you can put down your swords and rest until you complete today's goal. The soldiers lament, since early morning, he's been in a bad mood. What happened last night? From daybreak to practice continuously, the blood is dry, one of them said. Damn it. I just want to rest for a bit. Did someone upset him? Suddenly, Riftan saw in the stands. The soldiers suddenly became confused when they saw the knight suddenly happy. He was so shy that they were speechless. What kind of appearance is that? Unbelievable. I'd rather fight monsters to death. He blushed and secretly glanced over, then saw his wife leaving. Riftan's brain immediately jumped into gear. He quickly left. They asked the leader, where are you going? Riftan immediately ran to Maxie. He tried to run as fast as he could, and pulled her hand, wanting her to stay. Maxie was suddenly startled when someone suddenly came. Maxie faltered, I'm going on a tour of the castle with the butler, you? I don't want to bother you. She was a little surprised. I don't know when he ran up. No, she's not bothering anyone. But the soldiers below all thought, no. I think you two have had enough trouble. Riftan immediately shouted loudly. Everyone rest for an hour, then come back to practice and rest in the annex. Maxie shyly held his hand and followed him. She thought to herself, I've seen Riftan have big hands before, yesterday too. Then suddenly she was confused when thinking about the scene where she fell asleep yesterday. Maxie bowed her head sadly. I'm sorry, I bothered you last night. Bothering me? She explained, you fell asleep. Although Riftan was a bit disappointed, he still said, it's okay, you're exhausted from the long journey, there's no need to apologize. Maxie stammered, but... You're tired too, you do everything. He cleared his throat, compared to being tired, I feel more energetic. Maxie was confused, what? Riftan immediately turned away, hiding his shy appearance. It's okay, let's go. I'll take you to the terrace. Every day there are guards patrolling to detect traces of monsters, and from the top keep watch around the castle. No matter what enemies appear, this castle will never fall into danger. Maxie suddenly noticed. She pointed at the tower, what is that? He explained, that's Ruth's watchtower. That tower is near the mountain, so it's very convenient when you need to use long-range attack magic. In case you're attacked, don't go near it. Ruth installed a lot of bracelets. There's magic around the tower, so you'll be in trouble. Maxie was excited, many magic rings. Riftan suddenly frowned, annoyed when he saw her interested. I'm serious, no need to worry. Hear that? Maxi immediately bowed his head, yes. He sighed, are you bored? I'm not that good at this, I don't know how to treat women. Maxi stammered, I'm not bored. She thought to herself, he doesn't know how to act, I think he's just talking. He definitely feels like I'm in trouble, but he talks to me very patiently. During my time at the castle, Maxi always thought there was no way she would feel bored with a wonderful guy like Riftan by her side. At Croy Castle, everyone was talking about how cool Riftan was. She suddenly remembered that day. I bet there are lipstick marks all over his body. He has a lot of experience with women. Thinking of that, Maxi couldn't help but nervously tighten her skirt. He stroked her cheek, what's wrong? Why are you frowning? She was confused, the wind. The wind is a bit cold. Because I was shy, I pushed you away. No, it's okay. Wind, don't blow too hard, you'll be fine. The sun still shines warmly. He looked closely at Maxi's appearance today. Do you like this dress? Maxi is a bit worried. You do you like it very much? He leaned closer and whispered, there will be a tailor coming to the castle soon, so you can have as many dresses as you want. I will buy you 100 sets. These are not the actions of a man who doesn't know how to treat women. He is the most ladylike guy I have ever met. She blushed. Is this your habit? He said, I will give you anything you want. Riftan looked at her, no. I can only talk with my mouth. I told you before, I will do everything so that you can live in luxury like when you were in your father's castle. In Anatole you will have the same. Her heart suddenly ached at the mention of her father. Can we go back and rest? Riftan was worried. Are you tired? She nodded. He immediately turned around and led Maxi away. Let's go then. Maxi's mind was now very tense. When he finds out that he is not a noble lady, how will he react? Maybe I won't be treated like this again. The wind blew strongly at the top of the tower of Anatole Castle. Riftan immediately turned back to look at her and held out his hand. He gently called her name, Maxi. Then Maxi hold my hand, because he said, from now on, this is our home. Not long after, the sun also shone overhead. Maxi sat in the room absent-mindedly. He is a lord, of course he will be very busy, but waking up at dawn must be very tiring. She remembered his words, I have to go back to the training ground, there's a party tonight, I'll see you there. Madam, Rudis gave it to you. I made you a cup of warm ginger tea. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold, ma'am, because it's very cold on the wall today, Maxi said emotionally. Thank you, she happily sipped. She is a very thoughtful person. Riftan asked her. It's so nice, the cup of tea warms my stomach. Suddenly, the servant hesitated. She was scared and bent over. This morning, I made a mistake with you, my lady. Please forgive me. Rudis shed tears of joy. After so long of having to look at knights with lumpy shoulders every day, I finally get to serve a beautiful, good-natured lady. She held Maxi's hand tightly. I will try to take care of you, ma'am. She was happy in her heart. Everyone here is like Riftan, extremely nice, kind and unpredictable, Rudy said. Tonight, my ladyship will attend a night celebration party. Would you like to change? She stammered, change clothes. Rudy excitedly said, of course, you're so beautiful. Moreover, this is the first time you've introduced yourself to the knights in the castle. We should change clothes. Madam, let's keep the names in mind. Soldier, how beautiful the lady is. That evening was the knight's party. Maxi has finished preparing her dress. She walked nervously, then turned back and asked the butler, look, am I okay? But Maxi still couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror. I look like a child playing with his parents' jewelry box. But I couldn't hide my curiosity. Why are there all these lavish jewelry here? Gorgeous dresses too, all standing out in the middle of a castle, just knights together, as if these were belongings previously owned by some woman so. Maxie gulped. Could it be that was he his previous lover? The butler stopped. Madam, we are here. Oh my God, it looks like they've already started the party. Maxie tried to take a deep breath, then exhale to calm yourself. The door gradually opened, revealing warm light. Maxie looked inside bewilderedly. It was a cozy and bustling party. When she entered, Riftan immediately called out, Maxie. Maxie walked through the silent crowd, then obediently sat down next to Riftan. He spoke up, someone hasn't been introduced yet, this is my wife, Maxie Calip. He glared, I hope each of you treats her with courtesy and courtesy. They were noisy, it's an honor to meet you. Madam, we've never met before. Please, ma'am, please treat us well. Maxie's face was as red as a ripe tomato, she thought to herself, just as I thought, so uncomfortable. Riftan suddenly glanced at his wife. He looked at the intact plate of food. Why don't you eat? Does the food not suit your taste? She was confused. No, delicious, very delicious. She was awkward while eating. He was staring at me. He gave her a plate of meat. Plus, the sparrow eats more than you do. At least you get to eat the whole thing. Maxie confused, I can't eat it all, I don't think women eat that much. Maxie immediately stopped. Then you will eat a little more. I remind you, eat a little more every day, you look so weak. You eat in a nervous, uncomfortable way, who is this woman that Riftan knows? At this moment a soldier stood up. Did Lord Calip slash the dragon's fiery owl on top of Lexi? How could you use your sword to block the fire that burned down an entire mountain? Maxie thought to himself, can you even destroy the dragon's fire breath? Riftan sighed. My sword is made from a special material, so there's nothing terrible about it. They are noisy, not only is their leader's swordsmanship excellent, the leader's magic sword also has the unique ability to absorb all magic around it. The greater the attack magic, the stronger the sword. The soldier was bored. A commander, not a leader. The other guy immediately put his hands on his hips. Commander, whatever you say, don't scratch the leaves, look for worms. Ah. So Mr. Calypso is real. Have you had a good time with Quahul Leon of the church? Those two fought each other to the death right before the death battle with the dragon, so it's not good to talk about it. What do you mean? It's a duel between the two strongest knights in the land. Riftan feeds Maxie. That's enough rambling about dragons, the battle with that guy didn't even meet the first ceremony. Victory at the dragon's nest was only thanks to the sword's ability to absorb magic, not because my swordsmanship. The other soldier sarcastically said. You're not normally this humble. Besides, a win is a win, right? Those who witnessed it all agreed that it was a fair battle. I want to hear about the details of the fight. What? Do you want to hear about the fight more than the fight with the dragon? Don't tell us from the beginning to the expedition too. Like this, at first we just went around the forest to find the whereabouts of the dragon sect. When we heard about it, the soldiers were extremely amazed. Maxie looked at them, without having to try to brace themselves, they could keep pace with each other. Are people often like this? Maxie suddenly remembered the old days, the parties she was forced to attend. The air at that time was so stuffy and suffocating, I just remember how miserable I was because I couldn't digest. My father would definitely hate him, even spit on me as rude. Suddenly Riftan touched her neck. Riftan sat there just focusing on looking at Maxie. Her heart suddenly pounded continuously. Maxie blushed and asked, What's wrong, what's wrong? She looked at him in bewilderment as he played with the necklace. In her heart, constantly confused. Riftan still stared at her. Suddenly he put his arm around her waist. Maxie was suddenly startled when she realized. He was holding her waist tightly. Maxie stammered, Riftan, I'm afraid my face will turn red. Riftan suddenly froze a bit. He banged the table, it seems my wife is very drunk. The soldiers were suddenly startled. Riftan stood up, so I will send her back to rest. Then, Riftan held Maxie's hand tightly. Then led her away from the banquet table. They looked at the two of them. Oh. Isn't it the leader who is drunk? He must be very busy tonight, so we can party until morning. Riftan immediately threw him an unfriendly look. If your mouth is still talking nonsense, try to drink more. If you're still breathing tomorrow morning, I guarantee you'll die on the gym floor. Then the door slammed shut. The others teased, rest in peace. Rest in peace, my friend. Stop drinking until you faint or you won't die. Riftan then led Maxi out of the room. He couldn't control himself and pressed her against the wall to kiss her. Maxi had difficulty breathing when his mouth was blocked. Riftan was sweating. I had to hold back this all day. It was very difficult for me to hold back. Then I saw her looking at another man. The two of them continued entwined in the dark hallway. He reached out to caress her thigh. Maxi was confused. Don't do it in this place, this place. Riftan gently hugged her. I wish to hug her like this. Then he immediately picked her up, and ran quickly from that place. Maxi reminded him, Riftan. Slow, slow. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Why are there so many stairs? When he returned, as soon as he reached his room, Riftan immediately kicked open the door. Then threw her on the bed. Maxi hesitated. I want to take a shower first. Rip. Riftan closes in on her. Did she fall asleep again? I'll clean you up later. So I think I will die myself. So she. Please, allow me, Maxi, saying that Riftan couldn't help but take off his shirt. He immediately rushed at her. Maxi frowned and groaned. Riftan gently approached her, then placed a kiss on the cheek. Riftan. She blushed, clutching the bed sheet. Her body was so hot. Suddenly the curses appeared in Maxi's mind. He gently supported her. Maxi. Then kissed her hair comfortingly. It's okay. Maxi. The next morning, it was raining outside. Maxi and Riftan sleep together after a passionate night. He gently kissed her hair. Maxi shyly called out to him, Riftan. He touched her hair was so floating, like clouds at sunset. So. She was confused. My hair is always messy. Oh. It's so difficult, so annoying. She remembered her nanny always nagging and not being able to comb her hair. Then the hair color is not pleasing to the eye at all, just a bunch of ugly, messy curls. He still comforted her, your hair is wavy, so cute. I like it. When you let your hair down to your shoulders. Your hair is so soft and smooth, what's wrong? So when you're next to me, let your hair down. She thought to herself, he's so strange. He must like ugly things. Then he sat up, you just lie in bed and rest today. No matter what, it's raining so you can't go anywhere. She stammered, but. Riftan went out. I don't even walk around. It's okay. Riftan scratched his head. No, she's tired, plus she said she was in pain. Maxi quickly crawled into the blanket. Really. Riftan. A few minutes later, he lit a fire to warm the room. Then change into workout clothes. Riftan gently opened the door. He turned back to look at her. Okay, see you later. That day it was pouring rain. Rudy carefully combed Maxi's hair. Ma'am. Let's tie our hair in buns today like yesterday. She remembered his words. So will you rest in your room today too? Maxi thought to herself. Riftan told me to rest, but I couldn't sit still. She asked Rudis, can you call Rodrigo for me? Ms. Determination. Now I am the mistress of the Calip Castle, I have to find a way to return. Should be useful. Maxi admired the library. It's great to have a Ton-Now library here. At Croy Castle, books are just there to impress visitors. There are even books about the Roem Empire. The butler smiled, no need. Thank me. I tried to keep everything neat, but there are still many shortcomings. Maxi thought, God, I don't know if I can do it well. But there's still a lot of time, just calmly learn from the most basic things. The rain continued to fall, and Riftan left every morning. He continued to check the territory's defenses, train knights, and only returned at nightfall. She suddenly thought of something. After that, the first job in the name of the castle owner, the day of meeting with the merchant also came. Maxi unconsciously bit her nails again. Here, I can't be like that, as the owner of the castle, I have to act like a lord. At this time, the butler called out loudly that the foreman of the merchant guild had arrived. Maxie stammered, "Yes, let that person in." She was disappointed, she thought she had gotten rid of the habit of biting her nails. But because I was worried, I suddenly did it again. "Okay." The foreman entered. "It's an honor to meet Lady Calypse." He bowed politely, "My name is Adirone Sonner." Maxie promptly realized. She couldn't help but almost unconsciously bit her nails. She stammered, thank you for taking the trouble to come here when it's raining like this." The foreman smiled, "Oh no, I'm sorry I couldn't come to see you sooner. I heard that the lady has plans to redecorate the castle, where would you like to start?" She spoke first, I want to replace the windows in the front hall and the main hall, some more rooms. There are many places where the glass is broken." The foreman was excited. "All the windows in the castle, you're probably thinking about transparent glass, right? From cheap transparent glass to crystal glass from the southern continent, there's nothing that can be traded. I can't bring it to you. If you want something, ma'am, just say so. Would you like to see a sample and choose?" Maxie was a bit confused, "So, that's fine. Besides, what else do you want?" She said, curtains for the windows and a matching lamp for the banquet hall, plus carpets for the floor and wall hangings too." He excitedly said, "Decorating the banquet hall is my profession. On the way here I saw that the stairs were still there, the floor was. So tomorrow I will return with samples for you, ma'am." After the foreman returned, Maxie sighed, "Oh my God, I didn't expect there to be so many types of glasses and curtains in the world." She lay tiredly on the table, "It's okay. I still have tomorrow. Tomorrow we will behave like a true mistress." At this time, the butler walked in and Maxie sighed, "I'm so lost, I keep choosing but I don't know if it's suitable. If the trader suggests it, it must be necessary, right?" She suddenly remembered Maxie's words. "I thought to myself, so that's what he means." The foreman happily said, "Then I will come back later. You need a lot of goods, in large quantities, so it will take a while for the goods to arrive. As for the rest, you can slowly consider and decide. I'll decide later." When the foreman went out, Rudy immediately approached and asked the lady, "Are you okay? If you're tired, I'll tell the tailor to come back another day." Maxie stammered, "No. I'm fine, Riftan specially invited them for me. I can't let them go back." A moment later, the tailor also arrived. "It's an honor to meet you. I have been assigned the task of creating precious dresses for my lady. My name is Roan Serius, this is my wife Linda Serius. If you don't have any specific models, I'll show you the most popular models among aristocrats right now." The Lord said there was no need to worry about the price and that we would make excellent dresses for the lady. Maxie was a little confused. "I don't know if it's okay to spend so much money on me. I feel like a joke, I don't know what is what anymore, it's like I'm dreaming. I've never been play any character like this." Linda spoke up, "Madam, don't you like the hat? Let's change to a smaller hat." She nodded, "Yes, okay. After the tailor returned, Maxie sighed. "I'm exhausted. I just met the merchant and tried on the clothes, but it took a whole day." She suddenly thought. "But am I allowed to use as much money as I want? It feels like my days studying at the library are worthless. I'm not good at calculating and I have too many different currencies. Should I ask Rodrigo?" Maxie kept muttering, "Dirham, dinar, dante. Denominations, no. If I do that, I'll be ignored because they'll treat me like some stupid master. But so far, I haven't bought anything yet. I have never seen any coins. If they find out, I don't know what to do." While she's thinking. Then suddenly Riftan spoke up, "Why are you out here? Why are you dressed so casually?" She stammered, I'm thinking about going back to my room." He reminded, "It's very cold out here. If you go out in the future, remember to wear a coat." Suddenly, Maxie saw a blue flower in the Riftan bag. That was Riftan immediately hid it. "It's nothing, let's go inside." She just left. Behind him, he was thinking, should I ask you for help? No. I'm exhausted after seeing only a merchant and trying on clothes. I can't imagine how exhausted Riftan must have been working from dawn to dusk. I can't be his burden. Suddenly, he pulled out a bouquet of flowers, startling her. Out on the lawn, flowers are blooming, so I brought them back to you. In the wilderness, it looks much more beautiful. You can throw it away if you don't like it. Maxie suddenly stopped. She hugged the bouquet of flowers. I won't throw it away. I am deeply moved in my heart, for me. Riftan wears the rain and the wind. She respectfully hugged the bouquet of flowers. It's so warm that it makes my eyes feel heavy. That shocked Riftan. He was confused. Go. Let's go. I want to take a bath. In my heart, I cannot avoid the star Shuyan. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up anymore. The next morning, Maxie opened the door to look at the weather outside. It's been a long time since I've had a beautiful day. With this, Riftan can rest a bit. She remembered last night, Riftan told her to go to sleep first. It's raining heavily, so we have to patrol a bit. Now that I think about it, the last time we slept together was after the reception. She suddenly remembered that night. Why? Why am I suddenly thinking about that? At this moment, Rudy spoke, startling her. Madam. Maxie stammered. Today is such a beautiful day, isn't it? Rudy bowed his head. If it rains, there will always be sunny days. The days when it rains like there is no tomorrow, everyone is more cautious and busy repairing a few places around the castle. Ma'am. The rain has stopped falling. Is your mood better? Maxie smiled. I'm so happy. The rain is so heavy that everyone has worked hard. Rudy said, ah yes, everyone is in a hurry to do the washing. Because there is finally sunlight to dry it. Maxie looked. The flowers are a bit wilted. Rudis asked her, should we change the water? Doing so will keep the flowers fresh longer. If the flowers are dry later, we can press them to dry them. Happy Maxie. Thank you, thank you. Then late that afternoon, Maxie studied all day in the library. She lies down on the table for safety reasons. The balcony and windows both need to be replaced. The wallpaper is probably a bit much. Darum, Lyrum. I estimated the amount of money I would need to spend on renovations, but there were so many types of money and large amounts that I couldn't imagine it, just like other noble ladies. I have never held a single coin in my life. No, I have to work as hard as Riftan. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, startling her. Maxie immediately sat up. As my wife, I must behave in a very standard manner, must be very excellent like the true owner of the castle. She rubbed her head. God, I can't let everyone see me this haggard. Yes, what's wrong? The servant announced, the Lord said he will have dinner in the dining room with the knights. Would you like to dine with him? Maxie immediately became happy, his face turned red. Today I think work will be finished soon. We will have time to have dinner together. The knights are still very upset with me, but I promise to change their opinion. She nodded to Rudis. When we arrived, the butler was already waiting in front of the dining room door. My lady, you're here. When the door opened, screams rang out. Even now it's too late. Hearing that fierce scream, Maxie felt a bit nervous and did not dare to enter. Riftan is strict, don't make me remind you again. 3 days later, we will depart. The soldier shouted, you must attend the ceremony. How long do you think the king will wait patiently? This time I have to agree with this bastard. The rain has arrived, which means we have to leave as soon as possible. Riftan hesitated, the rain only stopped a little. I sent the dove away. Having informed you, I have only just returned to the territory after 3 long years. King Reuben will sympathize. He shouted, I know the commander wants to keep his distance, but he should not lose the king's favor. Riftan immediately frowned, watch out, it's you, Ilyas. Ilyas explained, we all know, King Enoma Reuben is always angry. If he can't stand being commanded, the king won't let it go. Not to mention he doesn't plan to go to the capital to attend the celebration ceremony. Ah! I understand why you want to keep your distance from those people, especially the trouble with Princess Agnes and the fact that the king wants to have a hand in controlling everything. But he shouldn't have rejected it so frankly. The king is the type of person who doesn't trust the lords too much. That's right, if we weren't present at the celebration party, the king would think that the commander humiliated him in front of his servants. You don't know what hardships we will face, you know the king is a man of hatred. Another guy shouted, Heberon Nerta. How dare you open your mouth and say such disrespectful words? Riftan spoke up despite being protested, you guys talk too much. We still depart according to my plan. Maxie stood outside and heard everything. Should we return to the capital just to face those arguments? She couldn't help but put her hand to her mouth. Maxie suddenly felt pressured, because of her, she stammered, I feel tired. Rudis asked, but the dinner lady. Maxie immediately turned away, please, bring dinner to my room. She hurriedly left, despite the servant calling out. Maxie sat in the room thinking. In 3 days, Riftan has to leave again. Suddenly the door opened. I heard you're tired, you should go to bed early. Maxie turned away, no. It's okay, you're the one who's tired. This morning, you also have to get up early. She secretly looked at him, worried, could it be that he just wants me to go to sleep? Because just seeing me makes me feel bored. Since I've been here, he only comes back to my room when I'm asleep, and last night too, we just simply slept. No. That's not it. I don't mean you should do those things. What am I thinking? She hesitated, I'm glad it's not raining today. Riftan muttered, I wish it would just rain forever. By the time she stopped bewildered and asked again, Riftan shyly denied, it's nothing. Then under the firelight. Maxie occasionally glanced at Riftan while she read, she frowned, why didn't he say anything to me? Don't I need to know? That's not true, right? The rainy season hasn't ended yet, so we probably won't be able to leave right away. Maybe he's considering it. He glanced over, is there something wrong? Maxie was confused, sure, you must cherish that sword very much. I thought polishing a sword was a servant's job. She silently blamed herself, so stupid, she should have asked. As long as he departs for the capital instead of chatting with Deer and Gibbons. Riftan looked at the sword, I made it myself when I was 14 years old so I'm used to it, and I don't want anyone else to touch this guy. It is one of the 10 best swords in the entire continent. I won it in my first sword fight. Maxie excitedly said, sword fighting. You won. I'm proud. Of course. She remembered the duel between swordsmen, father often brought Rosetta with him. I was locked in my room and could only imagine myself by reading novels. Rosetta always complains about how fierce, noisy, and dirty the game is, but that alone is enough to make me jealous. In the novels I read, the brave hero who wins the tournament's sword always receives a kiss from the noble lady, that is the climax of the whole story, so is Riftan. She stammered, sure, he probably gets a kiss too. Suddenly she realized she was crazy. Did I say it out loud? Maxie quickly covered her mouth. No, nothing. Before, I read a story about a knight and a princess. When the knight wins the battle, there will be a scene where the knight receives a kiss from the princess. I think that scene is very romantic. In her mind, she constantly blamed her father. That's right, I should keep my mouth shut. Riftan sighed, no, sorry to disappoint her. But isn't that always the case? Should we care about such embarrassing things? She was confused, but a noble lady's kiss is an honor for a knight. Furthermore, it's a tradition, it means chivalry, the knight swears loyalty to that lady. Riftan clicked his tongue, no, is it that important? Maxie is disappointed. By saying that, does it mean that he has already sworn an oath to someone? If so, there must have been some noble lady who received Riftan's oath of concubine loyalty, just thinking about it makes my heart ache. She suddenly frowned confidingly. Riftan suddenly slammed the table, stood up and pressed it close to her face, startling her. He leaned closer to her. So what's the matter? Why doesn't she look so good? Maxie was so shy that she hiccuped. I'm fine. Just a little tired. Riftan said, okay, don't work too hard. I suddenly saw a strange object. What is this? Looks like a toy. She explained, it's a model of a chandelier, used to decorate parties. She was worried, what if he thought it was a waste of money? Should I keep the lobby as it is? Riftan shook his head, we will soon have to welcome many guests who promised to visit Anatole. He stroked her hair, I promised her that I would give her a magnificent banquet hall, the most gorgeous in this world. I know, I can't keep up with your standards, I know what Trang Li's life is like at Croy Castle. But soon, I won't let you wait too long. We must depart to return to the capital. I will return with many gifts just for you. She hesitated and hesitated, okay. Extremely disappointed. He really has to go. But I don't want to be left alone. Riftan suddenly gritted his teeth and sighed. Damn. Riftan leaned on her thigh, I didn't want to have to leave at all. I just wish I could lock myself here and rest forever, she thought. This is the first time he's returned home in so many years and is forced to leave again. How childish of me to only think of myself. She suddenly raised her hand in front of him, then gently patted Riftan's head. She hesitated, I want that too. Riftan laughed, I have to try to control myself. You don't realize what you just did, do you? He licked her thigh, she added fuel to the fire. It's too late to put out the fire now. She shivered and blushed, Riftan. Maxie quickly stopped him, wait. That rainy night, the soldiers sighed. See, the leader knows the weather better than the devil. He imitated Riftan's voice, we will depart in 3 days. If you see any problems, just go ahead. I started first, just like the leader, right? They took off their clothes. But if it doesn't stop raining tomorrow, we will definitely have to reschedule our departure. He is confident, don't worry about the weather, the leader has never been wrong once. Occasionally, I wonder if he is human or not. Is a commander, not a leader. When will you change your calling from when you were a mercenary? He is still confident. There must be a reason, people call it a habit. They asked Ruth, hey, magician. What do you think? Do you think the leader is a mutated person? Ruth smirked, can you stop talking nonsense? I know his personality. I will only die if the commander catches me talking nonsense about that day like this. A soldier suddenly asked. By the way, so I'll ask, how long have you known the leader? Ruth sighed, the first time I met him was probably when he was 16 years old. It's been a while and he looks much younger than I thought. They were startled, 16. Did you really meet him at such a young age? It's unbelievable, I can't believe the Riftan leader was young. What did he look like? Ruth said he was the same back then as he is now. Actually, back then it seemed more reckless and cruel, he lived like there was no tomorrow. Another guy suddenly remembered, why do I get the feeling that I haven't seen the leader much these days? The servant said he spent most of his time in his bedroom. Who would have imagined that our cold and heartless leader would be so infatuated with the Duke of Croy's daughter? Ruth is upset. If you've finished saying all those stupid things, then please, eat quickly and go to sleep. I still have important things to do. Then they laughed loudly. I still can't believe it. That day, after leaving the bathroom, Riftan gently hugged her on the bed. How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere? Eyes startled, no, I'm fine. He gave her a drink. Drink this. Maxie took it, let me drink it myself. She wondered in her mind what he thought of her. Riftan reminded Yen, I knew she was tired and left. She sighed. It's true that I'm exhausted, but is it okay if I stay like this? Don't even do anything. The servants will definitely look down on me because I'm a lazy master who doesn't get out of bed all day. He gently fed Maxie grapes. She chewed slowly in her mouth. Riftan kept looking at her while she ate. He suddenly swore because he was jealous of the whole grape, making Maxie bewildered. Then said, Maxie just suddenly noticed, have you been scratched? Me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you in pain? Riftan suddenly turned away shyly. Even when I fought with the basilisk, I didn't get a single scratch. Maxi worried, sorry sir. Let me call someone to bring medicine. Riftan suddenly stared at her, making Maxi confused. What a dangerous creature. Then suddenly, he leaned in and kissed Maxi fiercely. He pressed her down on the bed again. From the first moment I saw her I knew right away. She will be like that with me. His whole body was bleeding from her scratches. Riftan leaned down and kissed her neck, startling Maxi. Then he gently caressed that small hand. The two continued to talk endlessly that day. Time passed like that, with the heavy rain, it turned into night, then dawn broke again and the sun shone brightly, just like that day 3 years ago. The next day the sun was back in Anatole territory. Early that morning, Maxi was still lying in bed. The servants in the castle were busy preparing. Maxi opened her eyes, sunlight shining into the room. She looked at the servant who was being polite. Maxi asked them, do you know where Riftan is? She was a bit disappointed. Did he leave while I was sleeping? The servant replied, the Lord is at the training ground with his bodyguards. He said he would depart around noon. Maxi breathed a sigh of relief. She got out of bed, this time I could say goodbye to him. Has the busy servant outside loaded all the things into the cart? Be careful here, okay? Maxi, you dress beautifully, as the butler said, please tell the Lord that lunch is ready. After changing clothes, Maxi immediately ran down. I can buy a little more time before he leaves. At this time at the Riftan training ground, I was strict. I don't accept that. Each of us should be valued equally. All knights who participated in the battle must be present at the celebration ceremony. Ruth raised his hand. Calypso, you're right. Knight Zagon should be present during the congratulatory ceremony. There are already Sister Oberon and Sister Cedric protecting Anatun. I'm also planning to stay here forever. Riftan sighed. I would feel more secure if you stayed. Riftan then suddenly saw a small figure looming outside the door. His expression suddenly became bewildered. End of meeting, okay? The soldiers said in unison. Yes, Commander. Maxi stood outside a bit hesitantly, except for me who rushed here without thinking about anything. How can I get back to him? What if I bother him? Suddenly a tall figure appeared in front of her. Riftan ran out without realizing it. Maxi stammered, Rodrigo texted, lunch is ready, so I came by to let you know. He said loudly. Attention everyone, it's time for lunch. He bowed his head worriedly, by the way, how is she feeling? Last night at the end of the show, she said it hurt. Maxi was startled and confused. I'm okay. Riftan smiled. If only she could have said that while we were having sex in bed. Maxi stammered, You can't say things like that, what if someone hears us? He suddenly reached out to her. My lady though non. Suddenly he frowned. You seem worried. Then suddenly hugged Maxi. Damn, I really don't want to go. Maxi thought, he has to leave soon. She patted Riftan's back. Sir, do your best, she expected in her heart. But I wish he could stay a little longer, Maxi stammered. Come on, it's time to eat, everyone's waiting. Then the two of them went to the restaurant together. Maxi felt nervous, the way to the restaurant that seemed far away seemed closer and I couldn't say a word. Until noon that day. At departure time. Riftan rode on the horse's back. I'll go and go home, Maxi said awkwardly. Sir, have a safe journey. Remember to take care of yourself too. Hearing that, Riftan's heart seemed to be soothed. I just need those words from you. He bent down and kissed her hair. Maxi's face suddenly turned red after kissing him. Riftan smiled. I will return soon. Maxi said, I will wait for you. Then the group of knights set out. They left Anatun Castle together. Maxi stood there watching the group of knights gradually disappear. The butler suddenly spoke up, he has changed. Maxi turned to look when she heard his voice. He smiled, this is the first time the Lord has told everyone that he will be back soon. It's all thanks to you. Madam. To be honest. Before the Lord took over, Anatun was just a deserted field. Then the walls were built to protect the people. The Lord worked very hard to rebuild Anatole. The Lord received the task of dealing with monsters. Building the wall was also his own money. Now he continues to protect the people, but he always leaves without ever setting a date to return. The butler sniffed. We were so worried. What if he never comes back? I believe that it was only after the lady arrived that the Lord began to consider making this his home. Maxie suddenly frowned. Home? You and your servant are happy, smiling. We are happy that the lady has come. Maxie wondered in her heart, do I deserve to hear such kind words? I can't do anything for Riftan. Everyone knows that they are useless. She clutched the skirts of Riftan and everyone here. Maybe he'll start treating me the same way my dad did. If I get thrown away again, me. Just one night after Riftan left, the emptiness when Riftan left was soon filled with anxiety. Maxie fell ill. Worried servants surrounded the lady's bed. Symptoms are similar to being under extreme stress. Don't worry, ma'am, you'll get better soon. It seemed like the fatigue and accumulation from having to travel long distances and get used to a new living environment had exhausted her. The servant said, today I will take care of your ladies. Go and rest in the morning. Maxie, don't forget to get more medicine from the magician. Maxie was dreamy, her warm voice filled with concern. At this moment, Ruta spoke up, you must be very tired, ma'am. Maxie shed tears. It seemed like this voice was warmer than her feverish body temperature. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be greedy for this warmth. The knights walked forever through the forest, until it was dark. In the nearby bushes, a growl rang out. Then they continued on their way. Some of them lamented, the monsters keep coming. Why are there so many monsters the closer we get to the capital? This shortcut. They looked at the blonde-haired soldier and wondered, how is this guy still so neat and clean? The orange-haired soldier was annoyed, you damn monsters, go away. They rode their horses as fast as they could. He suddenly frowned, looked straight ahead. Hands tightened on the reins with determination. Riftan shouted loudly, whoever is left behind should take care of themselves. They tried together, understood. Commander. At the castle right now, the servant reminded Maxie, it's cold outside. She stammered, I'm fine. Rudy put his coat on her, but even so, the lady had only been sick for 2 days. She saw a boy trying to carry a heavy bucket of water. Do such young children already have to work? Man below. Rubbing the boy's head, Maxie thought, the boy is very good, he carried the whole bucket of water without doing more than half of it. Maxie thought to herself, the boy looked very happy to be able to contribute to everybody. She suddenly raised her head and looked up at the sky. I don't know when I will be able to smile like that again. Maxie was silent, feeling the sunlight. If you're not born a boy, then at least you should be like a normal person, otherwise you'll just die like your mother. The horrible words came rushing back, making Maxie pause. She bowed her head sadly, and the servant immediately noticed, Madam. Rudis looked at that trembling appearance, his body cold. Why do you want to go inside? Even when you said you'd be back soon. She clasped her hands, I don't want to disappoint you, Riftan. He will allow me to continue to stay by his side. I'm determined, I will change. Maxie said to Rudis, please, call the merchant guild for me. It's very different, isn't it? Ruth reminded, 1 liram is equal to 12 dirhams. If we go by what the lady just calculated, Lord Riftan will definitely go bankrupt. He must have gone into the dragon's den to kill more of them too soon. Maxie trembled nervously, because I'm not used to managing books. Ruth reminded, then you should say it soon, the housekeeper will understand. Maxie suddenly startled and blushed in panic. Don't. You told me, you would, help me. Ruth was stunned, look at her trembling appearance. A few days ago, after meeting with the Chamber of Commerce and deciding on tomorrow to start construction. Maxie sighed. Maxie suddenly saw the servant. They bowed awkwardly, Madam. Maxie looked at them in confusion. Should I do this? There are so many things I have to prepare, the amount of materials seems limitless, I can't count them all. I don't even know if I'm doing it right or wrong. Then he sighed and lay down on the table. then suddenly made a loud noise, making Maxie completely startled. At this time, the cloaked person was standing nearby and silent. Ruth showed her face. "Why are you so noisy these days?" Maxie panicked. Ruth. The two of you sat across from each other in the study room. Ruth was upset. "Every time I was about to take a nap, why was she so noisy these past few days?" Maxie stammered. I, noisy when? Ruth recounted how she spent a lot of time in the library. "Does the lady not know that she is disturbing my sleep?" Maxie blushed in panic. "Wait, how many days has he been watching me? Why don't I know anything?" She hesitated. I thought I was the only one here." Ruth was helpless. "You're in the library, raising your voice like that, it's very impolite." Maxie pointed at Ruth. But, you're the one who arbitrarily used the library as a room, a bedroom." Ruth suddenly bowed her head in a scary manner. "Maybe people don't know anything. But ma'am, there are still people running in the middle of the night to ask a magician to cure them." Ruth remembered that night the servant rushed. "Please, can someone perform a healing spell for me?" Ruth was helpless, she was simply exhausted. "Magic doesn't help, and they also ask for healing herbs. I know I'm the only magician in the castle, so I understand their desperation. But bothering me day and night like this." Maxie's mood suddenly dropped because she felt guilty. Ruth waved her hand. "It's okay, that's my duty. Anyway, I'm glad that the lady is well again. Also, may I ask what you're doing?" He looked down at the table. Maxie was startled and shouted, Don't look." Then he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Ruth trembled. "How is this possible?" Maxie panicked. Please, give it back to me." He frowned, turned around and said, "How much have you spent?" Maxie stammered, "Yeah, well Riftan said we don't need to worry about money." Ruth shouted loudly, "So what's the matter? If you need help, you have to open your mouth to ask." That's how the remedial class with Ruth began. Ruth explained, "When I told you to find someone to help me, I meant to find Rodrigo." Maxie was worried, but he had already agreed. Help me," she thought. If she asked Rodrigo, he would definitely think he was the one. Incompetent. Ruth sarcastically said, "Madam, being brazen is no different from your husband's virtue." She suddenly blushed. How could that be? Riftan is completely different from me. He is very trustworthy and very sincere. He is a very kind person." Those compliments made Ruth tired of hearing them. He sighed, "Stop focusing for me." Not even a few minutes later, Ruth scolded back, "Another mistake. Here again, another mistake." Maxie nodded vigorously, she was trembling. You can take a look," Ruth immediately interrupted, "That's enough for you today." Maxie lay down. Thank you. Ruth was also tired to death. That afternoon after the end of the day, Maxie stammered that thanks to Uncle Ruth, we could cut down on expenses. "Thank you, Ruth." Ruth sighed. "Madam really can't stand it, just like him, she really can't stand it." Suddenly, he stopped when he noticed. His footsteps stopped in front of the tree. Maxie looked at the magician in bewilderment. Ruth. He looked up at me and saw that the lady had a plan to renovate the garden, right? She nodded. "Yes, that's right. I'm not sure if Riftan will like it or not." She said, but, I heard that this tree is dead and cannot grow any leaves. Wouldn't it be better and better to chop it up for firewood? Ruth said, "The people of Anatole believe that a goddess resides in the trees, so they are very careful when cutting down trees, even if they are dead." "And this is an oak tree," Ruth said. Maxie wondered. Oak trees, what's so special about oak trees? The story that every child has heard at least once in their life, about the man who ended the war from ancient times of darkness with a sword blessed by God, and founded the mighty Roem Empire. Man Sir. Legend has it that he rode a white dragon to heaven after completing his duty. This legend is somewhat special to the Anatolian people. People believe that Sir rode the dragon of heaven from the hill outside Anatole Castle. The people of Anatole grew up with the story passed down through word of mouth for generations. So everyone knows the famous love story between Sir and the goddess of the oak tree. Everyone believes that the goddess is still waiting for Sir to return. So, every time the spring festival comes, all the virgins go to the fields to sing in harmony. Song that blesses the goddess's love. Maxie suddenly hesitated and asked, so if we cut down oak trees to get firewood. She was confused. What should I do? I can't let the tree die here. This looks very creepy. Ruth suddenly glanced at Maxie's appearance. Then he sighed helplessly before her. Let me try to see if I can revive this tree. Not long after, the servants in the castle were talking. Have you heard the news yet? My lady asked the magician to revive the oak tree in the castle. My God, is that a dead tree? Emily said that the lady had been in the library until late at night taking care of the castle's renovation. No wonder, people from the merchant guild are visiting the castle so often these days. Ludie's Low is an overworked lady. After all, she just got up from illness. They recounted, the first day we welcomed the lady home. He appeased the Lord's anger towards us. Remember? They just peeled potatoes. Just chatting. I was so scared, like I couldn't breathe. I almost fainted. Some of them giggled. The Lord is handsome. But but for the lady, the Lord is completely different. I've never seen him smile so brightly. I guess the rumors about the romantic relationship between him and Lord Agnes are all wrong. If that's true, then why did the Lord take the lady back to the castle? First of all, just get angry. If you get angry again, we must cherish the lady as much as possible. But I still feel uncertain, busy with construction, so I forgot to prepare for winter. When Riftan is away from home, I have to manage everything carefully. Suddenly, a man threw down the basket, then shouted, that's enough chatter. I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure the food here is billions of times better than at the Croy Tower. The servant laughed. Anatole is located on the outskirts of the continent. How could the food be better? He laughed, she said. Because you haven't witnessed the lady's sparkling eyes every time he eats. As for me, I'm 100% sure. A servant said happily. That's right, Ludie said that she likes tea very much. Proud man, see. The lady will fall in love with Anatole, it's all thanks to the work from this kitchen. I'm worried that I will have to serve someone who is demanding. That's true. The rumors are not trustworthy at all. I haven't had much contact with her, but she seems like a kind princess. Okay. Enough of the rambling. Concentrate on work. That afternoon was still in the library. You're in shock again. Even Ruth said this was fine. Maxie was worried, did I do something wrong again? Suddenly he threw it on the table. I think this is fine. I don't see any mistakes. Only then did Maxie breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the coins of different values sparkling on the table. His eyes suddenly lit up and he gently touched a coin. So this is the Durham silver coin, the currency used in the southern continent, and this Tadone coin is Lyram. Maxie was excited. Look at their different sizes. She suddenly looked at Ruth with sparkling eyes. He was depressed. What happens now? She asked him. Why are we using the currency of the Imperial, ROEM Empire in the southern continent? How long has it been since the Imperial, ROEM Empire collapsed? What about the southern continent? Ruth glanced. I didn't think you could ask this question. He spread out the paper. What do you know about the western continent? Maxie remembers. I know the western continent consists of 7 kingdoms, including Arweden. Ruth is serious. But before that, the western continent was under the rule of the REM Empire. Before that period, the entire continent's territory was divided into 10 kingdoms, Lord Darien along with 10 heroes from those kingdoms. That united the entire continent to create the Rome Empire. After the fall of the Rome dynasty, the continent was divided into 7 different kingdoms. Whedon is also one of them. The king and his lords participated in countless battles to protect and expand their territories. After that, the countries had to sign a truce to fight the monsters that were growing in huge numbers. That was from 30 years ago. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling her. Madam, what are you doing here alone? Maxie looked around. Who is that? And the person who stands to benefit the most in this matter is Duke Croy. The Duke was once one of the lords of Wheaton, and then successfully took over the fertile lands of the Rem family. But since the Seven Kingdoms signed the armistice, Riftan started applying pressure, forcing the Duke to return the territory he had stolen from them, so he lost nearly half of his territory. Then the Duke decided to marry a member of the Rem family to preserve his territory. So, he married her mother Arian Gertha Rem. Her mother was the first in the list of heirs of the Rem family. This marriage allowed him to avoid territorial disputes. This is a famous story across the continent. Please forgive me for introducing myself late, my lady. I am Ulysses Jova. Next year I will be old enough to be a knight. He clicked his tongue. I guess the Duke has a different strategy now. He clenched his hands, angry. She looked away. Ruth? Speak clearly. But I understand what he means. It's a marriage between Jetta and the royal family. From then on, Dad became even stricter with me, because he was afraid I would hinder her. Ruth hesitated. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I just want to clarify that the name ROEM still holds sway. Maxie waved his hand. No. No, you don't make me difficult or uncomfortable at all. So, what about the currency in the southern continent? Ruth replied. Their commerce is more developed, so we use their money too. If a currency is too valuable, transactions will be very inconvenient. We can't split the currency into pieces. You're too poor to buy just one apple, right? In addition, there was also shekel bronze cast in bronze used by common people. Dant bronze was only for the upper class. If you can remember all of this, you'll be fine. Ah, remember that the Dant is the ROEM currency with the highest value in the world. It was as big as a book and was cast from orichalcum. The whole continent only has 600 Dant coins, but Sir Riftan Tan owns 160 Dant coins. Maxie immediately marveled in admiration. He said that 6 years ago, he found them in a monster cave in Osiria. At that time, he hunted monsters like a madman and collected all kinds of treasures in the world. In the treasure vault, the Dant has the greatest value. He has 200 dong. But spent 40 dong to build city walls, roads in the village and repair many things. Maxie was surprised. He did everything for just 40 coins. Ruth was immediately annoyed. 20 dong is enough. He kept pushing the construction process quickly. So in the end, it became an overspend, wasting all that money for nothing. I decided to become a knight after watching his sword fight. Ruth was upset. In the future there will be more expenses. I won't allow any overreach. Can't let that happen. I have to review my spending plan again. She wanted to put this expensive glass on the window, so she spent lavishly. Roem Empire level or something. The crystal fountain is such a waste. Cancel the order. Go. What's this? Do you know how much it would cost to tile the entire hall with marble? You really don't know anything in this world. She thought back to the time she fainted. Did that time count? But I don't want to say I haven't seen it yet. I'm his wife. The foreman was scared to death, my lady. If I cancel my order now, it will be very complicated. You've already approved it all, she said. I'm sorry, but we haven't started construction yet, the foreman pleaded. Please think again, she sighed and thought, I'm sorry, Adejan. But Ruth's nagging is a bit terrifying compared to my exhausted strength. Not long after, the castle was changing. The castle began to undergo renovations. As soon as the materials were shipped by the merchant guild, the servants all felt excited. As the castle gradually transformed, the butler said, at your ladyship's request, we have replaced all the windows in the banquet hall and the 8 largest drawing rooms in the castle. The windows in the ladies' rooms have been replaced with crystal. Windows in the training camp, library and dining area were replaced with bulk glass. I have already instructed the workers. The remaining rooms are covered with sheepskin and installed with latched doors, wall sconces. And what about the brazier, ma'am? Maxie stammered, please, make sure everything is in order for me. I want to put the brazier in the great hall and along the corridors. Remember to put 2 more charcoal stoves in the room, the kitchen. Bring the rest to the training camp and guard station. The butler nodded. I understand, ma'am. But I still feel uncertain, busy with construction, so I forgot to prepare for winter. When Riftan is away from home, I have to manage everything carefully. At least, the ledger is carefully recorded and calculated, according to the list. Then I have to review the castle's reserves to make sure there's not enough inventory. Today I have to stop by the horse bell and the blacksmith workshop, then. Suddenly there was a voice, I bet when you return, the Lord will be very surprised. Maxie paused. She turned back to look at the servants talking to each other. The castle looks beautiful now. After replacing the chandelier, it will be even more beautiful. Lord Riftan will be happy. Maxie blushed slightly, worried. Will he really be happy? You're in shock again. Even Ruth said this was fine. She immediately ran to check the horse bell. Maxie immediately grabbed the ledger and ran to the horse bell. The man who was cleaning there was startled when he saw her. Madam. What wind brought you here? Why isn't anyone escorting you? Maxie faltered. I came to see if you needed anything else to prepare for the season, winter. He said, I think we need new partitions for the bells, these stupid ponies are playing like hell. But the carpenter's things are very old, and we don't have enough wood. Maxie nodded. Ah, I see. Is there anything else you need? He said, we need more hay for the winter, too, my lady. Maxie smiled. I'll add everything to the order list. Then the old man respectfully said, May God bless you, ma'am, thank you very much. Maxie sighed, looking at the notebook. I'll order more wood, carpentry tools, and hay for the horses. And it's really not easy to manage a castle. At least now that I'm interacting with and meeting strangers, I'm no longer so anxious. Although our mouths and tongues were still pressed together, it was less than a year ago. Then the wind suddenly blew past her. Maxie's hair kept flying in the wind. She suddenly remembered those words. Her hair looks like red clouds. During the celebration ceremony, he was certainly splendid and majestic. Noble ladies would not immediately fall in love with him. After all, he was the hero of the entire continent. Does he think staying by my side was a mistake? Suddenly a voice rang out, startling her. Madam, what are you doing here alone? Maxie looked around. Who is that? The soldiers were confused. There is no need to be on guard, my lady, they said to each other. I think you scared the lady, Yulizan. What? Not at all. At this moment, the soldier suddenly remembered. He patted his chest. Please forgive me for introducing myself late, my lady. I am Ulis Jova. Next year I will be old enough to be a knight. The other person is also polite, Gazoli Vie Kayan, ma'am, the soldier introduced. But it's still potentially dangerous if you walk around alone. Especially since outsiders visit the castle often these days. Yulizan excitedly, ma'am, please allow me to escort you. Even though I'm not a knight yet, I will sacrifice my life to protect you. Maxie falteringly refused. What? No, I'm okay. Yulizan was immediately disappointed. That's right. You probably think I'm not trustworthy. Maxie had to speak up. Then please escort me for a while, he said happily. I will not disappoint you, ma'am. She silently wondered, was this okay? Suddenly Yulizan shouted, startling her. Madam. Maxie faltered. I heard that merchants rarely visit the castle in the winter, so I wanted to check to see if, do you need anything? Yulizan nodded. Oh, we're also going to the smithy. Last time I practiced I broke my sword. I don't know if I can achieve a part of Sir Riftan, Garo said. Next year we will be Knights of Rem Dragon. Don't you think that's your purpose? Yulizan immediately interrupted. Garo, you don't know how powerful Sir Riftan is. Forget about 1/10 of it, and even 1/100th of it like him is considered excellent. Maxie spoke up. Is Riftan that great? He excitedly said, one word is not enough to describe it all. He is considered the reincarnation of Sir Rem Wigru. Not to mention the strongest knight on the continent. 6 years ago, he defeated Livadon's Sir Shilu Aran in friendly combat, then defeated Osiria's Sir Quaho Leon while slaying the dragon. Riftan defeated 2 of the 5 knights considered to be the incarnation of Sir Rem Wigru. I decided to become a knight after watching his sword fight. Before slaying dragons, Riftan was already the top of the top. Have you ever seen him swing a sword? She suddenly felt guilty. Of course I saw it. She thought back to the time she fainted. Did that time count? But I don't want to say I haven't seen it yet. I'm his wife. Maxi hesitated. I, with my own eyes, saw Riftan swing his sword, cutting the giant in half in the blink of an eye. He blew them away in just one note. You two were really amazed. There are 10 giants. Madam, please tell me the details. She suddenly stopped. Maxi was speechless. Huh. Well, we were sitting in the carriage, when suddenly, a loud scream tore through the quiet atmosphere. That sound sounded terrible. Very. At that time. I thought it was the sky was falling. Riftan immediately jumped out of the car. He held a sword in his hand, ready to fight. He's fast, so fast that I don't know when he pulled out his sword, Yulazan excitedly said. Of course. No one can draw his sword faster than Sir Riftan. Maxi shouted heroically. Then blood shot out like rain. When the giant tried to lift his wings, his severed arm like this, blood splattered everywhere. Maxi was startled and turned around to see where the voice came from. Then startled, what is he doing here? That person is still talking. Even considerate. Ruth looked at you after that fierce battle, witnessed the entire journey with her own eyes, right? Dusk fell again under the oak tree. 2 soldiers asked, Magician Ruth. What are you doing here? He handed me a bag. I'm making reagents on your ladyship's orders, Yulazan said. My lady just told us the story of Sir Riftan killing 10 giants in the blink of an eye. Ruth scratched her chin. 10 giants, you bastards, Maxi whispered, hugging the notebook tightly, her heart pounding. I didn't think anyone would catch my rants. Ruth looks at you like that. You probably haven't mentioned the battle with the werewolves, right? The other 2 were startled. Werewolves? Ruth nodded. Yeah, we encountered 7 werewolves when we got close to Anatole territory. A group of werewolves rushed in to attack us, so many that their fur would spread out into a carpet that would cover the entire mountain. Maxi deliberately used a notebook to cover her red face. I wish I had this hole. Let me jump down right away. Ruth suddenly suggested. How about I ask you to tell me every detail about that battle, my lady? She suddenly felt embarrassed and hesitant. Ruth looked at her hesitant appearance. Ah. Surely we can't waste any more of your time when you're busy like this. Maxi immediately turned around. Yes, that's right. I don't have much free time right now, she said to herself. For God's sake, I should get out of here before this mouth starts talking again. Then Ruth suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, I was so engrossed in talking about destroying monsters that I forgot that I had news for you, ma'am. Maxi was bewildered. News? Ruth give you a piece of paper. Sir Riftan used the magic device at the castle to send this letter to my tower. Maybe it will take about 15 days for the knights. No, with their speed, it will take about 10 days to be home. Ruth scratched her head and sighed. I guess he doesn't want to stay there another second. If there's nothing he needs to do. Yulazan laughed. Sir Riftan must have been worried about Anatole's safety, that's why he returned so early. If there are many werewolves around here, Anatole must be in danger. Maxi hugged the paper and hurriedly ran away. That's it, thank you for letting me know. I have to visit the smithy. I'm leaving. The 2 soldiers behind were confused. Lady, wait for us, and Maxi tried to go as quickly as possible. The sound of her shoes echoing on the floor, I can still feel the warmth from the paper. Then Maxi suddenly stopped. She thought, reminiscing about beautiful memories. Maxi hugged the warm paper so tightly that I felt Ruth's grumpiness turn into kindness. Riftan, until tomorrow. Maxie entered the library. She looked worried. Why is he still sleeping here? Ruth said, I think the oils and candles we prepared are enough. We still have a lot of unused cutlery, so we should take it off the list. Who can use this soap and scented oil? Maxie was confused. I see many knights seem to like baths and saunas a lot, he said sarcastically. You think that group of men can use luxury things? Is that so? If your whole body is filled with the scent of flowers, those people will definitely have a swollen face. Look, you just need to buy enough for yourself. Let me add a few more to the list. Maxie looked at him. What does he want to buy? Is he writing Gerard Kazaham? Maxie immediately shouted, there, those are books. You can't buy books for yourself with the castle's funds. These things are both expensive and wasteful. Ruth sighed, Madam, knowledge is the most valuable asset. I assure you, I don't buy books for myself, I buy them for the library. Everyone can come here and read whatever they want. Maxie remembered Ruth's frowning appearance. She frowned. Everyone, are you reading to your heart's content? But he always makes me, even though he's the lady of the castle, walk softly and speak softly, looking first and looking back carefully in the library. She pointed at the mess. Do you think everyone will feel free to use the library while you sleep here, Ruth? Moreover, you don't have anything urgent right now. You can return to your tower. There. Ruth calmly said, my tower is full of research papers, the library is the cradle of knowledge. So this place is the cradle that lulls me to sleep. I'm as quiet as a book, so I don't see any problems. Maxie was so angry that he was shaking. He took over the castle's entire watchtower for himself and is now taking over the library. She was angry and turned away. No. I can't order those red clay things like that. Do you think you can brazenly buy the things you like after leaving out the things I want to buy? Ruth argued, I am the magician of this castle, spreading knowledge and skills to myself is also good for Anatole. Maxie didn't fit. I know. You can buy what you need, but those books aren't magic books. Ruth was surprised. How did you know? She shouted loudly, I am also the one who spent 2 years stuck in the library. I also know the names of the sages, like Gerald K. Kazaham for example. You didn't tell me to spend money on road construction next year, we can't overspend on these things. She blushed. Child, what child? What are you talking about? Ruth calmly said, it's normal for a husband and wife to have children. Don't you want to raise the child to be a smart and understanding person? In Maxie's mind, he gradually imagined the child, descendant of Riftan. A cute little baby. Ruth picked up the paper from the ground. Now, ma'am. He spread the paper out in front of her. Knowledge is more valuable than gold and silver. This is the most important and wonderful inheritance that you can pass on to your children. Ruth looked at her with steady eyes. Maxie panicked. I don't have any children yet. Ruth shouted, it's too late by the time he's born. Children need knowledge to grow up. The next day, in a dark place, a few drops of blood were dripping down into the whole bucket of blood. Someone suddenly raised a knife. He coldly looked at what was in front of him. He smiled, it's okay. The other people were completely stunned. He calmly threw the fish down. The other man said, these bloody scenes will make you lose your appetite. Why don't you guys wait? Ulazin is still cheerful. You're right, you're very brave, you even witnessed blood spraying like rain from that giant. Of course, Maxie stammered. Something like this is so stupid. They still continue. Uli, I've drained all the blood from this fish. Give it here, I'll cut it into pieces. Maxie closed her eyes tightly, comforting herself for not seeing anything. Nothing, no fish was beheaded. It wasn't until a long while later that Ulyss shouted. It's all done. Ulyss smiled brightly. While you're waiting, can you tell me more about your encounter with the werewolves? Ulyss holds a huge fish. Madam, this fish is a gift for you, consider it, thank you for telling us the story yesterday. Maxie was speechless and thought to himself. Oh no, now I have to make up another story. She hesitated while the other two stared. When she turned back, the other two also looked. Then after a while, the chef brought out a sumptuous meal. The food is ready. You have to eat it while it's still hot for it to be delicious. Maxie looked at the plate of food with sparkling eyes. She couldn't wait and immediately cut the meat. Maxie gasped in excitement. Delicious, so delicious. The housekeeper said that Akri fish live in clear streams high in the mountains, making their meat both soft and fatty. Maxie chewed the meat. Maybe that's why the fish is not Riftan but like Riftan in my mouth. The two soldiers were excited. We will catch more for you, my lady. Nothing is as delicious as Akri in the fall. That evening's dinner passed peacefully. Then the next day it was morning again. Not long after, it moved to the afternoon. The castle is gradually being beautifully renovated. The main hall has been decorated with lights. On the ceiling hangs a luxurious chandelier. Curtains hung on the windows, and paintings hung on the walls. A new statue has also just been placed there. She thought to herself, when Riftan mentioned renovating the castle, I was very worried. The servants around were praising me endlessly, but seeing these changes, how much effort was put into it, it's true. It's not a waste. Maxie touched the sparkling window glass. I have to ask Rodrigo to send Adazan my thanks. Thanks to him, I can buy goods and hire workers. At this moment, suddenly there was a voice. This place is truly unrecognizable. Sir Riftan will be surprised when he comes back. Maxie turned around in surprise. Ruth, do you think he will like it? Maxie was immediately angry. If you compliment me, you'll drop dead or something. Ruth had no choice but to sarcasm. The castle looks so wonderful. The bright light seems to blind my eyes, the brilliant splendor seems to invade me, oh my God. Is this the temple of the goddess? Beauty. Really, it's truly the pinnacle of aesthetics. Maxie was also speechless as she looked at him stretching and yawning loudly. Maxie was immediately excited, her eyes were as bright as car headlights. The next morning, the servants were all excited and invited each other to go see it. Maxie watched him with her heart pounding. Suddenly Ruth turned and glanced at her. He calmly. Okay, let's begin. Ruth held out a bottle of green liquid. Ruth poured the green liquid onto the roots of the oak tree. He took a deep breath, then stared, focusing on the oak tree. Suddenly Ruth stretched her arms up into the air. We beg you, please reach out your hands to heal our humble servants with your power. Maxie looked confused. Wait. Are magic spells always so ostentatious? I thought he would use some simple spells. The Archbishop has treated me hundreds of thousands of times since I was a child, but have they ever chanted a spell like this? Or is it because this isn't divine magic, right? She secretly glanced behind her. The servants behind him were all excited and admiring. Maxie was also stunned and looked at Ruth. She remembered those words. If the servants knew that the lady had tried to revive the tree with magic but still failed, then they would understand and accept it when she cut the tree down for firewood. Now the question is how to make them understand the problem. Maxie thought to himself, that's why he's showing off like this. With this, the servant will see that we have tried our best to save the tree. I think he's enjoying himself a lot. She laughed, though. A bright light appeared. Ruth was concentrating on casting magic. Maxie was stunned. Is this Ruth's magic? She reached out and touched it, so beautiful. Maxie looked blankly at the thing in her hand. What is this? Did I just absorb this light? Suddenly a voice rang out, unexpected. Ruth looked at her. It seems you have an affinity for mana, my lady. Maxie was confused. Affinity with mana? Ruth's explanation, the foundation of all magic is mana control. Having an affinity for mana means one has achieved the prerequisites for learning magic. Maxie looked at what was in Ruth's hand, prerequisites for learning magic. The magic in Ruth's hands disappeared. I shook my hands. That's just a necessary condition, just like people with quick hands and feet are suitable for learning swordsmanship. That alone is not enough to become a magician. She killed her hand, of course, right? There's no way I'm good enough. Ruth glanced at her. But that is a rare kind of talent, my lady, she marveled. Mean. What do you mean? Ruth continued, when I first met you, I thought you were a weak, shy, reserved lady. The more I know you, the more interesting I find you, she faltered. No, it's not like you're praising me, Ruth lamented. I've been working tirelessly for the past few days, this seriously insomniac man can only praise me like that. Maxie was so shocked that he froze. What a shameless person. I caught him sleeping in the library countless times. She raised her foot and kicked the tree. By the way, did we succeed in reviving the tree? She said a little sulky. He's a bit insolent but he works very hard. Ruth was indifferent. I'm not sure, Maxie said bewildered. Why aren't you sure? He looked at the tree and explained, I just infused the tree with earth manna. If it works, the tree will only sprout, so we'll have to wait until spring to know, Ruth said. Explain. The workers worked hard, nor the servants. Rudis says, ma'am. I don't think we'll be able to make enough winter clothes for the guards. Can we order the missing quantity? Rudy bowed his head. Yes, ma'am. Besides, if possible, you should order more leather belts and needles. Maxie looked at the paper. Okay. You go ask the kitchen, if the kitchen needs anything else, and. At this time, the butler suddenly called out, Madam. He panicked, there's something big going on. At this time, people in the castle were riding horses and galloping away. The housekeeper was upset. On this continent, everyone knows. Right now, our knights are attending a celebration ceremony in the capital. The Lord is absent, and they deliberately visit like this, how suspicious. If those people were real knights, they would be very difficult to deal with. Right now, those people have rushed in on horses. Even if he's a low-ranked knight, he's still on par with dozens of guards. The worst case of Ruth riding a horse is when the other guy is a real lord of Livaeon. If we upset him by refusing to let him in, there's bound to be a violent dispute. Maxie trembled, his hands trying to tighten the reins. She silently told herself that she was the one to protect Anatole in Riftan's absence, so she had to be strong. Ruth and Sir Adazan are accompanying me. The castle guards shouted loudly, we cannot open the city gate unless you present another noble or Jia Hui seal. Out there. They shouted, I told you I lost it. It is your responsibility to welcome guests and treat them with the utmost respect. The soldier replied, you must prove it. Then they immediately bowed when they saw the lady. The guy outside looked up. Are you the Lord of Anatole? Ruth said calmly, I'm just a servant. Then he looked towards Maxie, Madam. She tried to suppress the fear in her heart and walked away. The blonde frowned when he saw it. Maxie's silhouette appeared on the citadel. He smirked, nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm sure you've been informed. I'm Robi Midahas, Lord of the Livadon Tree. I came with good intentions, befriending the knights when I heard the news of victory in the recent dragon-slaying campaign. I hope you will welcome us and allow us to enter the castle. Maxie immediately turned to look at Ruth. She told herself not to be afraid. Maxie stammered, I heard, that you have nothing to prove your origin, nor can I allow any unknown individual to enter into the castle. He smiled, confidently, on the way here, we lost our badge. Your monks can determine our identity immediately when we step foot into the citadel gate. Maxie tried to be clear, Anatole, do not welcome guests of unknown identity. This is the rule of the Lord, we cannot be ignored. As long as you have the object, name, then the company turns back. He said in a scornful voice, I don't understand what you're talking about. Call someone who can talk properly, come out and continue the conversation, and when you hear it, your face will immediately turn red with embarrassment. Maxie gritted her teeth, trying to hold back the humiliation. Ruth immediately stepped forward, you're talking to Anatole's lady, be careful what you say. Maxie frowned at him. Ruth was blocking her face. He's still shouting. I'm just telling the truth. I don't understand you. Maxie clenched her hands and told herself, I can't back out. Now I am the owner of Anatole Ma. She tried to shout loudly. I already told you. As long as you you have the object identified, then the company will return. I will not open the gate, the city gate. They were still speechless. We have passed through so many monster lairs to get here. Yet you want the miserable, sick travelers to return without any rest? No. Isn't Anatole's wife too harsh? She trembled in anger. Ta! He shouted. I will return with hundreds of knights. If you still refuse to let me enter the castle, I will not forget this insult. Maxi tried to say, no, without an identifier, I cannot. They still tried to argue. I told you your monks can confirm your identity. I told you what else. Ruth immediately responded, stop making unreasonable demands. Don't blame us when you're the one who lost the identification. Don't you think we can just let 30 people with armor? Are you wearing an iron suit and a Mao hat neatly marching straight into the territory? They shouted, is Anatole so weak that he cannot let 30 men enter the castle? The leader immediately clicked his tongue. I guess without your lord, Anatole is nothing more than a cave for cowards to hide in, huh? Obazin was indignant. How dare you? Ruth, open the gate now. I have to cut off that arrogant guy's head like a spinach stem. Ruth immediately reminded. Sir Obazin, the guys below are also ready to try their strength. So they launched magic loudly at the city wall. Ruth immediately panicked when she realized. He immediately raised his hands, fuck you. The whole citadel shook violently. Even he was unsteady on his feet. They continued to attack loudly. The soldiers inside rushed out, told to protect the city gate, to stop them. Ruth immediately deployed her shield. A magical shield was immediately erected, surrounding the citadel. A soldier outside immediately swung his sword. He only needs one hit. The shield has broken. Ruth panicked. Orabar. He shouted loudly. He's a high-level magician. Sir Obazin, he rushed up there. I'm worried. Obazin immediately climbed off the city wall, then landed on the ground with no small noise. Ruth panicked and shouted to Maxi, Madam, take shelter quickly. Maxi immediately obeyed him and ran away. Suddenly her foot tripped over a large rock. Maxi fell helplessly to her knees. Oh no, I can't move. Outside the citadel a confrontation is taking place. Obazin used all his strength to fight back. Both sides are fighting fiercely. The leader was extremely confident, smirked and gently fought back. Only the sound of swords clashing was heard. A sword was immediately sent flying. Then stick it straight into the ground immediately. The yellow-haired guy curled his lips in disdain. He immediately swung his sword and made a few basic moves. Suddenly he stopped when he heard the shout, the Rem Dragon Knights have returned. The Union flag is raised high. The Lord has returned. Riftan glared murderously. Meanwhile, Maxi is still struggling. She sat trembling on the ground, her body unable to move. Interrogate these new soldiers and then contact Gibadon. After that, it's not too late to decide that guy's fate. He quickly grabbed her hand. Quickly find a place to hide, I'll help you up. Don't let them enter the citadel. Quickly escort the lady to safety now. She was suddenly startled when she saw them noisily running out and the sound of fighting rang out. Maxi's face turned white with panic. Outside the village, people panicked, run home, hurry up. Quickly close all the doors and windows, everyone obeyed the guards and ran home. Maxi tried to grab Ruth's sleeve. He turned back to look, she faltered, yes, maybe we should try talking to them again. I have to do something. Whatever. Ruth shouted, you can't help, lady. Now get out of here, quickly. Those words made Maxi feel guilty. Her hand gradually loosened from Ruth's sleeve. Ruth immediately rushed to help. She looked at his figure and the soldiers trying to resist. The soldier supported her, Madam, we have to go. Maxi still looked after them. But the others are still. Attack my territory, then tell me to let you go. Hearing that name, Maxi was immediately stunned. The people in the village cried tears of joy. Maxi also collapsed because he was so scared. She couldn't control her tears. Outside the city gate, the silhouette of a majestic group of knights appeared. Maxi looked up with tears in her eyes. Riftan is back. The guards all shouted, the Lord has returned. The yellow-haired guy cursed angrily under his breath. Damn it, I was on watch, so why did you come back now? The sound of horses running was getting closer and closer. Riftan stared black-faced. Vandals. He glanced at them with eyes as sharp as knives. I don't think it's when I'm away from home. There's a guest coming to visit. He coldly waved his hand. Knight group, come immediately. The sound of Riftan's horse slowly approached the scoundrels. What do you call an uninvited guest? One of the knights replied, it's the invaders. The orange-haired guy also contributed, to be more precise, they're thieves and robbers. Riftan smirked. If you have the audacity to come to my domain and cause such a ruckus, then I will make sure to engrave the honor of God's holiness, your foolishness, and your disregard for the lives of my servants on the steel. Your grave. Riftan frowned, Lord Ah. The yellow-headed man shouted, yes, that's right. And your people insulted me by daring to ask my name, and then refused to let me enter the castle. This little brawl just got a little out of control. Riftan immediately glanced towards the city. The citadel gate has a large hole. The city's soldiers struggled and were covered in injuries. Rocks and swords were thrown everywhere. He smirked. Did you just say this was just a small fight? Riftan rode closer, the warlord immediately reined in. Then Riftan immediately drew his sword. The lord faltered, sorry for getting angry. Can we end the misunderstanding here? He was suddenly startled when the tip of the sword pointed straight at his neck. Riftan glared, that's starting a war. You bring it right in front of the city gate and attack. What else is it if it's not intentionally starting a war? In return, I will behead you and then come to your territory. Level everything, right? When he heard it, he immediately felt cold. He stammered in fear, do you want to break the armistice agreement of the 7 nations? Our king will never forgive you. Riftan said calmly, you lost the protection of your nation the moment you attacked the gates of the city. He was still speechless. I have hundreds of knights who have sworn allegiance in Kysa. If you really kill me, it will start a war. Riftan growled, then I'm very. Mr. New frowned indignantly. She secretly looked at him standing outside the window. Just as he was about to strike down, there was a loud call, Sir Riftan. He immediately stopped the sword stopper. Ruth hurriedly ran outside the city, I said while breathing. If this guy is really a noble of Gibadon, then he can't be killed here. Interrogate these new soldiers and then contact Gibadon. After that, it's not too late to decide that guy's fate. Riftan was stern, you dare have the audacity to go against my decision? Ruth explained, starting a war will only bring losses to us. It's better that we just follow the law and receive compensation. Riftan pointed his sword at the yellow-headed man, I want to go in. Wherever he looks, he will destroy the place and that's it. What are the rules? Several knights agreed, that's right, leader. I thought how special these guys were. Is it necessary to dirty the eyes of the lady who is present here? You must show the spirit of a knight, right? Riftan was suddenly stunned when he heard about his wife. He rolled his eyes, now what? Riftan glanced at the soldiers, where Maxi was sitting on the ground. Riftan gritted his teeth, wishing he could level them all. Ruth sighed. If a territorial dispute occurs while the lord is absent, it's only natural that your lady would have to take care of it. Attack my territory, then tell me to let you go. Or you raise your hands in surrender, or you will die right here. Then he had to drop his sword. Riftan ordered, tie them up, then put them all in prison for me. At this time, the soldier supported Maxi, Madam, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Maxi said with a drunk face I'm fine. She breathed a sigh of relief. But your face is still pale. Luckily, Riftan returned in time. Everything will be okay now, because he is here. Suddenly there was a noise. She stammered. Because some problems arise, so. Maxi bowed her head, her whole body trembling. I. At this moment, Riftan immediately raised his hand, then quickly caught her in Maxi's surprise. Riftan gently hugged her waist. He climbed off the horse and helped her stand steady. Back to the castle. Before going to a cleaner place, I decided. Maxi obediently climbed on the horse with Riftan. The wind blew through Anatole and Maxi remembered old memories. He has treated me very well. So now, I can only beg, please don't hate me because of the mistakes I have made. With that cold look. By the time they returned to the castle, it was already late afternoon. Riftan ordered Talal to be taken back to the barn. Then he carried her inside the castle. Maxi was secretly worried. Seeing the castle decorated like this, I wonder if he would be less angry. She looked up, looking at Riftan's grim face. It seems like he's so angry that he doesn't pay attention to his surroundings. She stammered, now you can let me down, I will go on my own. Maxi immediately bowed her head, her mood gradually worsening. He carried her to the room. She bowed her head in fear. Would he scold her now? Maybe he'll punish me like my father did. She secretly looked at him standing outside the window. But I just want to help everyone solve the problem as the Lord's wife. Why is he so angry? Riftan heard the noise and turned around. He gradually walked closer to Maxi, then gently placed a kiss on her lips. After a while, Riftan released her lips. But she still grabbed his shirt. The two of them breathed heavily after a deep kiss. What are you planning to do if I don't get back in time? Maxi stammered, I don't think they dare attack the citadel gates. He was angry and shouted, you shouldn't have been there. Maxi was suddenly surprised by the scolding. He frowned, you are never allowed to put yourself in danger again, understand? Maxi could only obediently nod. He sighed, then hugged her tightly, the moment I saw you there, I got cold all over. Damn it. I wouldn't have crossed the forest or stream day or night to see her like that. Maxi also reached out to him, then gently touched the wound on Riftan's neck. She lovingly stroked his cheek. Riftan isn't angry because I overstepped his authority, he's worried about me. Why am I so glad that he doesn't hate you yet? She looked intently at his wounds. In a hurry, he returned without resting at all. Riftan was still muttering curses, think about how bad things would be if I came home a little late, damn it. Maxi faltered, I didn't mean to make you worry, I'm sorry. Riftan immediately pushed her in front of him, then looked from top to bottom. Are you injured anywhere? Maxi replied, no, I'm fine. Then he threw the heavy armor on the floor, and took off his entire glove, let me see. Riftan, bend down, I want to check for myself. He gradually took off Maxi's shirt. Every time she has a scratch. Then I will cut off the head of one of your layers, gradually laughing out loud. Then he kissed her chest, as many bruises as I find on your body, I will cut off as many heads to make up for it. She clenched her hands and tried not to moan before that kiss. Riftan suddenly stopped. Here. He looked at the bruise on his shoulder. One guy's head fell off. She tried to explain, this bruise is from me, I bumped into the bookshelf in the library. He frowned, don't lie. She was confused, no, it's not a lie. Riftan didn't say anything, but immediately picked her up. Maxi stammered, Riftan really. I'm not hurt. He laid her down on the bed, I told you, but I'll see for myself. Having said that, he immediately smiled and took off his clothes. Gently caressed Maxi's thigh again, causing her to close her mouth and try not to moan. His hands suddenly stopped when he saw the blood on his knee. Her whole body was constantly trembling. Riftan frowned, this wound will mean the end of their lives. Maxi suddenly remembered the yellow-haired man's words, if you kill me, there will be real war. She quickly sat up, I got scratched because of me. I fell on my own, it doesn't hurt. Don't kill anyone. Riftan clenched his hands, they not only dare to raid my territory but also harm my wife. Killing all of your relatives isn't enough. If you don't set an example, someone will be grumpy. Maxi stammered, but sir, you just came back. He suddenly glanced at her with eyes as sharp as knives. She thought to herself, I don't mean to complain. Maxi tried to say, if war breaks out, then you will have to move on, and I will be alone again. In her heart, she hoped. But I don't want him to go anywhere, even if it's a child. Riftan immediately raised his hand to caress her cheek. He lifted her face, fuck. Then gently kissed Maxie again. He gave her another deep kiss. Riftan hugged her, startling her a bit. He gasped, "What have you done to me? I can't think of anything but you for the past few weeks, which feels like years." After saying that, Riftan immediately laid his head on her chest. Then he bent down and kissed Maxie's feet. She let out a few small moans, her body felt like it was on fire. Maxie reached out, thinking he wanted him closer. He immediately took her hand, patiently. "Seriously, you made me like this." He immediately pressed on her. "If you keep like this, I won't be able to control myself anymore." "Damn it. I should have laughed at the armor first." Maxie whispered to herself, "Please don't hold back, because I want to hold my man in your arms, please accept me and become mine forever." That night, the two of them were entwined together, the sound of the bed swinging echoed in the dark night. Maxie was secretly happy. Every time this dazzlingly beautiful man looked at her, an expression of unspeakable pain appeared. Every time his eyes flashed with a look of passionate passion, Maxie burst into tears, passionately. Looking at Riftan for some reason, tears flowed again. After that passionate night, Riftan immediately lit a new fire to keep warm. He stood thoughtfully in front of the fire for a long time. She opened her eyes. Riftan spoke up, "Did I wake you up?" I turned around to look. She was sleeping really well, wasn't she? Maxie quickly covered her body. I don't know you woke up and got out of bed." Riftan moved closer. "Of course not, you must have been very resourceful last night." Riftan's entire body was so big that it could block Maxie's face. "You sit down on the bed, I have to drag myself out of the warm blanket and mattress to interrogate those soldiers. You even had to invite a monk to check that guy's background." Maxie is tense. "So he did he tell the truth?" Riftan continued, "But he lied, he wasn't Lord Kosa. He wasn't even the heir. That is, when his half-brother was declared heir, he stole family heirloom and fled to Wheaton." He gently tugged her hair, causing Maxie's ears to turn red. "Yes, is he here to harm you?" Riftan laughed. "He's not that terrible. He probably planned to break in and steal all the treasure when our knights weren't in the city, then ran away to Livadon. I bet he didn't think we could get from Drakium to Anatole in just 8 days. He came at the worst moment, didn't he?" "No, it's because I got home just in time. If I don't rush home quickly, things could get really bad." Maxie was suddenly startled. "I grit my teeth in anger, guys like him should have their heads cut off." At this moment, Maxie immediately touched his hand, then looked at him as if wanting to comfort him a bit. Riftan turned back to look at the wife he loved. "I will send a message to that bastard's father early tomorrow morning, telling him to know what to do and raise his children properly. Then ask for compensation, that's all." He gently kissed Maxie's shoulder. Maxie remembered Ruth's comment that the 3 knights would not use floral soap. Thinking of that, she happily laughed. Riftan was stunned. "What's so funny?" Maxie faltered. Your hair is fragrant, it smells like roses." Riftan shyly stroked his hair. "I guess, you'll like it. If I smell better, I'm probably not very manly, right?" Maxie looked at the man dumbfounded. "He's sitting on the corner of the bed. Unbelievable. I used to think this man would be violent and horrible like Dad." She reached out and cupped Riftan's face. "I never dared to imagine." "He could." She stared at him, then pulled that face closer to me. Maxie smiled happily. I like it very much, sir, you smell so good. Besides, you're always so manly, Riftan." Riftan was suddenly stunned. "It seems unbelievable." He looked at his wife bewildered for a moment, then suddenly bent down to kiss Maxie. Making her unable to react in time, he couldn't control himself but rushed in and placed a deep kiss on her lips. He pressed her down on the bed. "I'll probably use this type of room conditioner for the rest of my life." She was about to stop him. Riftan, we did it just now." He smiled. "You started it first, how can you stop now?" She was confused. I didn't do it on purpose." He leaned closer. "It was you who fueled the fire of my love, Maxie." After that passionate night. The next morning, the servant came and asked Maxie, "Where do you want to dine, my lady?" She replied, "I'll have dinner at the restaurant." They immediately bowed politely. Maxie thought to herself, "I can't be lazy and sit idle, while Riftan hasn't had any rest yet, he has to rush into work, have to eat quickly and handle his work." Suddenly, she stopped. The whole dining room was quiet when they saw Maxie. She was bewildered. "There is some worry in my heart." They said, "How is your wound, my lady?" She suddenly saw Ruth yawning at the dining table. "It's just a small scratch." Ruth pulled out a chair. "I guess so, please sit down and serve the food to the lady." Maxie secretly looked up. "I thought knights only ate at the dining hall during special events, right? I heard they often eat at the motel." The knights were all silent. The whole dining room remained speechless. She looked around. Where is Riftan?" Ruth indifferently, "Sir Riftan is supervising the repairs, he is not satisfied with the steel gate anymore, and now wants to add a magic barrier to protect the gate. He was already obsessed with the territory's defense, that noble bastard even added fuel to the fire." Maxie stammered, "The safer and safer, the better, right?" Maxie took a spoonful. "While eating, I thought, if Ruth is talking like that, then designing magic tools must be very complicated and difficult." Suddenly he spoke, "This lady. I remember you can do some basic math, right?" Maxie's mood immediately dropped after those words. She became even more confused. "Today's soup is so delicious," Maxie said to herself, "you have to pretend you didn't hear anything." Ruth was cold. "Look, is this how you pay me for my kindness?" Maxie confused, I can't help, so I. Ruth immediately acted like a fool. "I know, I shouldn't ask for help, no matter how desperate I am." Maxie was also bewildered and overreacting like that. Ruth said again, "I hope you haven't forgotten how much I worked myself up when I was too tired." Maxie still tried to refuse, I really don't think I have the ability." "You guys." The other knight was eating and drinking while listening to the conversation. Ruth sighed, "It's just some documents and basic calculations. You can do it all." The orange-haired man raised his eyebrows. "Enough of bothering others, wizard. You're being rude to the lady." Ruth didn't care, but just stared at the lady. Maxie sighed, "Okay, I'll help you." Ruth smiled, "I will be grateful to you forever and ever." The orange-haired guy also exclaimed, "You two seem to get along so well." Maxie explained, "It's not like Ruth once helped me, I renovated and refurbished the castle." Then the other guy cleared his throat. One sound. He laughed. "I also think the castle looks much better than before." Maxie replied, thank you. At this moment, the sound of a chair being pulled out rang out. The knight stood up. "Let's go after eating." The orange head also nodded and stood up. The rest did the same. They bowed to the lady. The whole room now only had Ruth and Maxie left. She suddenly felt a little sad in her heart. Ruth sighed, "You can't blame them for their attitude. After all, it was the Duke's fault in the first place." Maxie listened silently to those words. Although it is true that the dragon-slaying campaign brought great glory and fame, the dragon-slaying battle that year was truly a historical milestone. But if it weren't for a little luck, things could have been very bad. After all, the red dragon is not some crippled monster that can be eaten at will. The Duke placed all the responsibility on Sister Riftan. Even though you know how dangerous and difficult it is, that's not bad enough. The wife who should belong to you doesn't even lift a finger to try to fulfill her duties as a lady. Maxie faltered, trying to explain. But, Ruth said indifferently, "Up until now all knights have seen it that way." She gradually collapsed. I really don't know anything." But Ruth reminded, "It's already happened, crying won't change anything. You're still Sir Riftan's wife. No matter what other people think, don't pay attention unless they're disrespectful and rude with people." After that breakfast, in her heart, she was sad. "I understand their contempt for me. You probably find it ironic that I'm now pretending to act like the lady of the castle. Even though I was indifferent before when I was the cause of putting them in danger. Suddenly the servant called out to her, "Madam, the Lord is looking for you, let me take you to the garden." Outside in the garden, everyone is busy. Suddenly Riftan turned and glanced. He gently called her, "Maxi. Look at them, what are these things?" Riftan replied, "I said I would buy you a gift, remember?" He gently held her hand, "Come here." Maxi was stunned, looking at the white feathers flying in the wind. She looked at that beautiful white horse. "It's a gift for you. What do you think? Compared to you, my horse is both big and aggressive. Although this girl is still young, she has been well trained and is easier to control." Maxi touched the horse. I've never seen a horse this beautiful." She smiled emotionally. "Yes, is it really mine?" Riftan repeated, "I just told you it's yours, and besides, who here would ride a bolted horse like this? Do you like this gift?" Maxi blushed shyly. Yes, I really like it very much. I've never received a wonderful gift like this." "Thank you." Riftan suddenly felt a bit bewildered by that smile. He gradually walked closer to her, and hugged Maxi's waist and kissed her, even after he released her. Maxi was still immersed in that kiss. He smiled, "Let me show you the things I bought, you're bewildered still more." Riftan excitedly showed off his things. "Everything here is yours." Maxi was shocked. What? Servants around were busy transporting things. Suddenly Riftan stopped as he suddenly remembered. I'm still surprised because the castle looks really magnificent now." Rodrigo told her she had worked very hard. Maxi asked him, "Do you like it?" Maxi hesitated. I'm a bit worried, because I don't see any comments from you." Riftan burst out laughing. "You act like I'm burning with anger, maybe I can pause to praise the castle." "How can you be so arrogant? Moreover, we don't have time to pay attention to other things. Meanwhile, I only see the fact that my wife is in danger. I wouldn't care if she burned the entire city wall." Maxi heard that and nervously turned his face away. Suddenly he gently stroked her head. "It's over. Don't worry about it anymore." He smiled, "Open the gift again, come on." Riftan happily looked at Maxi wearing her new outfit. "I knew right away that it would suit you extremely well." Maxi hesitated. Thank you. Then she couldn't help but clenched her fists. Maxi thought to herself, "I look like a princess." Riftan stroked her hair. "What's wrong with you, don't you like it?" Maxi explained, No, everything is beautiful, very beautiful. You must be very busy. Why, how do you have time to buy me a gift? It was my fault that you had to leave all your belongings behind at Croy Castle, Riftan said. So of course I have to spend time shopping to make it up to you. Hearing that, Maxi's black heart was immediately stabbed. She was confused. I didn't know you were so delicate. Thank you, everything is so lovely. Riftan looked at the servant. Did I bring other gifts? Maxi pursed her lips in tension. Every time Riftan sees me as a princess like this, I feel like I'm a fraud, but it's not like I lied to him. He's the only one who thinks he deserves all these gifts. But suddenly he called Maxi, making her heart jump. Now I have to go check on the prisoners. You just stay here and open the gifts. Maxi stammered, Yes, thank you for giving me the gift. Riftan smiled, so, I'll see you at dinner later. Maxi was stunned as he watched Riftan leave. Rudy bowed his head. Do you want to continue opening the fruit, my lady? Maxi said, we should go back and deal with important matters first. Just put away the things for me for now. I'll open them later. Rudis bowed. Yes, I understand, my lady. A moment later, she came to the kitchen. Are we drying meat? The servant told me that because the knights have returned, we have to prepare double the portion we usually cook. The weather is still warm, so we have to take advantage of it as soon as possible. Maxi wondered, how long does it usually take to dry meat? Rudis smiled, this year there are many people participating, so I think we will get ready before the weather gets cold. Maxi breathed a sigh of relief, so lucky. She thought to herself, but even if I have enough food, winter clothes, I probably won't be able to prepare them in time. She said to the servant, I will ask Adirone to see if he can find more workers to help us. She said, tell Rodrigo. At this moment, Yulazin came running. My lady. He looked from top to bottom. I heard the news, said the person. Are you okay? Is it okay for you to wander around like this? Those damned enemies, how dare they? Gera immediately reminded, calm down, Uli. You're making the lady uncomfortable. Yulazin sighed, it's just that I've never felt this frustrated because I'm just a servant. If only I were a knight, I could. Maxi dismissed me, thank you for your concern, but I'm fine, really. Sir Riftan was also present at that time. Yulazin smiled, yes, I heard about it. I also know about those onions surrendering immediately when they saw Sir Riftan. Of course it must be like that, right? Those liver-stuffed rats have no way to fight back. Sir Riftan. Maxi awkwardly changed the subject, by the way, why are you guys stopping by the kitchen? Uli scratched his head, the meat smells so fragrant, so we sneaked out of practice and sneaked here. The soldiers behind whispered, curse Uli's beak for telling the truth. Maxi smiling, everyone is preparing the sausages, she said to the chef, can you prepare one plate at a time? He confidently said, here it is, my lady. The soldiers admired. Look at the delicious plate of meat. Maxi, seeing that scene warms my heart. She said to Rudis, go check out the horse pagoda. Come on, Rudis is open. Yes, ma'am. Not long after, the day was almost over. While she was taking notes, someone spoke up, my lady, the Lord sent word that he will have dinner, so you should eat first. Do you want to stop by the house to eat? Maxi looked out the window, it was already this dark. Maxi stood up, so, then I'll eat in my room. Rudy nodded, yes ma'am. She immediately went to the fireplace, then sat down on the ground in front of the stove. What a busy day, she said to herself. At least I'm not like I don't exist, like when I was at Croy Castle. I'm really happy here. She suddenly became quiet, but was she worthy of this kindness? The Duke started the dragon-slaying campaign for Sir Riftan, even though he knew how dangerous it was. To be honest, I don't understand why he still treats me so well, when my father is so terrible. Position. Maxi sat in front of the fireplace, holding her knees with both hands, hugging herself. She bowed her head and said to herself, but I have to do everything I can to keep this happiness from leaving me. Hey you! The shift is over, this shift is my turn to guard. She turned to look at him, hugging her tightly, and thought, last night, when did Riftan go to sleep? Will he ever pretend to be asleep again? Maxi gently pushed his body aside. Then she suddenly thought, oh no. He must be very tired, that's true. Since he came home until now, he hasn't had any rest. She secretly touched his hair. Then play with a few strands. Riftan seemed to sense it, so he hummed a few times. I must have really lost my mind, but I think he looks so cute sleeping. Maxi got out of bed. Had to wake up quietly, let him rest a little longer. She gently changed into a new dress. Then Maxi closed the door softly so as not to make any noise. Down in the kitchen, the servants were busy preparing breakfast. Maxi glanced around as if searching for something. The chef immediately spoke up, Madam, why are you here so early? Maxi stammered, I just woke up, I left the room to not to disturb the Lord's rest. Do you mind me staying here? The chef smiled brightly, why bother? This morning we have fresh bread and stewed rabbit soup. Do you want to have a hot meal? Maxi replied, yes, I'll have breakfast too. He immediately ran away, right here, ma'am. A moment later, fresh bread dipped in stewed rabbit soup was brought out. Maxi tried a bite of bread. Someone pushed the door open. Ruth suddenly appeared looking like she was about to die. Are you having this delicious hot breakfast? I really like it, while this poor person, haven't had anything to eat since last night, all thanks to Hong and Sir Riftan pushing a bunch of things onto my head. Maxi awkwardly dodged, yesterday, I was a bit busy. Ruth immediately looked at her with an expression, yes, I heard about the mountain of gifts he bought for you, I was busy unwrapping the gifts. All day long, right? Maxi quickly turned away, that's not it, there are some important things in the castle that I have to keep an eye on. Ruth resisted the cold. I know you have many things to worry about, but strengthening the castle's defenses has to come first, and you're the only one who can help me. Maxie stammered, I understand, but okay, preparing for the upcoming winter is equally important. I will help you. When I take care of it, it's over. Ruth slightly smirked. The safety of the people is Sir Riftan's top priority and concern. Furthermore, the faster you help me complete the defense, the sooner he will find relief. Maxie immediately agreed, okay, I will try my best to help you, Ruth. Not long after that they went to the library again. Maxie looked at the messy library. Wait, that's not it. Do you have an entire watchtower? Why are you working here? Ruth said as she ate, isn't there enough space? Besides, Sir Riftan has already declared that I will lose that tower if I don't complete the task this week. Maxie was speechless. How come there's not enough room in the entire monstrous watchtower for you? Ruth immediately placed something on the table. What I need, your help is quite simple, my lady. In general, people only need to redraw those diagrams with these tools. Sit down, I'll explain how to use it later. Those rolls of parchment are the blueprints for designing magic tools. Maxie was startled, looking at the amount of work. I guess the magic tools must be huge, right? Ruth explained. The size also depends, but what we design is probably about the size of a pumpkin. Most of them are runes grafted into the tool. We will arrange each layer of these complex runes in a way. Carefully enter the magic tool reinforced with magic. Maxie looking at the runes pile of paper. Maxie sighed, so, then, there's no other way but to design magic tools, right? Ruth nodded. Maxie picked up a design sheet to look at. She thought intently about something. Yes, can anyone perform magic if they know how to draw runes? Ruth crossed her arms. Maxie said, but I've seen you before. Regular people use magic. I gave the stone to Maxie. Placing them in magic tools will allow normal people to control magic, but it only has a basic function as an energy source, nothing more. Maxie held the stone in her arms, nervously. So this is a magic stone. It was as if I had just glimpsed a whole new horizon. Ruth immediately clapped her hands loudly. Now if you've satisfied your curiosity, then let's begin. If not, hurry up or I'll lose the entire tower. He went back to Maxie to guide her. Maxie frowned, trying to understand everything he just said. She held the pen carefully and drew it accurately. Ruth looked at the board she had just drawn. You did better than I thought, ma'am. It's almost perfect. She was still bewildered. Even someone like me can do this, Ruth said. That's right, I am someone who has exceeded my expectations. Maxie immediately had some hope. At least I have something to help. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. A man stood there and shouted, I heard that you were here early in the morning. Explain what just the two of you are doing here. Hey you. The shift is over. This shift is my turn to guard. She turned to look at him, hugging her tightly, and thought, last night, when did Riftan go to sleep? Will he ever pretend to be asleep again? Maxie gently pushed his body aside. Then she suddenly thought, oh no. He must be very tired, that's true. Since he came home until now, he hasn't had any rest. She secretly touched his hair. Then play with a few strands. Riftan seemed to sense it, so he hummed a few times. I must have really lost my mind, but I think he looks so cute sleeping. Maxie got out of bed. Had to wake up quietly, let him rest a little longer. She gently changed into a new dress. Then Maxie closed the door softly so as not to make any noise. Down in the kitchen, the servants were busy preparing breakfast. Maxie glanced around as if searching for something. The chef immediately spoke up, Madam, why are you here so early? Maxie stammered, I just woke up. I left the room to not to disturb the Lord's rest. Do you mind me staying here? The chef smiled brightly, why bother? This morning we have fresh bread and stewed rabbit soup. Do you want to have a hot meal? Maxie replied, yes, I'll have breakfast too. He immediately ran away, right here, ma'am. A moment later, fresh bread dipped in stewed rabbit soup was brought out. Maxie tried a bite of bread. Someone pushed the door open. Ruth suddenly appeared looking like she was about to die. "Are you having this delicious hot breakfast? I really like it, while I, this poor person, haven't had anything to eat since last night, all thanks to Hong and Sir Riftan pushing a bunch of things onto my head." Maxie awkwardly dodged. "Yesterday, I was a bit busy." Ruth immediately looked at her with an expression. "Yes, I heard about the mountain of gifts he bought for you. I was busy unwrapping the gifts. All day long, right?" Maxie quickly turned away. "That's not it. There are some important things in the castle that I have to keep an eye on." Ruth resisted the cold. "I know you have many things to worry about, but strengthening the castle's defenses has to come first, and you're the only one who can help me." Maxie stammered. I understand, but okay, preparing for the upcoming winter is equally important. I will help you. When I take care of it, it's over." Ruth slightly smirked. "The safety of the people is Sir Riftan's top priority and concern. Furthermore, the faster you help me complete the defense, the sooner he will find relief." Maxie immediately agreed. Okay, I will try my best to help you, Ruth." Not long after that they went to the library again. Maxie looked at the messy library. Wait, that's not it. Do you have an entire watchtower? Why are you working here?" Ruth said as she ate. "Isn't there enough space? Besides, Sir Riftan has already declared that I will lose that tower if I don't complete the task this week." Maxie was speechless. "How come there's not enough room in the entire monstrous watchtower for you?" Ruth immediately placed something on the table. "What I need, your help is quite simple, my lady. In general, people only need to redraw those diagrams with these tools. Sit down, I'll explain how to use it later. Those rolls of parchment are the blueprints for designing magic tools." Maxie was startled, looking at the amount of work. "I guess the magic tools must be huge, right?" Ruth explained. "The size also depends, but what we design is probably about the size of a pumpkin. Most of them are runes grafted into the tool. We will arrange each layer of these complex runes in a way. Carefully enter the magic tool reinforced with magic." Maxie looking at the runes pile of paper. Maxie sighed. "So, then, there's no other way but to design magic tools, right?" Ruth nodded. Maxie picked up a design sheet to look at. She thought intently about something. "Yes, can anyone perform magic if they know how to draw runes?" Ruth crossed her arms. Maxie said, but I've seen you before. Regular people use magic." I gave the stone to Maxie. Placing them in magic tools will allow normal people to control magic, but it only has a basic function as an energy source, nothing more. Maxie held the stone in her arms, nervously. "So this is a magic stone." It was as if I had just glimpsed a whole new horizon. Ruth immediately clapped her hands loudly. "Now if you've satisfied your curiosity, then let's begin. If not, hurry up or I'll lose the entire tower." He went back to Maxie to guide her. Maxie frowned, trying to understand everything he just said. She held the pen carefully and drew it accurately. Ruth looked at the board she had just drawn. "You did better than I thought, ma'am. It's almost perfect." She was still bewildered. "Even someone like me can do this," Ruth said. "That's right, I am someone who has exceeded my expectations." Maxie immediately had some hope. "At least I have something to help." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. A man stood there and shouted, "I heard that you were here early in the morning. Explain what just the two of you are doing here." Riftan looked around. "What about this messy mess?" Ruth spoke up. "Can't you see why we're wasting all our energy trying to make the magic tools you asked for?" Riftan growled. "Are you getting revenge by forcing my wife to do the work?" Ruth replied, "I recruited the lady's help to make you unable to eat or sleep well or something. It's just that the lady is the only person in this castle who knows how to read, write, and do arithmetic, so I wouldn't dare ask for anything from a knight." Riftan stared at him. "So you can even ask Lady Land to help?" Maxie immediately pulled Riftan's shirt. Riftan, I don't mind. This is not difficult at all. More important than this is serving Anatole. I don't want this place to be threatened again." Riftan was gentle with her. "It's not like that, never. So you don't need to put yourself in danger like this." Riftan glared furiously. "Wherever you touch it will explode." Why are you working in the library instead of going back to the tower? What if you caused a fire? Ruth replied nonchalantly, I'm designing a magic device to protect the castle. If it explodes, I'll be happy. The only bad thing about it is that the library suddenly became too sturdy. Maxie stammered, Sir, don't be angry, Ruth. Ruth said it's safe. Riftan turned back to look at his little wife. I'm not angry, I'm just worried about you, Chui. Okay, if you have to help, then help, but don't overdo it. Ruth was annoyed. In your eyes, what kind of bad person am I? Riftan immediately hugged Maxie. I only know that you are nothing more than a slow explosive cannon. Coming here today is enough. Now if you don't mind, I'll take my wife home. Ruth shouted, Are you planning on going out without your armor? Riftan looked at him. Today I'm taking a break from continuous work, I have to have a day off. He held his wife's hand tightly. She had to dress warmly before going out. The wind was very cold today. Maxie was confused. Where are we going? He smiled. Now she has her own horse. Before it gets cold, we have to let it go outside to play. I know a nice place. She worried. Sir, aren't you tired? I think you should go to bed and rest a bit. Riftan leaned closer. I'm not an old man who needs to climb into bed and rest. He suddenly rolled his eyes at her, then raised her eyebrows, but if she kept asking about going to bed and resting. In a moment, Maxie immediately understood what it was. Her face turned red. Maxie quickly covered her face. He also laughed and patted his wife's head, then gently kissed her forehead, so tempting. But today let's go out and play, I want to ride horses on my own territory. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at the horse shed. He asked, Have you named your horse yet? Maxie was startled. Still, not yet, Riftan reminded, you name it early. When will they listen? That soon. She wondered, What should I name my baby? Riftan reminded, it's your horse. Maxie looked up at the beautiful white horse. A horse with soft white fur. She suddenly remembered the symbol on the Night Order's flag. Maxie smiled. Rem. Riftan asked, Miss, did you name it Rem because this is a white horse? Not much of a breakthrough, right? Maxie hesitated. I like it because saying the name Rem seems nice. Hearing that, On immediately smiled, so let's go out now. After getting ready. The two of them climbed on horseback. Riftan said, You're not really interested in horseback riding, are you? Maxie stammered, I don't ride horses very often. No, there's no need. I know there are many rumors about her. People say, the Duke's eldest daughter tries to hide from this world because she is so fragile and weak. Maxie was stunned. I didn't know people thought of me like that. Riftan's expression suddenly turned serious. Credit Croy is one of the most powerful men in the Western continent. So it's only natural that everyone would be curious about his daughter. Furthermore, unlike her younger sister, she has never appeared in public. That's why everyone is even more curious. He looked at her. I know a knight who couldn't help but sneak into Croy Castle just to see you. Maxie tightened his grip on the reins. I don't know if Riftan had any expectations when he heard those rumors. Maxie was so tight, she hesitated. Well, you overcame so many hardships just to see an ordinary woman. She tried to hide her embarrassment. I know I'm worse than that. But it's best that I don't admit it. Then approached Riftan's shadow, so large that it could cover her whole body. He hugged her. If that rumor isn't true, how could I be so infatuated with you? You know what I was thinking. Why would I say that? He whispered into Maxie's ear. Could it be that I just let you rest for one night and you've already forgotten everything? He teased. Suddenly I feel like riding a horse is so wrong. Now do you want to come back to the castle with me? Maxie immediately shook her head. Riftan smiled at her. What a pity. They left the castle together, and walked along an autumn road. Riftan glanced at his wife. I didn't expect my wife to be so bad at riding a horse. Maxie was embarrassed. I told you. Have you ever ridden a horse before? Riftan said, relax your shoulders. If you are tense, the horse will be tense too. He instructed, relax your lower body, and loosen your thighs to follow the horse's steps to maintain balance. Riftan suddenly smirked, like when you rode on me. She shyly shouted, Riftan, don't say nonsense. Riftan still teased her, is there anyone around here who is afraid? Maxi blushed, no one should say that, it's not proper at all. Riftan teased seriously, why are you embarrassed now? While we're both in bed. Maxi was startled, Riftan. He suddenly hugged her waist. I know, calm down. Maxi couldn't control her emotions, her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Riftan immediately held her hand. He laughed, looks like you have to learn how to balance on horseback. Maxi turned away, if you stop teasing me, then why can't I do it? He suddenly smiled at her. After saying that, Riftan spurred his horse and ran away, leaving Maxi bewildered. Maxi secretly glanced at him, she thought to herself, you speak meanly, but still control your speed so I can keep up. He asked, even though you don't like riding horses, but you still love animals, right? She was confused. He replied, yes. How do you know? Riftan recounted, when I visited Croy Castle before, I saw her in the garden, she was holding a cat on her lap and stroking it. Just hear the growl in his throat and you'll know he likes it very much. The scene at that time was so peaceful that it was deeply engraved in my memory. The sound of running horses still moves slowly on the ground. He suddenly pulled the horse's reins. Then he broke the tree branch blocking the path. Maxi, do you like anything else? As I said, everything about you is hidden behind a curtain. He looked at her, she rarely talks about herself. Riftan was puzzled, why is she having such a hard time telling her story? Maxi wondered, do you really not know? She was confused, you never talk about yourself. Because, it's not important at all. Sir, you didn't even ask. Riftan paused for a moment, okay. So now tell me, what do you like, what do you hate, and what's on your mind? Maxi suddenly froze when she heard him ask, she bowed her head. He sighed, at least I'm quicker than you. What else? Treasure, honor, rare weapons, I also like things that men like. Maxi hesitated, so, what about the things you don't like? Riftan immediately frowned when thinking of liars and useless people, these two sentences immediately hit her heart. Riftan said, I have met many arrogant and worthless people, and there are also deceitful people. Just looking at them makes me sick. He glanced over, okay, it's her turn, she hesitated, you. I also like the things that everyone else likes. Okay. Maxi hesitated, I told you. I like animals, dogs, cats, horses, I also like chicks and bunnies. You still ask, what else? She continued. I also like to read books, when I was at Croy Castle. I often go to the library. Riftan thought back, the housekeeper also said she spent the whole day in the library. She nodded, yes, Calyp's castle has a lot of rare books, although most of the time the library is occupied by Ruth. She falls asleep on books instead of on the mattress. Riftan commented, should I kick him out of the library? Maxi was worried, so, then he will chase and kill me until I die. Riftan stared, you seem close to him, right? Maxi falteringly explained, it's because when I redecorated the castle, he gave me a lot of advice. Ruth is both hot-tempered and grumpy, but very kind. Laugh. That's right, you are. You're grumpy and you talk a lot, but you're an honest person. She pursed her lips in thought, the thing I hate the most, Maxi whispered, is myself. Riftan froze when he heard her say. Maxi bitterly said, I hate myself. He opened a big eyes to look at her. Riftan hurriedly rode his horse and ran ahead. They ran together to a field of yellow grass. Maxi rode behind him on horseback. Riftan suddenly thought thoughtfully. He immediately pulled the horse's reins. Maxi was breathing heavily, sweat flowing all over his face. After a long road, he hugged her waist, take a deep breath and breathe slowly. Come on, I can hear your heart beating loudly in your chest. He suddenly smiled when he heard her speak. The two of them sat under the same tree. Riftan said, spring looks much more alive. Wildflowers are in full bloom then. The grass is all over. Maxi thought, spring in Anatole. He put on his coat, come closer to me. The weather seems a bit cold. He smiled, she was shy, where did you go just now? Then Riftan searched for something in his pocket. He took out the bottle. I brought wine with me. She picked up the bottle of wine and took a sip. He said, let me have a drink. Then he took the bottle of wine from Maxi's hand, then swallowed a large gulp. Maxi stared intently at him drinking the bottle of wine. She thought to herself, I was hoping he wouldn't ask any questions. She asked, have you never hated yourself? He hesitated. Yes, I don't know how many times. But not to the point where it becomes the first question that pops out when someone asks. He kissed her forehead. Maxi stammered, what's there to hate you for? Why, how can I hate you? He laughed. You think so, she said loudly, I bet you know that better than anyone else. Maxi was a bit shy, well, you're very strong, you're the strongest knight in the world, you're also tall and wise and intelligent. Riftan looked at the horses in the paddock, smart. It's the first time I've been complimented like that. I'm always criticized as a lazy brat. Okay. Maxi said. If that's true, then how come so many people respect you? He thought about it and said sure, is there anything else? She shyly told. He is also very upright, a talented leader, good at fighting. And also, Maxi suddenly stopped and secretly looked at him. That face as beautiful as a carved statue appears in the sunlight. And you're extremely handsome. Riftan was stunned, do you think I'm handsome? Maxi's face is red. Of course. I know you already know that. He bent down, how can I know what she thinks? She was confused, you also have eyes for people. Riftan, my eyes also see and recognize what everyone else sees and recognizes. He gritted his teeth as he remembered, you were startled every time you saw me back at Croy Castle, like you saw some ogres. That doesn't seem like an act of admiration for me, even the goblins' wrinkled faces can't make anyone look as scared as you. She tried to explain, have you ever seen an elf? He was serious, she knew what I wanted to say, she looked at me as if I took one step closer to her she would faint right there. She hesitated, yes, that's because of me, I'm afraid of you, you're not much better than me. Besides that, he's still cold, every time he looks like he's so angry. Riftan fell silent upon hearing those words. Even Maxi doesn't dare look at you. He worried, so now do I still scare you? And gently kiss her lips. Shame on Maxi. Riftan, don't stay here. Riftan consoled, it's okay, it's just the two of us here. And even if someone shows up, we will find out right away, believe me. I will never hurt you. That feeling made her whole body heat up. Her body smells like winter. He leaned closer, never. That scent enveloped me and I asked myself, has he ever hurt me like that? So why am I always afraid of him? And I don't have any answers. That morning, Rudy brought a plate of hot food. She happily carried a plate of food down the hallway. Suddenly there was a voice whispering, hey, that's our lady. Rudy immediately turned back to look. Those were the silhouettes of two maids making small talk. They happily said, it seems like you're a better person than we thought, right? At first, when I heard that a distinguished guest of the company was coming here, I was very scared. One person sighed and heard that some nobles, if they stain their clothes, will be beaten until they bleed. Oh well, I was so worried. I wonder if the lady is such a person. The rest were excited. What I like best is when this castle becomes brighter, just coming here alone can change it like this. The two chuckled, that's right. That's right. At first I didn't know how to clean it up, but now, what? The last time the magician saved that tree was also that lady's instruction. Another person spoke up, that's right, then the lady wouldn't be looked at as someone who lives in the countryside like Anatole. If the Lord couldn't catch the dragon, would she come here? The remaining two reminded, and still says, why? Am I wrong? The marriage between Lord and Lady was 3 years ago. So during that time, where was the lady? You guys should also calm down. Is such a distinguished guest really coming to this seasonal village because he likes it? The maid burst out laughing. Oh my God, Mizzen, even if you say so, this is the best fabric among the scales that the lady gave me to choose and sew into clothes. Hearing that, Anne blushed and felt embarrassed. Say, what are you talking about? Do I have to wear my old, worn-out clothes again? No, I'm just saying it's thanks to the lady. We have warmer clothes this winter. Too good. Guys, if you're arguing, don't raise your arms or legs. Rudy stood outside and listened, then smiled and left. Several nights passing by happily rubbed Rudy. As she walked, she thought back, a few months ago, when the lady first came to this castle. Reluctant vigilance towards people you don't know. There are only a few people who from the very beginning have shown kindness and purpose towards their wife. In fact, it is natural that the majority of people working here feel awkward with the lady. But, Rudy knocked on the door. My lord, I brought breakfast. Maxie stood there struggling. Come in, come in. As soon as Rudy opened the door, what caught my eye was the scene of two people cuddling each other on the bed. She was happy. I'll leave it here, said the lady. Hurry up and eat before you get cold. Rudy thought, but the lady has taken care of the castle. The appearance of the castle has gradually changed. Seeing the image of the lady together taking care of what the people of Anatole cherish and love, the people here gradually let down their vigilance. Rudy bowed his head, then I'll ask permission to go out. Maxie immediately stammered, ah. She smiled brightly, thank you, Rudy. Then she happily smiled and replied, to be honest, in this change, the Lord's deep feelings have greatly influenced the lady. The Lord treasures his ladyship as if he were preserving a fragile precious stone, even though he has completed such a huge amount of work that for others, even having 3 bodies would not be enough. But whenever there was time, it was no longer strange for the people in the castle to have the Lord's eyes always following his wife. Although it seemed like she was still not used to the Lord's attention, it seemed like she didn't hate it at all. I hope that every day here in this castle will always be a peaceful day with you, ma'am. The next morning, Maxie went to the library again. Ruth also had to praise, skillful beyond imagination, huh? And the learning speed is also faster than expected. Maxie is shy. If you just keep doing the same thing over and over again, it will naturally go away quickly. Clearing away the pile of papers, thanks to that now it's the final stage. At this rate, you can finish performing the magic tomorrow. Maxie stammered, before, I didn't know that magic was, it was wrestling with documents. I thought it was something more magical. Ruth stretched her shoulders. Magic is advanced education, it must go through sophisticated calculations and research. The moment when I can taste the excitement, is like when I am in a battle. So fight. Her eyes suddenly lit up. So Ruth is also a magician from the World Tower? I'm silent, I'm speechless and can't say anything to you. Of course, I lived there for a while. Maxie looked at him with great admiration. Ruth Nehru, I don't remember clearly anymore. At that time his face was handsome and bright. With a body that no one would believe is just 16 years old, and her courage that makes people's hearts flutter. Since then, Mr. Calip has been called a madman. Maxie paused, a madman? Ruth began to tell. The World Tower, located on an artificial island, created by ancient witches, in the middle of the Assyrian Ocean. This is the place of Norwa magicians, called the gathering place all the knowledge in the world. This is a region that avoids interference in any country's internal affairs and is a wise island that protects world order. Even a little girl has never leaving the house alone. Every time I heard it hurt my ears throughout my entire adult life. The magicians of the World Tower will have many restrictions as soon as they are promoted to the status of noble magicians. That is the price to learn all of Norwa dangerous and secret magic. If you use that power arbitrarily, the world will be messed up. So, there is no other way but to become a subject of surveillance. Therefore, most of the lives of noble magicians are spent in the World Tower. I hated being like that, so I ran out. Maxie wondered, is that okay? Ruth laughed, no, so now if I encounter a magician from the World Tower, I will be treated like a criminal accused of treason. Maxie was confused, are all magicians this shameless? She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she asked, so you met Riftan while wandering around after leaving the World Tower? Ruth recalled, yes, not long after I became a mercenary. But that person was already a famous person from that moment. Maxie startled, like, how? It's really a gamble. He said indifferently. If you miscalculate just 1 point, Lord Calypso will become a fistful of ashes. Ruth frowned, are you crazy? You're really a fearless teenager. Even rushed into a dragon's mouth, and then did the crazy thing of chopping off the dragon's skull. Ruth immediately covered her mouth, feeling dizzy when thinking about it. Maxie was also nervous. Now, does he do those things too? Ruth said, now he doesn't know how to take care of his body at all. He's still the same as before, but he no longer does dangerous things like gambling back then. Although he doesn't necessarily have to do dastardly actions. Crows like that, but thanks to his strength, he can handle mid-range monsters easily. In recent years, I have not seen him take such risks anymore. Unless he's fighting a dragon. Maxie paused. When he fought the dragon, what did he do? Ruth said, to explain, Lord Calypso temporarily absorbs external magic power and uses it as his own mirror, a very unique ability. That is not an innate ability, but a physical deformity due to frequent use of blood and body fluids of monsters. Let me tell you, Lord Calypso used that ability to directly separate with the brass dragon, protecting the strongest magic that existed in the natural world and absorbing that magical power. Then, he used the sword to cut off the dragon's head. Thanks to that stupid action, he became famous as the bravest knight on the entire continent. Maxie's chest was pounding. I didn't know about his powerful activities that everyone always praises. Such reckless actions again. He could really die, and I will never know it forever. But only the painful memories of that first night with him remained. Can't escape the dark room of the mansion forever. She bowed her head in despair. Maybe forever. Ruth suddenly noticed her trembling appearance. He hesitated. I didn't mean to scare you. Living among fierce people, I also lost my sophistication. That's not the right thing to say to the lady. Maxie clenched her hand. I asked first. She thought to herself. That's right, it'll be okay. The dragon is dead. Ruth also said that Riftan no longer has risky actions anymore. However, when this winter is over, Riftan will be called by the king again and leave on an expedition, because that is the duty of a servant, of a knight. So what if he can't return this time? What will happen to this land, the people in Calypso's castle and me too? The comfort and happiness that I thought I had, turns out to be unstable. By the time he got back to his room, Riftan announced, 2 days later, I will go to the raid. Maxie watched him change from afar when he heard him say. She was stunned and couldn't believe it. What? Maxie gulped. Sir, where are you going? Riftan replied. They reported that they have captured the location of the goblins on the other side of the mountain. I plan to stay there for about 4 or 5 days to root them out. Maxie was worried, like, that would be very dangerous. He laughed. He looked at her seriously. Maxie, my duty is to protect this land. Now you're telling me to neglect that? She was startled. He scratched his head and explained, goblins are low-level monsters. But they have a very good ability to reproduce. If they are not completely destroyed, they will grow in large numbers and become a concern. It's my job to prevent that from happening. Maxie was confused. I'm sorry, I crossed the line. He sighed, awkwardly scratched his head, pulled his hair. I didn't mean to get angry with you. Riftan held out his hand and called her, come here, Maxie. Maxie was stunned, looking at his hand. Then without hesitation she walked away, then rushed to hug Riftan. He said, the new citadel gate has been rebuilt with steel. Tomorrow, when compensation is received, Jibadal, the prisoners will be expelled from Anatole. Ruth said that the process of making magic items for combat would end tomorrow. So, if I leave the castle for a while, there won't be any problem. You don't have to worry about anything. I don't like having to leave my warm bed and sleep on the cold ground. He caressed the Maxie, but that's what we have to do. Maxie closed her eyes, feeling his warmth, she had to accept. Yes. That night, he hugged her to sleep again, but Maxi couldn't sleep. She thought to herself, I know Riftan is a supernatural person. Day after day, from dawn until late at night, he still doesn't show any signs of fatigue, even though he has to constantly take care of the territory, never resting. I know there's no need to worry about things that won't happen. Maxi sighed looking at her husband. The reason why other noble couples keep their distance and sleep in separate rooms. Is it because they don't want to be in such pain? Her heart ached. If so, now will we become too close? The next morning, a fireball was immediately released, and flew into the protective wall of the Anatole citadel. The surrounding knights were excited, the sound was still loud. Riftan nodded. Well, the magic props worked very well. He immediately ordered the city gate to be opened. At this moment Ruth appeared. Like this, no one will dare to infiltrate Anatole anymore. Maxi looked up at her husband. So that's it, the rehearsal just now. Besides testing the performance of the magic props, it was also a performance to reassure the people. Maxi suddenly turned around and looked at what was behind her. Those two little magic props. Being able to release such great power. But, what is its material? As big as a pumpkin and still smooth, white like ivory. She asked, Ruth, Dow, what is that magic item made of? He said nonchalantly, it's a basilic bone. Maxi wondered, bones of the basilic? Ruth crossed her arms. Explained, because dragons like the basilic, the aura, and the earth dragon have strong endurance. So most magical tools are made from the bones of those monsters. Maxi shivered at that. Ruth suddenly noticed, why do you have that expression? When you eat meat, don't you touch the bones? Maxi was confused. Bones, the bones of monsters, should be different, right? At this moment, when Riftan walked away, he turned around and looked at his wife, Maxi. Now, you go back. She faltered, what about Riftan? He said, I'll take the intruders away, and I'll have to meet Jabadal's messenger. Ruth, Hebazan, takes Maxi back to the castle. And get ready to go to the punishment. Hebazan sighed, I intend to continue sleeping in bed for a while longer. Ruth asked, didn't you complain when you were in the castle that you felt pain? Hebazan climbed on the horse, try sleeping with your bones attached. Ruth said indifferently, I refuse. A delicate and weak magician like me, even if he gets cold in the winter, he will probably die. Hebazan was startled. Delicate and weak, in the Rem Dragon Knight group, there is no one with steely spirit like you. Ruth didn't care, that's just my opinion. Maxi looked at them and smiled, thinking, I don't know if their relationship is good or bad, but what is it? I don't understand why they look so happy. At this moment, Ruth suddenly stopped her horse. Wait a minute. Before returning to the castle. Let's stop by the market a bit. Tao Wing and the magic path are gone because I'm busy making magic tools, so I haven't had time to go out anymore. Hebazan lamented, look, personal things like that, let's go out and see in private. Let's go. He suddenly glanced behind him, now. Maxi sat on the horse, suddenly recognizing that look. She quickly bowed her head, hiding her embarrassment. So you find yourself inconvenient. Because of me? Ruth immediately reminded. Can't you stop that attitude? Lady Calypso is not a pimple that doesn't want to be touched. He immediately tried to explain. No, I didn't say that, Ruth immediately interrupted, even when the lady is standing in front of me. Are you acting like it's nothing? Please be nice. Maxi bowed her head and thought to herself. That's right, now I'm the mistress of this territory's Calypso castle. She hesitated, then. Enter the market. Ruth immediately happily grabbed the things she bought. The quality isn't very good, but it's still worth using. The other two secretly thought to lie. He bought all the medicinal herbs, and also took all the magic stones they had. She suddenly looked attentively. That reminds me, Ruth, just now. Why did that merchant put your silver coin on the scale to weigh it? Ruth explained to check if it was a real silver coin. Recently, there have been many people making fake coins. Some people even make new coins by grinding each coin little by little. Maxi was startled. Sharpening, grinding coins. He shrugged. If you put money in a basket and shake it, gold powder will fall out. They gathered them all together and made them into a new gold coin. Again, if you keep repeating that, the coin will wear out a lot and start to have a difference in weight. Maxie was confused. Things like that. Ruth immediately said, but, there's nothing to worry about. He showed off my coins, which are almost all new, so there's no difference. Hebazan asked, that's why you acted so stingy with just 1 penny? He immediately responded, I'm just a smart and clever person. At this moment, Maxie suddenly saw something. She stared in that direction. What is it? Over there is a table full of wires. What is that? A string is often colorful. You call this Ruth? What is it used for? When she turned around, Ruth was nowhere to be found. Maxie immediately froze. Maxie immediately turned to look at that person. Hebazan explaining, many adventurers believe that if they have this, they can receive the protection of the spirits. He pointed, here it will be tied to this part. Maxie squeezed his hand. You give me. She hesitantly spoke up. The first time I saw it, on Rif's sword, Riftan, there is no such jewelry, Hebazan sighed, because the leader thinks this thing is useless. His personality too much pride to be obsessed with things like superstition. Maxie Phi laughed. If it's Riftan, then maybe. That's right. Hebazan a bit shy. Even so, if it was given to me by my wife, I don't know if she would tie it up and take it with her, or maybe she would try to choose a thread. Maxie was immediately confused. Is it expensive? Hebazan pointed. It's not worth much. Do you like what you're holding in your hand? Hey, buy this. Then you throw the gold coin, keep the change. Maxie stammered. Sir. Then he shouted loudly, magicians should go together. If you keep going alone like this, what will we do? Maxie immediately stood still and cried silently in her heart. On the way back, Ruth asked, so who decided to participate in the invasion this time? Hebazan was proud. I was Gaba and also planned to bring along a few apprentice knights. It's time for the apprentice knights to slowly accumulate real combat experience. Ruth smiled. Indeed, the castle will be less noisy. Hebazan teased, look, you have to tell the leader to take the magician out too. You two are arguing, Lord Calypso won't be like that, because when something happens in the castle I'm there. Here, the castle will feel more secure. Hebazan smirked, good at making excuses, fine, just enjoy the peace comfortably during our absence. Maxie followed behind, watching the two argue. Hebazan smiled, we'll clear that mountain and return in the blink of an eye, then we'll train noisily right near your tower. Maxie followed behind, looking up at the sky, look, also. At this moment, Ruth turned back and said, I'm back too. Let's get some sleep first, because of that damn magic tool, I've been living like an idiot these past few days. It's been hard enough for my wife, if there wasn't someone to help, it would probably take me another 3 or 4 days alone. Maxie smiled, I'm glad I could help you. Ruth smiled, in the future, I will bring that joy to you again. A happy smile appeared on Maxie's lips. One day, will I be able to share the atmosphere of unhesitating closeness between Ruth and that noter? Beside Riftan and everyone, naturally laughing and talking. Stay here with comfortable images. If I could be accepted as a member of them this way, what would it feel like? After returning to the room, Maxie's hair was carefully combed. Riftan looked at his wife in the mirror, done Maxie. She looked at him, thank you Mr. Riftan. Riftan immediately kissed her hair, I won't be able to hold your hand in the coming days, so I have to enjoy it enough. So now, my skills are quite good, right? Suddenly, Maxie turned around and kissed him on the cheek, making him freeze. She blushed, yes, it's a kiss, thank you. He looked intently at her, that's her. Then hugged tightly, Maxie, if you don't do that, I don't want to leave either. It really makes it hard for me to leave. She was confused, I didn't do anything. Riftan smiled. She acted so cute and still said the same thing now. Why did you stand outside to eat dog rice in these scenes? Then I bumped into Maxie. Wait until I get back and see. He left while muttering. At this moment Maxie hesitated to say something. She gave him a rope. I bought this yesterday at the market above, on the way back. People said that if you tie this on the sheath of your sword, you will be protected by the spirits, so She blushed shyly even though the money was paid by Notar. But it was my choice, it wasn't anything special. But if possible. She looked at him and was secretly disappointed. Did I really do something useless? Anyway, if I bring in other colors like red and orange, it doesn't suit Riftan at all. She trembled. If you don't like it, then you don't need to force yourself. Then he grabbed her hand. Give it to me. Maxi suddenly looked at him blankly, and he was looking away trying to hide that embarrassed face. Riftan secretly opened his eyes to look at her. Then he hugged his wife deeply. Thank you. I will keep it carefully. I'll be back soon. Please wait for me. Maxi immediately cried and hugged him. If I knew he would like this, I would have prepared a more decent gift. He is a hero, even though he is someone who deserves to be loved and praised by everyone, but she's happy with just a gift like that. She buried herself in his arms. Sir, please be careful and come back to me. She silently thought to herself, in the future I have to give this man a lot of things. Everything I can give, I will give him everything. In the room of the castle, there is someone sewing Rudy's clothes. Sitting in a corner carefully sewing clothes. Suddenly she raised her head when she noticed. Lady Calypso is sewing. She sighed and looked at the dazed lady. The castle is really quiet, isn't it, ma'am? Those words startled Maxi. During this time, I feel like the entire castle is going into hibernation. Maxi stammered. I heard, Anatole is not too cold in the winter. Rudy nodded. Yes. Because this place is located in a basin, even in the middle of winter, the weather is warmer than other areas. However, this year is a little different. Ruda suddenly chuckled. But please don't worry. Dry firewood and cold-proof clothes are almost all prepared. They said that after 3 days, all the servants will be given winter clothes, thanks to your careful consideration. All this time, you have really worked hard. Already. Maxi clasped his hands. No, I didn't do much. She pursed her lips. Her cheeks turned red, then Maxi smiled. I'm so happy that I was able to finish it in time. Rudis chuckled. After the lord left, the lady did not show her face, but her face remained dark. Fortunately, it seems that the lady's mood has improved a bit. She immediately said, "Put things away, I'll go prepare lunch." According to what I overheard in the kitchen, today's lunch menu will be cream stew with peas, along with smoked sausage and pumpkin cake filled with honey, with cinnamon bark for dessert. Mouth. After hearing this, Maxi said, "Great, so great." At this time, someone knocked on the door. "My lady." The butler said, "I'm sorry to bother you while you're resting. But the magician said it was urgent, so I brought him here." Maxi immediately stood up. Come in, come in." Ruth walked inside with a more serious expression. Maxi was worried. Did something happen? Ruth said in a serious voice, "At dawn, the demon beasts climbed the city walls and infiltrated the barracks." Maxi panicked. Demon beast? Ruth recounted. The knights and guards hastily suppressed it. "But perhaps we have suffered quite a lot of damage and need more reinforcements. My lady can choose for me about 15 to 16 servants who can it be used in the castle. Because it is a suburban area, far from the market, I hope someone will quickly provide the necessary items for treatment. Urgent things. Now there's clean cloth, a pot of water for wooden splints, thread and needle. Oh, we need more herbs and food." Maxi felt anxious. The demon beast has entered the city. What should we do? Now there's no Riftan here either. She faltered. Rodrigo. The butler bowed his head. "I'll tell them to prepare now." She said, please command me, love requests support from the shrine." Ruth immediately spoke. "There are no priests in this area who can use holy magic." He scratched his head. Anatole was an area that had been isolated for a long time. Then, it was not until recent years, when Lord Calypso's reputation was so great, that it was brought into the parish. There is no way to have a high-ranking priest. Maxi was so scared that she became dizzy. Meaning, Ruth is the only person in Anatole who can use the healing spell. Okay. So, what if another bigger problem happens? At this moment, Ruth immediately snapped her fingers. Madam, worry later, first you go prepare the servants. I'll go make arrangements and bring herbs. Maxie is determined. I know, I'm ready right now. She thought to herself, yes, I am the mistress of Calyp's castle. Now, Riftan is not here. I must deal with it resolutely. A moment later, Ruth was carrying things when she was surprised. He looked at Maxie. Madam, are you going too? Ruth shook her head. No, not at all. I was just a little surprised. He smiled. It would be helpful if you came with me. Come on, you get on the carriage first. Hearing that, Maxie smiled brightly. She immediately climbed into the carriage with Ruth. The two of them sat opposite each other in the car when he suddenly spoke up. And this lady, have you ever treated any injured people before? Maxie shook her head. No, not yet. Maxie was bewildered. This is... He explained, it's a hemostatic medicine and an antidote. It'll be quite confusing at the scene. It's better to explain it to someone before going there. The bag on the left is a hemostatic medicine, and what is stored inside the black bag is an antidote. When using medicine to stop bleeding, first cut off the clothes around the wound so they don't stick to it. After wiping the wound with clean water, then sprinkle medicine on it. Then, press down with a clean cloth to stop the bleeding. If the wound is swollen and purple or the person has a fever, give the herbs inside the black bag. There are cases where a monster's fingernails or toenails are poisonous, so if there is any delay, it could become dangerous. Maxie stammered, if I use healing magic. Ruth sighed, my magic is limited to people who are seriously injured. But others must be treated directly. Among the servants, there were quite a few people who had experience with this kind of situation. Just give them a simple instruction and they will know the rest. So don't be too nervous and let's take care of the injured together. If you have any trouble, just call me. She hugged the medicine bag tightly. I know. Ruth smiled. Good. Then let's make up our minds firmly and let's go, shall we? Not long after, the carriage arrived. Ruth and Maxie immediately got out of the carriage. She suddenly looked to the side and saw a pool of blood. There was a werewolf that had been hacked to death. She immediately covered her mouth to keep from vomiting. Ruth glanced. Is it a werewolf? Ruth asked them what's going on. They panicked. Mr. Ricadoo injured his shoulder. Ruth was surprised. Mr. Ricadoo? What happened? They explained that the fog was thick in the early morning, so the signal requesting assistance could not be seen. When I arrived late, Mr. Ricadoo was facing a large number of werewolves. Maxie suddenly felt a little scared. Do I have to go too? The soldiers shouted, there's no time to be naked anymore. Over here now, Maxie hesitated. Ruth. He looked serious. Do you remember everything I said? First of all, please tell the servant to immediately boil water for you. Maxie nodded. I know. Maxie turned to the servant and said, here, do you hear? Quick, go blow on the fire. Maxie looked at the medicine bag in her shirt and said loudly, as for the others, bring clean cloths and bandages, follow me into the tent. Stepping inside, Maxie had to cover her mouth and try not to vomit at that scene. The people inside were noisy. This place is pressing hard. Damn, I'm out of bandages, someone bring it. Maxie looked around, smelling of blood. What can I do in this place? They shouted, we need more hemostatic medicine here. Maxie suddenly heard them mention the medicine she was holding. She squeezed the medicine bag in her hand. Yes, calm down. She said loudly, that person, I'll take a look. Maxie told himself he was here to help them, not to hinder them. She immediately cut her clothes. First, clothing around the wound must be removed. She was suddenly startled. Sorry, just a moment. Just a little, please try to endure the pain a little. She thought to herself. Wet and slippery, I want to vomit because of the bloody smell, but don't do it in the wrong order. First, sprinkle hemostatic medicine, then press down on the cloth to stop the bleeding. After the bleeding has stopped, she breathed heavily. Okay, I did what Ruth taught. She was nervous. I guess I did it right, no bleeding, no fever, it should be fine. She secretly glanced to the side. They were all busy bandaging. Maxie breathed a sigh of relief, everyone was receiving the same treatment. Okay, just do that. Next person. She was suddenly bewildered. This person. Maxie panicked, did the bones protrude? What should I do now? Or should I call Ruth? But Ruth is now treating Mr. Ricardo. She held the towel, okay, she has to clean the wound first. Suddenly, someone behind her reminded her, Mister, please don't touch that person. Maxie was startled, turned around to look, she was happy to see him. Ruth sat down. In this case, the bones must be adjusted first. This is a bit too much for me alone. Can you give me a hand? Maxie nodded, full of determination. What can I do? After a loud cracking sound, Ruth shouted, okay, the bone has been adjusted, you have to hold it tightly like this until the treatment begins. Suddenly a light appeared, causing her to open her eyes. It was Ruth using healing magic. Maxie looked dreamily at that light. She suddenly remembered her painful past. It's strange, because that day, there was also a light that beat her to death over and over again. Maxie raised his hand to touch. I used to think that healing was always colder than ice, only painful. Why is this light so soft and warm? After receiving treatment, the victim also fell asleep comfortably. Ruth squeezed her shoulder, yes, then please ma'am. In the meantime, I will rest for a bit. She looked at him, look Ruth, you look so tired. The treatment seems to have consumed more stamina than I thought. Maxie looked around, first asked the servant to prepare the pot in boiling water, and prepare the firewood. She suddenly realized, but what is this smell? After leaving the barracks, the smell became even stronger. People around shouted, hey, burn quickly, get out of the smoke. The skin can be poisonous. Maxie looked at the blood stains on the ground, wait, so. She covered her mouth, the smell I smelled all this time. She stood under the tree, constantly vomiting. She trembled, I didn't expect the smell of burning a body to be so terrible. How can everyone endure it like it's nothing? Then she suddenly remembered, it's not just standing here that you have to cook herbs, but also carry them around. Suddenly, a knight spoke up, hey, are you okay? He looked at her suddenly, Lady Calypso, why are you here? She explained, no, it's nothing, I was going to get firewood. Under that tree was a puddle of vomit. He stood thoughtfully for a moment, then nonchalantly, you don't need to come here, ladies. You should go back to the castle now. Okay. She tried to explain, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. He glanced, can I not mind the captain's wife loitering around here? Don't do useless things anymore. Please come back. Then he shouted, hey guard, you bring the carriage here and take the lady back to the castle. Suddenly, Maxie ran away. Then she suddenly stopped in front of him. Maxie was looking at him with determination. Incomprehensible, Lady Calypso. The knight's contemptuous words lingered in Maxie's mind. She tried to say it out loud, when thinking about the barracks, it's natural for the lord's wife or wife to appear in the mouth. Then, I will fulfill all my obligations. Sir, what qualifications do you have to call me useless? The knight looked at her. Maxie blamed herself, please, don't stammer. Given the current situation, you should speak with dignity. She bowed her head, don't pay attention to me. Sir, you just do as you wish. She ran away. The soldier called out, wait, Lady Maxie. He stood there frozen looking. Did he ever think that stuttering was arrogant? No, okay, whatever. Either way, they don't like me. She suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Tears flowed down her eyes. Even if she hated it a little more, nothing would change. That's right, that's nothing. It was winter that day, and someone gently walked into the tent. Maxie spoke up, Ruth, I told you, I brought some medicinal herbs and clean cloth here. I'm okay, are you okay? Ruth was using healing magic when she turned to look at her. Maxie looked at him, could it be that you continue to use magic to treat illness? Rest a bit. Ruth said, I find it difficult to sit still when the patient seems to be in a hurry. He scratched his neck. What? It's okay, the critical attacks have been cured. Thanks to that, my strength is also exhausted, and within half a day I will return to normal. Maxie asked, should we invite a village doctor? Ruth explained, in Natal, there is only one therapist who can cure it. Even so, the clinic space cannot accommodate enough. I will have to put patients with poison or severe fever on carriages, and we will handle the other patients ourselves. Maxie thought to herself, do we include me? She asked what should I do. Ruth patted her thigh, it's not a difficult task. Sew it up. Ruth stood up, I will do it, you just need to be by my side to support me. He smiled, there will be a few things done in the southern way. So it might be a bit strange for you, ma'am, you have to focus on supporting that. Maxie nodded, I'll try. Then the two of them were busy until late at night. Yes, looks like he's about to die. Maxie sat outside with the campfire. She remembered how hard it was to support earlier. Prepare spare parts. Then have to help the patient take medicine. While Ruth stitched the wound, I soaked the cloth in wine and wiped the wound. She cried because she was so tired, I can't move a finger anymore. Ruth took the dirty linen with her. Let's take a rest by the fire. I'll make these. Maxie sat by the fire and thought. So this is the first time doing something together. Thanks to Ruth teaching slowly, I didn't make any big mistakes. I have learned a lot of super magical knowledge. Phuong Nam medicinal wine. Ruth knows many things indeed. At this moment, someone suddenly called, Madam Maxie. The afternoon soldier appeared. He was confused. If you're okay, please eat this. Is stewed rabbit meat. He brought a pot of soup to her. Even though it's not as good as the food in the city, it's still edible. Maxie hesitated, just now, why did that knight give it to me? She hesitated to refuse, but before she could say it, her stomach protested. Maxie was embarrassed. Because I haven't had lunch yet. She took it, thank you, thank you. The soldier advised. It's okay, let's eat it before it gets cold. Then she sat down next to the fire. Maxie took a spoonful to try. She was so bright that she ate several spoonfuls in a row, it was so delicious. The soldier looked at her, his expression a bit embarrassed. Miss Trembling, what is that? What's wrong? Is there anything else you want to say? Maxie looked at him blankly, she didn't understand. He continued, as you said, I was too arrogant, I am truly sorry. Maxie is confused. No, what I said was because I was too sensitive, I'm sorry. He looked at her, don't apologize to me. I was rude to the previous lady. Maxie's heart suddenly felt touched. If you say so, then thank you. The soldier scratched his head, no way. Suddenly someone walked out. Prince Cattle. Ruth looked at the two of them bewilderedly. He tilted his head. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Maxie is confused. No, this guy just explained that I was rude to you, so I came to apologize. Ruth looked at the two people with puzzled eyes. What? Nothing is fine. He dropped the things. By the way, it was just in time for the knights to scout to see if there were troublemakers on the other side of the wall who wouldn't return. There seems to be no remnants around here, you should also return to the citadel. Ruth brushed her hands. Maybe I have to stay here all day, and then there might be people around too, because when my magic power returns, I can heal a few more people. That's enough, ma'am. He looked at her, this much is enough. Just leave the rest to us to do. Maxie hesitated, then she wondered if it was because she was too worried. I thought I did a good job, I tried really hard. Did I really get in the way? Ruth sighed and said, look here. He smiled, to be honest, my lady will help me a lot, but there will be a big problem if the day Calypse hears that her lady stays up all night in a commoner's house. Now Maxie was stunned and suddenly understood. He advised, before returning to the city, just rest. That way we can feel at ease. The other soldier immediately volunteered. I will watch over you, ma'am. She nodded. I understand, just do it. Ruth. Ruth, don't work too hard. If you need help, just let me know. He smiled. Don't worry about it, ma'am. Then he turned away. Let's go in here. The next day, Maxie was too tired to get out of bed, feeling like her whole body was being beaten with a stick. Rudis, open the door, ma'am. Are you awake? How is your body? She groaned, trying to raise her voice. I'm okay. After having hot water, Maxie entered the tub. Rudis, take care of you. Is the water temperature okay, ma'am? Maxie smiled. Okay. Rudis said if you soak in the water, your muscles will relax. Maxie faltered. I'm planning to go to the library for a bit. I just want to read a book. Rudis smiled. Then I'll have someone light the fireplace in the library first. The magician was absent from the castle yesterday. It's already chilly. Maxie laughed. I'm bothering you. Maxie thought to herself, the curtains are drawn, it's really bright inside. She looked up at the towering bookshelf. Then Maxie swallowed with determination. What I want to find. She remembered Ruth's words. The area had been isolated for a long time. It was impossible for there to be high-ranking officials. Maxie looks for some books. There are many monsters around Anatole, which means something similar to yesterday could happen at any time. Therefore, if you learn a little about therapy, you can handle it better next time. But where do the therapy books end up? This is the space that Ruth is always in. Even if it's a book, it's impossible not to stand out. Then she suddenly noticed. Over there is a huge stack of books. She happily found it. She realized, this is a herbal book. And this is. Maxie suddenly found a book, this one. She stared. Is it from ancient times? Maybe ancient healing magic. Oh my God, it seems like I can read it all. I don't think hiding in the library as a child is useful at times like this. If I can learn all these things, will I be able to help them, even just a little? She looked around. Let's read all of these books first. I'll write down the ancient words I don't know and then go look for them. She was tired. Lying on the table, there were many words from her that she didn't know. The herbal medicine drawings are all blurred, and the other books just have suspicious content. Instead of sprinkling flour on the bruised area, if you have a fever, make chili with egg water. So different from the treatment method Ruth once told me about. She sighed, although she worked hard and tired, but did not achieve anything special. Maxie thought, besides Ruth, if there was only one person left who knew how to use healing magic. Anyway, it might be more reassuring, but it will definitely be difficult. Anatole was too remote a place to require a high-ranking official and wealthy lords to spare no support in order to bring in an excellent magician, competent therapists. Before crossing that high mountain over there, we will prepare a place to live in a land of prosperity and peace. She hugged a pile of books and kept reading until her eyes were dry. First, bring these books back to your room and continue reading. There may also be necessary knowledge in the books that I haven't read. That's also a good idea. In the dark of night, Maxie immediately took the book with her and left the library. A few days later, the servant wondered, Madam, are you also coming to the library today? Maxie was startled and looked at the servant. Rudis, you're confused. Meal. Rudis bowed his head. I will prepare some snacks to bring to you. Maxie smiled. Thank you very much, Rudy. Having said that, she quickly ran away. Rudy secretly worried, I've been neglecting my diet for the past few days. I shouldn't have harmed my health. Into the library. Maxie dips the brush. Then diligently take notes continuously. She remained focused like that for a while. Then, exhausted, he lay down on the table. Maxie cried silently, It's strange, I started reading the book a few days ago. Why? Why is the number of unknown words increasing? Although I'm reading whatever I can, to be honest. It's not surprising to say that half have been discovered. Can I learn something decent? Sure enough, he was doing meaningless things. At this moment there was suddenly the sound of the door opening. Maxie quickly looked up and looked towards the door. Ruth was surprised. Why are you here, ma'am? Maxie was confused. I was just looking at a few things, but when did you get here? What about the injured? Ruth looked at the pile of papers on the table. I arrived last night, I treated all the injured, and I'm done. Then I suddenly noticed a piece of paper. Are you planning to learn treatment techniques? Maxie hesitated. It could happen again like a few days ago. So even if it's just a little, if I master it, it's good. He smiled. It was a very commendable thought. Ruth sat down, then took a piece of paper. When did you start studying? Let me see. Maxie was startled. That's the ancient word I've been looking for. Ruth muttered, so it's like that, the word, as expected. Maxie was so angry that her face turned red. At some point, I will definitely teach that magician not to touch the lady's things without permission. Ruth suddenly noticed, but what? He stared at Miss Madam. Could it be that you can write ancient languages? I learned when I was young. My father poems. Maxie's poems are tense when remembering his father, reciting poems using words, ancient words. She could not forget those beatings. Her father had cursed her face. Criticizing her is a disgrace. Maxie suddenly became quiet, but not good. Ruth paid attention, looking at the handwriting. It seemed very skillful. Maxie pursed her lips tightly, trying to be patient. Because of me, I like to read books. Ruth suddenly turned to look at her with strange eyes. I gave the paper to Maxie. Lady, how about you try learning magic? Maxie was stunned at that suggestion. He immediately stood up. That's right, why didn't I think of it sooner? Ruth smiled brightly. Rather than learning healing techniques, people who learn magic will be much better off. If you can use magic to cure me, then my burden will be reduced. Maxie was confused. Isn't it too obvious for him to reveal what's in his heart? She bowed her head, wondering at that suggestion. Magic is the sect of the ancient capital. It's very complicated, complex and sophisticated. It's too much for me. Ruth shook her head. That's just the thing when learning high-level magic. Common magic is a little different. Maxie wondered, what is common magic? Explain. It means it refers to all types of immutable magic. Simple healing, recovery, small magic like sustenance also depends on it. Maxie wondered, is that small? He smiled, even though you are weak, you have the ability to integrate. You write both from ancient times and research. That's right. It seems like you have the basic knowledge to learn magic. If you train over the next few months, you can quickly learn basic magic. Maxie secretly had hope. Really, I can learn magic. She hesitated. I can do it. Can I do it? He shrugged. We have to try to see if there is any damage or not. Ruth is now thinking of a new trick in her mind. Maxie thought to herself, yes, making magic stones is only difficult at first. Moreover, Ruth also said so firmly. If I can receive help then it's clear. She was determined. If you teach me, I will study hard. Ruth was happy. That's right. That's the atmosphere. At this moment, he succeeded in following the plan to reduce the burden. Because I need to prepare important things for the lecture, he smiled. Here it is. The heavy pile of books fell loudly to the ground. Maxie looked at the thick books and was amazed. Ruth explained. Book about the principles and concepts of magic. She hugged the pile of books. Thank you, Ruth. He looked out the window, nothing. Ruth suddenly pulled the curtain sharply, then immediately closed the curtains. I pushed Maxie out of the library. In her bewilderment, Mrs. Go out. No, go back to your room now. Ruth yawned and closed the door. I need to rest for a while in a familiar place. It's the day Maxie meets again. Maxie sighed as he walked away. We have to reconsider. Saying that, Maxie walked through a sunny hallway. It's winter now, but the sun still shines on Anatole. Maxie strode through the warm sunlight, a bright window appearing before her eyes. Maxie suddenly froze, looking at the beautiful scene of nature outside. She held the books tightly in her hands, then walked away determinedly. That night, under dim candlelight, Maxie sat in her room diligently reading a book. She read each page and thought, really, even though it's all written in an ancient language, it's not difficult to read. Maxie secretly hoped, can I really become a magician? She thought about becoming a powerful mage. If one day I can create a giant fire, like Ruth T. Rain and wind, wipe out the scoundrels who are trying to invade Anatole, Maxie silently imagined. Who knows? That scene, when Riftan hugged her tightly, and lavishing praise on her, he would smile and say, I'm proud of you. Thinking of that, she happily hugged her bag and went to sleep. Then Maxie suddenly thought of her heart pounding. My heart is in turmoil, so my chest hurts. Have you ever waited for tomorrow like this? Hurry up. Hurry up. It's morning, I'm going crazy, because I've been studying hard. I can pretend to be surprised when Riftan returns, she secretly hoped. If that's possible. The next morning, she was at the library. The bulletin board is filled with words. Ruth shouted, is that so? The formula defined by this fire ritual conclusively reduces the world's interference, and as a result maintains the lightness of mana within the range. There are different aspects, and became central to maintaining magic. Furthermore, in the magic structure built like this, if applied by the method of supplementing the previous development theorem, it is the important part. 42 steps to re-examine, 5 steps to gradually reduce more beautifully. Maxie was completely stunned after listening. Ruth smiled brightly, how are you, ma'am? You understand everything, right? She lay down on the table in despair. You don't understand one thing, Ruth. She stammered. No, there's no part that isn't, not difficult. Indeed, of course it's, too much for me. Ruth closed her bag. There's already that miserable attitude. Magic is a discipline that pursues truth by all means. It is a magic that achieves self-fulfilling awakening and research. The idea is that the lady must also listen patiently and listen to in-depth knowledge. If you don't understand, you have to chew until you understand and improve, Maxie lamented. No, even if you say so. Then she secretly glanced over. Maxie thought about the day she became stronger. Maxie stammered, I will try. Ruth, look at the lady and breathe a sigh of relief. If you give up, I will be very miserable. He cleaned the board. Okay then, I'll explain slowly from the basics. If you don't understand, please ask immediately. I'll do it again for you, ma'am. See? She whispered, I know. Ruth thought for a moment, where should I start? Then he suddenly thought of it. Ruth immediately took chalk and preached, in the natural world there exists an invisible power. The magician attracts mana into the body. Mages call it mana. The magician attracts into the body the mana that exists in the natural world and trains to accumulate it. And when it is sucked into the body, the condensed mana is called magic power. Maxie raised her hand in question. No, aren't they the same? Ruth shook her head. Because it is used in combination, it is sometimes used, but if we intend to make a serious distinction, the properties are different. If ghosts are stable energy that exists in a state of balance in the natural world, then magic power that is artificially stacked inside people or objects can be called energy in short, of a rather unstable nature. Maxie listened and made a bewildered face. Ruth smiled, I'll explain it like this. Right now, the mana in this space is creating a perfect balance, which can be called a very natural state. However, like this. Having said that, Ruth immediately snapped her fingers. A flame instantly appeared in his hand. However, this is not a natural state because flames cannot originally exist in this dimension with my magical power. So, nature wants to return this unnatural state to its original state. Magic eliminates magic, compressing it back to its original natural state. In short, power tries to reach a rational state, then you make the fire disappear. According to that magic resistance, the magic cannot be maintained and disappears. Maxie listened to his lecture while copying notes continuously. He smiled, that's right, the fire just now was also created through magic. He wrote on the board, even when cooking, if you want to make delicious spices, you don't have to follow the recipe. If you call magic power an ingredient, you can call magic a recipe. By some root in this space. How much magic power must be compressed, how much fire must be created, that is the specific magic ritual and technique. Therefore, to become a mage, one must accumulate enough magic in the body and learn how to handle magic delicately according to magic. Madam, why are you here? Do you understand? Maxie was confused. Understood, but what? How to delicately handle that magical power? Principle, what is the principle of the magic ritual, because it's too complex, complicated and too difficult. Ruth immediately searched Loy for something in her shirt, so I'll explain that part little by little later. And now, he held out a small bag. Come on, ma'am, please take this. Maxie wondered, what is this? He explained, it is a magic stone, used when using the ability to integrate mana, with the property of attracting surrounding mana and creating a new, pale temperature. If a person who regularly practices feels the microscopic movement of mana around them, then even the ability to integrate mana will increase and sense the movement of mana. Maxie looked at the sparkling stone in her hand, it was so beautiful. Meanwhile, Ruth quickly searched. First, you practice with this and try cultivating your sense of mana and... He placed several thick books on the table. Maxie looked at the pile of books. Chow bang, you're so shocked. Ruth pointed to the pile of books. This book is a technical theory book on mathematics, geometry, and surveying. The basics of the basics to understand the principles of magic. Therefore, it can be called a necessary subject. Maxie was scared to death by that book. Thickness is not basic. Ruth smiled brightly. From now until next class, everyone please read this book completely. It's not a book written in ancient languages, so it's not difficult. Maxie looked at the heavy stack of books in shock. Can I really learn magic? Maxie still studies diligently every day. Here, she concentrates on taking notes, while Rudis is standing next to her. Rudis was secretly worried that he had missed meals for a few days. If this happens, the lady's health will be affected. Maxie stays up so much at night that her eyes have dark circles. Rudis sighed last night also read until the candles were extinguished. What should I do? Even if I suggest going for a walk, I will say to read a little more and refuse to leave my seat. Rudis suddenly thought of an idea, she spoke. Madam, during this season because of reduced activity, horses stuck in Mathil often become depressed. If you don't mind, why don't we go get some fresh air and visit Rem? It's still small so it will miss its owner's hands. Maxie suddenly froze when thinking about her white horse. She thought to herself, speaking of which, since I went out to destroy Riftan last time, I haven't gone to see Rem yet. I also feel lonely, don't I? Maxie stood up. So, then, I'll go. Rudis smiled. Since it's cold outside, I'll prepare a coat for you. A while later, the two went out together in the winter sky. Maxie looked around. It seems like the temperature has dropped a lot compared to a few days ago. Rudy nodded. Yes. This morning I had to break rocks to get water from the well. Maxie looked at the sky. So that's it, Frost. Rudis, is it colder in the mountains than here? Rudis replied, that's right. Maxie turned back and asked, Team, how long has it been since the conquest army departed? Rudis said, it's been a week today. Maxie not sitting still, Rudis and others all looked so calm. So this is just my own abnormality. As the day passed, I felt more and more uneasy. Will I ever be seriously injured and unable to return? Is it a ferocious monster appearing, or is it stuck in the mountains? Every day I have to sleep in the field with the cold wind coming from the ground. Is it really that cold? If I were by your side right now, I could at least melt away the cold. 2 days later passed, at Anatole Castle. The soldiers were startled to realize. Look! They're holding the megaphone. Now report to the citadel immediately. Then the trumpet sounded. The servants in the castle also immediately stopped working when they heard the sound. Rudis looked out the window. Oh my God, ma'am. That's the sound of the kobold returning. Hearing that, Maxie's eyes lit up. It seemed like the Lord had returned. The stone in Maxie's hand immediately fell. She immediately ran away. Rudis was startled. Madam, ma'am, please take your coat and go out. Noise in the castle. It's the Lord, the conquering army has returned. They all panicked when they saw Maxie rushing away. She walked out of the castle with eyes filled with happiness. The Lord has returned. Maxie looked down at the group of knights. She couldn't help but shout loudly, Riftan. Hearing the familiar voice, Riftan immediately turned to look. He immediately smiled. His cheeks turned red when he saw his wife. Maxie didn't say anything but ran quickly to hug him. She kept hugging him tightly. Even Riftan was a bit surprised. He looked at her hand clutching his shirt. Maxie, she thought to herself as she buried her head in his chest. It's so cold, the smell of wind mixed with snow smells of cold metal. Maxie is now holding Riftan's face. Riftan, he is back. She stammered, Sir, you're back. Sir, are you injured? Where are you injured? Riftan said nothing, but gently kissed his wife. Maxie silently felt that kiss. Both of them panted. Because of the deep kiss. Then Riftan couldn't help but kiss again. Maxie blushed and called him Riftan. She looked nearby. The soldiers all scattered their colors. The knights who ate the dog rice were so shocked that they froze. Maxie was stunned. Now she suddenly realized. Am I going to run into Riftan's arms in front of everyone? Riftan still bent down to hug her. Maxie was confused. Riftan, wait. Riftan kissed her shoulder. If I had known that you were waiting for such a warm welcome, I would have burned it to the ground. Immediately run back to you. Maxie is shy, Riftan. She pushed him away. Everyone is looking. He still calmly said, I know. She was so embarrassed that she had tears in her eyes. No, what do you know? Riftan suddenly stared at that shy figure. He was confused, bent down to cover his face. Then immediately picked her up and ordered the knights, those participating in the battle would be exempted from work for the next week. I will send people to serve you. Please rest comfortably. He Dizan laughed jokingly. Thank you, Captain, for worrying about us. We will disband ourselves. Captain, you should turn off the lights immediately. He carried her and said to the butler, Please take good care of my horse, feed the children who have just returned from the battlefield, and give them a warm bath. The butler bowed his head. I know. I'll prepare a bath for you, Lord. He suddenly noticed Maxie's expression. Yeah, hurry up. I'll eat later. Right now I'm just going to change clothes, so hurry up and get ready. The butler ordered. Yes, I will go prepare immediately. Then he looked to the other side and said to the blushing maids, What are you doing? It's the Lord's order, do it quickly. Riftan then carried her to a dark corner of the castle. He looked at every line of his wife's face, then kissed her hair. Damn, I miss this feeling so much. Maxie touched his face. Riftan, your body is so cold. He bent down to hug her. Is it cold? There's no such thing. He suddenly bent down, makes Maxie's face hot like fire. Riftan looked at her lovingly. It seems like my body is melting right now, Maxie. Then he leaned down and continuously kissed her neck and shoulders. You know, Maxie, I've never felt more nervous in my whole life. I have to be inside you right now. Hearing that, Maxie was embarrassed. Riftan then bowed down. Maxie closed her eyes and rested her head on his shoulder. Riftan started working. He gritted his teeth. As soon as he got inside, Maxie was startled. She hugged him tightly, trying to endure the pain, tears flowing from her eyes. Then the two of them worked together in the hallway that night. Riftan bent down to look at his wife's face. He wiped away her tears. Damn it, did I hurt you that much? I didn't mean to be rough like this, Maxie faltered. You're okay. Riftan kissed her cheek. That's your catchphrase, right? Maxie looking up at him, she silently wondered, why do you care about my feelings? If you are a husband, you have the right to request that with your wife whenever he wants. Because I'm your property, it doesn't matter if you hurt me or hurt me. Maxie hugged Riftan's face. I'm telling the truth, I don't feel any pain. Riftan smiled, held her hand. Really? Then he pervertedly touched her bottom. In that case, now I will. Maxie looked at his hand. I. Riftan. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. My lord, I have prepared the bath water. Maxie immediately stood still, embarrassed. Couldn't be. Has everything been heard from outside until now? Then, Riftan entered the bathtub. Mr. Relaxation soaks in a warm bath. Then Riftan suddenly glanced over. His wife was hiding under the blanket, Maxie. Maxie was shy and didn't know where to hide her face. He sighed, I'm so tired, I can't raise my hand. Miss Ruth, please take a bath. Maxie shyly looked away, said, lied. Riftan lamented, I've been sleeping under cold bones in the forest for 10 days. My whole body is sore and I can't feel my toes anymore. Please help me. Hear about it. Maxie wondered. She couldn't help but get out of bed. Then walked over to where Riftan was soaking in the tub. Riftan extended his hand towards her. That's right. Come here, Maxie. She hesitated. If it's just for help, then, you don't have to go inside. Riftan was serious. Maxie, I still need you, hurry up. Maxie hesitantly picked up the blanket to cover herself. Then she decided to drop the blanket, stepped into the tub and fought with Riftan. He kissed her shoulder again and again. Maxie glanced over slightly and looked at him passionately. Riftan gently called her name, Maxie. He kissed and kept calling his wife's name. Maxie, do you also want me? The water in the tub immediately rushed out because it was too full. Maxie's small moan echoed in the room. The two of them immersed themselves in the warm bath again. After meeting each other, Riftan lovingly hugged his wife to sleep. Maxie, I thought to myself, I can't move my fingertips. Suddenly Riftan kissed her back, startling her. She turned to look. Riftan, you're very tired, right? Riftan smiled. Maxie, you prepare a sumptuous feast for someone who has been starving for several days. What will happen? Maxie was confused. I'm not food. Riftan rushed to kiss her again. Is that so? Why do I find you delicious? She suddenly blushed when she looked at him. Riftan gently caressed her hair. I've cleared the mountain area, so we don't need to leave until winter is over. Let's create beautiful times together. When the weather warms up a bit, you can go horseback riding, or we'll go see West Lake. This year's winter is something to look forward to. Maxie held his hand. I will miss you so much. Because it's getting colder now, so when it gets warmer. After saying that, she immediately crawled into Riftan's arms. Riftan was also extremely happy and hugged his little wife. She slept on him. I thought to myself, I will definitely be very happy. The air in the castle was cold, it crept into the stone walls. My heart felt like it was filled with warmth from his heartbeat and body temperature. I can't deny that for a certain period of time, you were nothing in my world, you filled yourself up like this. Then Maxie suddenly realized, right, what if Riftan doesn't need me anymore? She sneaked out of his arms, then stared at him sleeping. Fear gradually invaded Maxie's mind. In the end, how will we live? Later that night Maxie continued to go to the library. The ink she wrote was smudged on the paper. The servant kept calling, Madam, Madam, Madam. Now Maxie was startled to realize. She turned to look Rudis. Rudis announced that Mr. Chongju. By this time, Riftan had finished changing his clothes. So here we go. Maxie immediately stood up. Riftan. He looked at his wife. Did she sleep well? I'm sorry for waking up late. When I woke up I went to look. But I don't see him. He bent down and kissed his wife's forehead. Don't pay attention to those things. Maxie faltered, but, let him sleep alone. I smiled. You don't have to change your schedule because of me. Besides, isn't it because of me that you woke up late? Maxie immediately blushed as she remembered that scene. She loved her husband, Riftan. Then after the servant left, he kissed his wife's hand. Actually, I came here to pick you up. Maxie was nervous. Here, sir, are you going out? He was excited, not to leave the city, but I have something to show you. Riftan said then laughed. Let's go. Maxie then immediately put on her robe and followed her husband. Look at the 3 little kittens over there. Riftan, this, I explained. This morning, I went to the farm and discovered them. Riftan caressed Talal, is the good boy worried? I guess I suddenly got robbed of my place to sleep. Maxie stroked the cats. Oh my God, it's just bones, they must have not eaten for a long time. Mom, did they leave already? Riftan replied, I guess so, I asked the stable keeper, but I don't see any big cats here. Or should we take them back to their room to feed them? Maxie eagerly said, yes, is that okay? He put his arm around, whatever you want to do. Maxie immediately sat down, not noticing Riftan was about to hug her. If so, I want to take them back to my room, I'll ask Rudis to make a cage for them. Then Maxie immediately hugged the kittens. She was excited, this is my first time raising a cat. Riftan looked at her, is that so? Maxie recounted, because my dad doesn't like animals very much. Because the house has hunting dogs, cats cannot be brought into the house. So I secretly raised it behind the house. I just can only play with dogs or cats. Memories of that day. Seeing her holding the dog came back to Riftan's mind. He hesitated as he remembered. Is it a dog? Let's find you a hunting dog. Maxie was bewildered. No, there's no need, I have the kids, that's enough. He bent down to look at his wife. Maxie, if you want anything, you don't have to keep it to yourself. Just like living at Croy Castle. No, I said I would give you an even more luxurious life than that. Speaking of Croy Castle, Maxie's heart immediately ached. Just like when we lived in Croy. She dodged, now I'm really fine. If I want anything, I will tell you immediately. He looked at his wife and sighed. The 2 of them brought the kitten home and fed it with milk. Maxie sat there watching her husband take care of the kittens. In her mind, she was imagining Riftan as a wolf, big but warm. At this time, Riftan gave Maxie a black cat. What should this kid be named? Maxie was bewildered, you gave me that name? He looked at his wife, you spend a lot of time in the room, right? This kid might like it better that way. Maxie stopped her husband, sir, you can't bully weaker animals. You put the cat in the basket, who said I would bully it? She stared blankly at the kittens. Kid, the striped kid is John, the white kid is Laura, this black kid is Roy. Riftan asked again, John, Laura and Whip. Maxie explained, that's the name of the fairy brothers in the story, the fairy tale, the story that I heard when I was a kid. He sighed, then why don't we just call them fairies? He sat there watching his wife play with the kittens, then softly called his wife, Maxie, don't look at those cats, come here. When Maxie heard that, her face turned red. Are you teasing me? Just tell her, come here and sit. Why are you so tense? Maxie faltered and lied. She wondered how she could say that while her face was still so blank. After saying that, she also stood up, then sat on her husband's lap. Maxie thought to herself, it feels like becoming a chick. The sound of charcoal burning in the furnace. The atmosphere is warm and pleasant, and the arms holding me are so strong and steady. She rested her head on Riftan's shoulder, this is called peace, right? Riftan hesitated, about living in Anatole, he silently looked at his wife for a moment. Is there anything uncomfortable? Is there anything missing? Maxie shook her head, no inconvenience, nothing missing. See, she was startled when he hugged her tightly. I like that place. She silently let him hug her. Maxie secretly felt it, which turned out to be feeling insecure. The fear that life there is not suitable for Croy's daughter, who receives such love and care, is very worrying. If I told the truth, he wouldn't be this insecure, but if that's the case then it's clear that he's been pushing Riftan's hand for a long time. Calyp's castle is a wonderful place. He looked at his wife with disbelief. Is that so? Maxie stammered, is that true? The wall looks very majestic and solid. So I feel very secure. The castle is in the middle of the mountain, so it's really nice to be able to see the image of Anatole from outside the window. Everywhere you look, you see beautiful scenery. Everyone is also polite and friendly, and, most importantly, the chef of Calyp's castle is better than the chef of the palace, really, really. Everything is delicious. He suddenly smiled when he heard those words, because it's delicious. Maxie thought to herself, how can I say I've gained weight? She stammered, eating time is very fun, there are also many magical dishes. Riftan kissed my cheek, fortunately the food suits your taste. He suddenly touched her hand, startling her. Maxie collapsed on Riftan's shoulder. Feel his warmth. He lovingly rubbed his little wife's back. Riftan leaned down and whispered into her hand. Maxie suddenly heard a knock on the door. Riftan sighed in exasperation. What is going on? The night outside I'm Gable Lachin, everyone is gathered in the meeting room now. Riftan lamented, let's go now. The knight bowed his head, then I'll go first. The servant said to Maxie. My lady. Rudis carried the box. We're here to dress up for the dinner party. Do you mind, ma'am? Right after that, the servants were busy cleaning up. No, the mirror was placed a little further to the left. That's right, that place. Riftan quickly bent down to kiss his wife. Maxie looked at them awkwardly. No, haven't you dressed up yet? The servant was immediately excited. I heard there will be a grand party to celebrate the return of the warlord. The lady must dress splendidly. Maxie looked at the pile of jewelry and dresses and froze. She's excited, what do you think? Maxie was confused, that. She silently exclaimed, so beautiful, very, very beautiful. That's right, she laughed, these are all dresses that the tailor and I put a lot of effort into. Come on, don't just stand there and watch. Let's try each outfit on, lady. Tonight's party must definitely open the eyes of the knights. Then Maxie had to constantly try on clothes. Lady, let's wear this green dress embroidered with vines. Or not. You should try the navy blue one first, what do you think? If this place tries bamboo motifs. Oh my god, the fluttering hem of your dress is as beautiful as fairy wings, my lady. Topaz, ladies, please wear this ring made from topaz. After a while of trying on clothes, I finally chose an outfit. She smiled, done. This outfit suits you very well. But how does the lady feel? Maxie looked at the gorgeous patchwork on her body. I also think this outfit looks best. Rudis combed her hair. Now I will do your hair. Because the jewelry is topaz diamonds, instead of wearing a scarf, a braid would be more suitable. But should we put pearls on? No, after braiding your hair, the decorative pins will be much more beautiful, so the yellow pin will match the lady's hair color. After a while of struggling, they finally chose, done. Madam. Would you like to stand up and walk around a bit, ma'am? Maxie looked at herself in the mirror. Oh my god. Rudis asked her, are you inconvenient or dissatisfied with anything? Maxie shook her head, no, very, very comfortable, I like it very much. She kept exclaiming, as splendid as the royal family, is this really me? The servants kept praising, it sparkles like South Africa. If the Lord sees it, he will surely be surprised, he will be very happy. It's so wonderful. The servant now brought her, even though there will be a fire during the party. But at night the temperature will drop, you will need this cloak. She smiled and gave her the cloak. Wishing you a pleasant party, ma'am. Maxie was touched, thank you, Miss Lin and everyone. Trying on clothes all day and then it's evening. Maxie and the servant walked down the hallway. Her white dress stands out even more in the dark night. Entering the party room, everyone was making noise. Maxie said to the servant, Rudis, you can go back now, please take care of the cats in the room. Rudis bow and madam. Then she watched the Rudis leave. Maxie placed her hand on her chest and took a breath. Then started walking into the banquet room. Yulazan excitedly called out to her, Lady. Have you been well lately? Maxie stammered, Mr. Rovar, it's been a long, long time. He's excited. Even though you already knew, I just returned from my first goblin slaying with Lord Calyps. And those were the 10 most deeply meaningful days of my life. Maxie stammered, it's so lucky that you were able to come back safe and sound, sir. are you injured anywhere? Ulysses scratched his head. Other than the bruises, he was still intact. It's a shame that while going down the mountainside, I was caught by a dangling tree root. Luckily there was ointment created by the magician, so I avoided causing trouble. Expedition team, as I have been teased by Sir Heberon all day. Mentioning Sir Heberon, the one who escaped the battle with the goblins was, now, the knight reminded him. Rovar. Let's leave the noisy matter later, first we have to invite the lady to sit down. Ulysses apologized because I was too happy, but I was rude. Maxie consoled. No, it's okay. Then he led her. Come on, ladies, please come this way. I will lead you to the plate containing the most delicious food. This grilled pork is truly a masterpiece. Maxie smiled and thanked him. Sir Rovar, please extend your hand. I will keep the cloak for you, ma'am. Just give it to me. Maxie immediately held her cloak tightly. Ulysses is bewildered. Lady. Maxie was secretly worried. No, isn't the outfit too gorgeous? What should I do if people look at me and laugh? When the maids prepare themselves, they look very beautiful. But if people looked at me, they would think I didn't have makeup on for more than a minute. She mustered up the courage to take off her cloak. Here. Maxie opened her eyes to look. Why so silent? It certainly looks very funny, right? If he stared at an ugly person like that, the knight exclaimed. Oh my God, my lady. You are truly so beautiful. I thought I was going back to ancient times. The person suited the white dress very well. Maxie hesitated. So what? Ulysses smiled brightly. It was so cute before, but today it's so dazzling. It is the wife of Lord Calypso, the world's #1 knight. In the moment I had already lost my soul. The arrogant goddess Nim also blushed with jealousy because of her loveliness. Maxie blushed shyly. What, why would you do something like that? Ulysses shouted even louder. No way. What a pity. If the person participating in the royal court dance had this appearance, then everyone would have become her prisoner. Those who intended to submit the knight's oath to the lady had lined up all the way outside the king's palace. Maxie just silently said to herself, shut up. Ulysses sat down. I'll be by your side to serve you, ma'am. Do you want anything to eat? She stammered. Thank you, but, where is Lord Riftan? Ulysses frowned. Looking at the pot, Mr. Calypso is still in the conference room. There are several knights discussing the movement of monsters. Maxie was startled. The movement of monsters? He explained, the monsters in the northwest suddenly started moving south. At this moment, a familiar tall figure appeared. Maxie looked at him. Sir Heberon. He laughed. It's been a long time, lady. Maxie hesitated. Long time no see. Clear yesterday. He smirked. Yesterday? What happened yesterday, my lady? Yes, just say it. His teasing made her embarrassed. She said, but, more importantly, the demons are moving to the south. Finally, what's the point? Nerda drinks wine just like that. I have seen northern fishing boats showing signs of migrating to the Anatolia mountains. I don't know if this will have any effect on the ecosystem of the monsters, but if those guys move south, it will affect the entire territory. Therefore, the meeting to find a solution with the magicians will last longer. Ulysses chimed in. That's why we came back late, to find out the details of the situation. We did a thorough investigation in the northern mountains. Maxie was tense. Well, that's why. She stammered. The monsters are. Horrible scenes appeared in Maxie's mind. When she went for treatment, there was blood on the floor. Some people were injured with their bones sticking out. And the smell of burned bodies. This happened again, causing many deaths and injuries. At this time, Nerda also noticed the lady's expression. He scratched his head. I've already said meaningless things. You don't need to worry about this, ma'am. Ulysses smiled brightly. Even if the demons come, as long as the Rem Dragon Knights are present, this Anatole will still be safe. So, lady, don't worry. Please try these dishes. This is the grilled wild boar dish I mentioned earlier. The outside is crispy, the meat inside is well seasoned. Crispy outside, soft inside. One bite and it melts in your mouth. If you cut this piece of meat and dip it in a thick sauce and put it in your mouth, it will be so delicious that you won't even know if you die. Maxie said to herself, that's right. This is not the time to be gloomy. Do what you can do, from tomorrow I will wholeheartedly focus on studying. Although I don't know if it will be of any great help, but it's clearly better than doing nothing. Nerda sat next to him, looking at the lady's delicious appearance. Elysian carried several plates of food. How do you feel, my lady? She nodded. Delicious, delicious, wonderful. He laughed. That's right, come on, there's also mountain pigeon and waffles fried in oil. Nerda also poured. Ma'am, please have it with a drink. It will be easier to eat. She took the glass of wine. Thank you, thank you. Then she gulps down in Nerda's surprise. I didn't know the lady also liked to drink. Maxie said, I don't particularly like anything. He poured the wine. Why are you so good at drinking, ma'am? Let's have another glass. Maxie looked at the glass of wine in her hand. Is this okay? Yes, even when eating, I drink a glass or two. It should be okay. After a few glasses of wine, Elysian shouted loudly, Madam, it's hot. Maxie looked around bewilderedly. A few soldiers ran over. Madam, do you like to drink? She hesitated. That's it. At this moment, the other soldier suddenly noticed. Boar meat and wine. She quickly explained. Sir, Norda is not like that. The other knight also brought another bottle. That's right, this delicious dish cannot be bland. This will be better, ma'am. If you're the captain's wife, of course you have to drink this much. Maxie looked at the huge bottle of wine and was shocked. She decided, okay. Pour for me. After just a moment, the dining table was cleared of food. Maxie's face was red and she was humming and singing. She thought to herself, swinging and swaying, I'm in such a good mood. It's like floating on a cloud. She raised her hand. One more glass. The soldiers were excited. Okay, come on, ma'am. Let's drink it all. Suddenly someone muttered, I thought she was a gloomy and shameless girl. She also has a pretty cute side. These words were heard by Maxie. She glared. I'm not a shameless person, even though I can't deny it. Things look gloomy. Then she picked up the glass of wine. Then drank it all in one gulp. But, because I'm not used to treating others, that's why. But everyone grows up to be useless, so I've withdrawn myself, so. She glared with determination. If, in any way, then my melancholy actions are due to everyone. Everyone, please lower your voice. Norda was speechless after hearing this. The knight spoke up. It's not because we're tall, it's because you're so small. Besides, if a man isn't big, what business can he do? Have fun, Nerda, it's not too late. If she eats a lot and drinks a lot, she will be as big as a pine tree. Maxie was bewildered. Really? I still have it, can I grow a little bit more? They laughed. Of course, you've seen me walk since I was 13 years old. I've been drinking so I'm as big as this, right? Elysian's eyes brightened. What did you say? I don't know the secret about Mr. Norda's height. The surrounding soldiers looked at them in confusion. He raised his glass. Sir, please pour me some wine. Soon, I will catch up with you. Maxie also quickly drank the entire glass and then held it out. Me too. Suddenly, the glass of wine in her hand was taken away. That tall figure suddenly appeared before her eyes. After all, Riftan's anger flared. What are you doing? She smiled innocently. I want to be taller. Riftan immediately glared at the knights. The four of you, what exactly are you thinking about that makes my wife stare like that? Tell me. Nerda scratched his head. Because you're a good drinker, we're so excited. Riftan immediately slammed the wine glass on the table. The knights froze. So you mean to take my wife out to make you excited, all of you? At this time, Maxie's eyes were heavy. She closed her eyes, groggy from sleep. Riftan, seeing his wife's appearance, I had to sigh. Then he gently held her drunk. Riftan warned. All nights, please eat well today. Tomorrow at the martial arts school will be a bit difficult. After saying that, he left. A few people stood behind. Listening, I was afraid of falling into smoke. Riftan carried his wife and left the banquet room. He looked at her worriedly. Maxie, how much did you drink, these guys? She suddenly looked up, kissed his neck. Riftan looked dumbfounded at Maxie's bewildered smile. Then he was confused. Maxie, could you just sleep like that? He helplessly watched his wife fall asleep. Then secretly got angry. Seriously, there's no need to anger others. He looked at his wife sleeping soundly. Let's see tomorrow. The next morning, Maxie woke up dreamily in bed. She looked around. Oh, my stomach, my head hurts. Suddenly, at this moment a voice rang out, Are you awake, drunk lady? Maxie turned to look at her husband. You came close yesterday, it was worth seeing. I didn't expect my wife to be such an alcoholic. Can you try to explain? No, yesterday was the first time I drank alcohol. Then he put the glass of water in her hand. Let me tell you, Maxie. If I see you wandering around unconscious among other men, I will make it impossible for you to walk for a while. Maxie was stunned when she heard him speak. Her dreaminess was clearly threatening. But why am I not afraid? He looked at his wife. Why were he so bewildered? Know what we're planning to do? Maxie awkwardly turned away. I won't be like that again. I bow my head. I think now. Riftan opened his eyes to look at his wife. She was sitting on the bed with a dreamy look. I told the servant to make tea to cure the hangover. You drink and rest. Maxie was startled. Riftan. At this time, Riftan has appeared like a black dragon hunting. I have some priority matters to take care of first at the martial arts training site. I'll stop nagging at night. Maxie was confused. What did I just see? Ms. Lean lay face down on the bed because of a headache. At this time, the servant also brought, Jiao Duok tea and bath water were prepared, after changing clothes. Maxie immediately went to the library. Ruth waved her hand. Hello Lady Calypso, have you grown taller overnight? Maxie's face turned red when she heard that. She slammed her bag on the table. If mentioning a lady's mistakes makes people feel embarrassed, then that is not polite at all. Ruth chuckled. What lady in this world would drink half a bottle of wine? She stammered, speaking, lying. I can't drink that much wine. Ruth still teased. If you add half ale and wine together, it's quite a lot. Mr. Norda praised the person who came. Dry mouth level. Look at the lady drinking like that and still awake. It seems that the lady is a natural alcoholic. She sat down. I'm not awake. This morning, I woke up early in the morning, my head hurts so much. Now, I've drank herbal tea so I'm a little better. He laughed. In the future, there will probably be another opportunity to see your wife's tolerance for alcohol. That said. He continued taking notes. Let's stop chatting here. Where have you read the book I gave you? Maxie is confused. That. Now there's only one book left. She bowed her head. Sorry. I've been reading all this time but there are many parts one don't understand so. Ruth looked at her and hesitated. What is this? There are more readers than I thought. Maxie immediately raised her head. She wondered, told me to read it all next time. Ruth smiled as she looked at the pile of papers. The unknown parts were written separately. Okay, then I will explain based on what you wrote here. Please focus now. Maxie was full of determination. Yes. The two of them studied together since morning. Until late that evening. Ruth looked at the pile of papers. Good, maybe now you understand this part clearly. She hesitated. Ruth seems to be very familiar with teaching, right? He wondered. Yes. She said, well, there are a lot of things I don't understand. Even though he seemed quite frustrated, he still slowly explained to me. Ruth smiled and sighed. It's nothing, because she is an excellent student and has a strong will. He thought silently for a moment then hesitated. With the... Ruth looked out the window. Times like this remind me of the time at the World Tower. Maxie wondered, no, isn't it because you hate the World Tower that you came out? Ruth explained, I don't hate the rules there, nor do I hate the tower itself. Hundreds of magicians gathered together, a place where everyone collided to hone their intelligence and technique. The island of knowledge and genius is the cradle of magicians. Ruth recounted it nostalgically. Nowhere in the world is there such a place. Maxie's eyes sparkled with hope. Look at me, do all magicians study at the World Tower? He was speechless. You yourself are studying magic in Anatole, so what are you talking about? Unless you have to learn elemental magic, there's no need to learn math at the World Tower. Maxie was bewildered. Magic attribute, Ruth suddenly startled, I still haven't explained it to the listener or what? He scratched his head, I mentioned the attributes that exist in mana before, right? Maxie suddenly remembered. Yes, there, water, earth and fire, and light and darkness, there are 6 attributes. Ruth nodded, yes. Those 6 attributes are all equal, that is the stable state of mana. An attribute magic only extracts a single attribute among those accumulated inside the body. Pure magic power is 10 times higher than magic power mixed with various attributes. Maxie wondered, how can it not, wouldn't more types be better? He sighed, do you remember the principle of performing magic? She recalled, so obviously it would disrupt the balance by injecting magic into the natural state of mana. Ruth smiled, yes, magic is the act of creating calculated discord in the natural world. Therefore, the more unstable the magic power, the stronger it will be. For example, let's say there are 6 bricks here. If these 6 tiles are spread side by side, wouldn't it be very difficult to scatter them? But if these bricks are arranged in a very high row, then with just one hit, it can be destroyed, right? Maxie thinking back, I understand a little bit, because the magician's magic power goes against the laws of nature. The more you lean toward one attribute, the easier it is to disrupt the balance of the natural world. Ruth laughed, exactly. He showed off the mark on his wrist, and this is the magical intelligence needed to form elemental magic. Only high-level mages living at the top of the tower can engrave this, so common magic alone is enough to become a wandering magician operating in mercenary groups. Maxie looked at him with hopeful eyes. If I also have this on me, it will be easier to study, right? Ruth sighed, there is no such thing as an easy thing to engrave on anyone like that. To get this, I had to live in the training World Tower for at least 4 years, unable to get out of there for a long time. Some time, that is, of course. This little chick is just entering the masonry for the first time. What kind of attribute is magic? You should be worried about learning the basics of magic, right? Maxie was annoyed. Well, I'm just asking once, just to let you know. Ruth immediately stood up. It was already late, that's all for today. Are you going to eat at home? She stammered, that. He teased. I personally advise people to take advantage of this situation. Let's break the distance with the knights, everyone is missing last night's exciting events. Maxie swallowed her anger, I told you to forget it. I don't want to be thought of as an interesting girl. Outside the door now. Suddenly someone said, I have finished making magic tools. Riftan stood there with murderous intent. What are you doing here until now? Riftan went inside, the maids had been locked here since morning. Maxie stammered, I'm about to get up and go home. Meanwhile, Ruth calmly responded, there are also people who read books all day, just like him swinging his sword all day. Riftan pulled her, come on, I've already sent someone to prepare the meal in the room. Maxie holds a few books, you have to rearrange the books, but I don't care about that, just let someone else do it. Ruth looked at them, don't you eat in the cafeteria? Riftan replied, everyone is lying down in the resting room. I ordered food to be brought to the servants who pretended not to be able to move. Ruth shivered, what did you do that made everyone come to the house without the strength to eat? I just gave the lady a little wine. Isn't it too rude for you to behave like that? Riftan smirked, I only teach a little, because when you see the alcohol rising, it seems like you've lost your temper. You hug your wife. Let's go, Maxie. Maxie turned around and said loudly, I'll go first, Ruth. Ruth sighed, yes, please be careful. Maxie quickly called out to him while being pulled by the hand in the hallway. Riftan, wait. No, are you still angry with me? I'm sorry. From now on, I won't drink so much anymore. I also didn't expect that I would be that drunk. At this moment, Riftan held her hand tightly, while in the library. At times like that, are you always with him? Maxie was stunned for a moment, then stammered, yes, it seems, most of the time. Ruth is in the study, always seeing him. He looked serious. He's not causing trouble, is he? Or is he doing something strange? A cunning guy like that will drag others into troublesome things. Maxie quickly explained, no one, the one bothering me is me, Ruth taught me things that I didn't know. Even when not long after arriving at the castle, he helped me with a lot of things. Riftan's face immediately turned stern. Maxie also noticed her husband's bad expression, but she asked herself, what is it? Did I say something wrong? Why does the mood look so bad? Riftan hesitated, question, Maxie, do you like a smart guy? Maxie was so shocked that he froze. She quickly shouted loudly, I don't like it. Although, it's true that I respect them. But it's not like what Riftan is thinking. Strict, especially making things difficult. No, there is nothing unknown, so when I have difficulties, I will become a support, but nagging too much, you intervened. Too deep. Maxie's face turned red. So, that's why I'm absolutely not on his side, I'm on Riftan's side. The entire hallway immediately fell silent. Maxie blamed herself, oh my god, what am I talking about? How can I see Dip Riftan's face? Maxie stammered, because, if it must be said. Well, that person is both trustworthy and good at riding horses. He will treat me thoughtfully, then, you will say you like it. Suddenly when she turned to look, she saw Riftan banging his head against the wall. Miss Hong. Riftan. He turned to look at his wife, she then hugged her waist. How strange do I have to make myself in this place? Riftan immediately wrapped his arms around his wife's shoulders. Ignore her telling him to stop. Riftan still held her up and chanted deeply. Maxie gasped as soon as he let go. Then Riftan continued to kiss her passionately. Maxie suddenly turned to look, the servants' faces were as red as ripe tomatoes. She immediately shyly covered her face. Riftan sternly ordered, when you're done, get out. The servants bowed their heads awkwardly. He picked her up. Maxie still didn't dare look. Now, how can I look at their faces anymore? Riftan sighed, it's okay, I'm just a maid. She was embarrassed. The time Riftan spent in the castle was few, and you were with them every day. He still teased, but the time you spent with Ruth was the longest. Isn't that right? These words made her embarrassed, not knowing which hole to crawl into. Maxie tried to explain, that, no, it's not like that, you spend most of your time with the maids. Riftan bent down, whatever you say, I'm the husband but I spend little time with you. First, do you feel unfair? Maxie stammered. It's not your fault, Riftan held his wife's hand. That's right, it's because I'm too busy. He kissed her hand, so Maxie at least when you're with me, don't pay attention to other people. She blushed bewilderedly, looking at her husband. Maxie bowed her head, the atmosphere was quiet again. She thought to herself, as if her heart was pounding at her fingertips. So, every time he looked at me with those eyes, I felt like all the words in the world were lost. Time passes by as quickly as a shuttle. It was early in the morning when Riftan told her, sleep more, Maxie. She rubbed her eyes. No, I'm awake. He gently kissed her, but in her eyes she was lacking sleep. Maxie couldn't help but look at her husband passionately. Winter is longer, and Riftan's stay at the castle is also longer. There are things I can know about him. First of all, he seems to have a fairly simple hobby. He likes to wear solid, easy-to-wear clothes with no patterns. There's no way to put a pin or gem on him. I don't think he's unfamiliar with luxury things. But his simple preferences don't seem to apply to me. At this time, the servant asked, "Madam, do you have a cough?" A moment later, the servant immediately prepared Maxie's clothes. "Choose this belt." Maxie thought to himself. He always wished to wear dazzling costumes and gems, living lavishly in the service of his maids. All of this seemed to have very important meaning to him, as if jealousy and contempt for aristocratic society existed in parallel within him. The servant smiled, "We will help you with your makeup after bathing. Maxie wears an outfit with gorgeous gems. Seeing this appearance of yourself, will you feel satisfied that you raised the Duke's daughter? I also want to meet his expectations if possible. When spring comes, the nobles will visit Anatole. While the noble ladies are truly full of spirit, I am still clumsy, imitating Rosetta. How much longer can I deceive him? I never even learned how to organize a banquet." Maxie silently looked at her hand. "I'm real." Suddenly, a noise rang out, startling her. Ruth spoke up, "After reading this book, you will have learned the basic theory. Please stay focused, ma'am. If you want to learn any magic, you need to learn the basic theory. Please try a little harder." Maxie defended, I'm still trying, it's just me, I'm a little tired." Rudis immediately brought it over. "Madam, would you like some tea?" Maxie was delighted, thank you. Ruth looked at the cup of tea and put it down. "This is herbal tea with ginger and honey added, right? Weather like this is not bad." Rudis smiled brightly at Maxie, "Do you want more cake?" Maxie faltered, "Wah, that?" Meanwhile, Ruth stared at the spilled tea. Then Maxie suddenly glanced at him. Ruth was calmly drinking tea and flipping through a book. That day, ever since I knew Riftan was interested in Ruth, I always took Rudis with me. Every time I went to the library. She looked at both of their eyes, not understanding why the two of them felt incompatible. Ruth is the type of person who speaks without hesitation. But for Rudis it might be rude. He asked, "Is the mana sensing training still good?" Maxie faltered, "Still, not yet, there hasn't been any special progress yet." Ruth rubbed her chin, unexpectedly, "I thought you were born with a very high mana absorption rate, I thought you would succeed immediately." Maxie was suddenly bewildered, "Sister, is my absorption rate high?" Ruth explained that last time you saw my magic being sucked into your palm, that means the ability high integration and absorption. Normally, if you want a magic tube to develop to that level, you have to put in a lot of effort from a young age. Maxie thought to herself, the magic tube is the passage in the body that accepts mana. She asked, "How will it normally develop?" Ruth replied, "High-level mages will often push magic into their disciples. If continuously exposed to magic from a young age, the magic tube will naturally expand, so it can absorb very well." Hearing that, Maxie was startled and continued with her magic. Thinking about it, the beatings appeared before her eyes again. After those times, the magician would always heal her. Could it be because of the healing magic he received since childhood? Is this ability thanks to that time? Ruth looked at her trembling hands. "You don't need to worry like that." He stared at Maxie. "If you continuously practice, you will get better." Maxie tried to smile, "Yes, that's right." She told herself that it had nothing to do with how she started, no matter what talent she had, it all depended on how she used it. Maxie asked him, So in this structure, if you change this place like this, then... Ruth nodded, "You did it right. So now you have memorized it. Okay, so next." At this moment, Ruth suddenly noticed. When did Riftan appear outside the library door? As expected, you are here. She was startled. Riftan. Ruth sighed. Did you just finish your training recently? Riftan kissed her hair. Training for long periods of time in cold weather will weaken the soldiers' discipline, so I'll just let them rest for a day. He hesitated for a moment, but, today, have you also locked yourself here since early morning? Maxie said morning, you went to the barn, stable, I asked her not to stay here longer than when she was in my bed, right? Maxie stammered. No, not at all, just enough. Riftan was a bit annoyed. I still don't think it's enough. Ruth was completely annoyed. Please, can you two is it okay to show affection when it's just the two of you? At least don't let me see it. Riftan immediately kissed Maxie's forehead. You can just turn around and go somewhere else. Ruth grumbled, you can go back to your room, please, at least know the location for yourself. Riftan looked at his wife seriously. I'll pull your hand. Since you said so, let's go back to your room. Let's go, Maxie. She was startled. Wait a minute, so your work is done for today? I said I assigned my patrol duty to another night, why don't you quickly get up and leave? Her face turned red. That, Maxie thought to herself, even if it were me, it would be embarrassing to be dragged to bed in the middle of the day like this. If everyone knew, I wonder what rumors would spread. Maxie quickly used the book to cover her face. My sister read this book. I still haven't read it. Finished reading the book. Riftan wondered, it's okay to leave it and read it later. Maxie still insisted, I plan to read it today, finish reading it. He had to sigh to his wife. What is it about that book that makes you so passionate about it? Then suddenly Riftan realized something. He saw some kind of symbol on the book. Riftan immediately turned to look at the other side. On the table is a pile of books related to magic. What is this? You're trying to learn magic. Ruth was surprised, you don't know? My lady has been learning magic from me for several weeks now. Lady seems to be very talented, so I'm teaching her little by little. Maybe she hasn't told you yet. Riftan immediately slammed the book hard on the table, then looked at Ruth with eyes that wanted to devour her. Who are you following? Ruth herself was surprised by that anger. Riftan shouted, how could you not say a word to me? Ruth explained, because at that time you were still conquering the elven lands. Rutus now pulled Maxie, Madam, please step back a bit. Maxie didn't understand why he was angry. Is it because I didn't tell him in advance? But that's because I'm still not confident enough. If I can just do a small magic, I was going to tell him then. Magicians are a very useful resource, and I thought that if you knew about this, you would be happy. What's wrong with you? Ruth stood up, I'm not trying to teach her difficult magic. If the lady can do simple defensive magic or healing magic, either way it will be of great help to Anatole. Riftan immediately shouted, I don't need Ruth's support. Then he looked at his wife with scary eyes. Listen clearly, Maxie, I didn't bring you because I wanted to get any help. I just want her to be comfortable. Magic is very difficult, easily causing unwanted physical consumption. Maxie looked down, it's not that I want to do dangerous things. I just want Ruth to help you. Riftan gritted his teeth in anger. His shout made the surrounding atmosphere cold, I said no need. Then he stopped when he realized it. Riftan was confused, no, Maxie I'm not against you, I'm just. He was about to hug her shoulder but she pushed him away. In that moment, Riftan was surprised. Maxie was looking at him with scared eyes, not daring to believe anymore. Riftan immediately retracted his hand. He frowned angrily, then walked away, do whatever you want. Maxie stood there, she felt the coldness coming from Riftan. When she asked, what did the butler say Lord, late in the afternoon? Suddenly he rode his horse out of the city without taking anyone with him, as if something big had happened. Maxie is so worried that the habit of biting her nails has returned. What's the problem? Do I have to get permission to learn magic? Does he feel arrogant when he says he wants to help? Maxie curled up on the lonely bed, but, she remembered what he once said, he hates a liar and a useless person, I see a lot of them, without character but still arrogant. But he really hates useless people. Thinking about that, her tears kept falling. In that dark night, a figure appeared in the room. Riftan just stood silently beside the bed. He silently looked towards his wife, then quietly wiped her tears. Maxie suddenly startled when she felt his hand. She immediately grabbed him, Riftan. Maxie looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. Even he was surprised. Maxie trembled and said to him, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Those nonsense words make me angry, gritting my teeth. Riftan immediately rushed to hug her. He whispered, Don't say sorry. She didn't do anything wrong. Just me. You can learn magic or anything, so, don't act so scared of me. Maxie tried to explain, no, it's not me, I'm not afraid of you. He looked at Maxie, don't lie. Is she trembling? Helpless Riftan, damn, it took me forever to make her laugh. Now it's like going back to the beginning. Maxie comforts him, I'm telling the truth, I'm not scared. She lowered her head, tears gradually falling. He said I'm not necessary, so I'm new. Riftan quickly said, Maxie is not, I didn't mean it like that. The more she cried, I just thought I wanted to help Mr. Chui, so, is that a nuisance? Even though he said it wasn't so, she still cried non-stop. I just wanted to do something, so I thought it was really, really good. If it were me, I could do something. Riftan gritted his teeth and squeezed her shoulder, even though she didn't do anything. Then he just realized his actions. Riftan let out a frustrated sigh. He hugged her waist, lifted his wife up to kiss her. He comforted her, she could do whatever she wanted. So please don't make that face. Ghost. Maxie's eyes filled with tears, she looked up at Riftan. She silently wondered, he said so, but why did he look at me with those eyes? Riftan can turn away at any time. If one day, you turn away coldly, I fear that you will never return. Her mind was empty. Maxie hugged his hand, but his body was so cold. Sir, have you been outside for a long time? Riftan hugged his wife. I just wanted to calm my mind for a moment. She hesitated. Is it because he is angry with me? He argued that it wasn't like that. Max, it's just me, not yet. Waiting for him to finish speaking, she touched him. Riftan is worried. Now do you know what you're doing? She didn't say anything but gently kissed him. Sir, are you hurt? Does that mean you want me? Riftan looked lovingly at his wife. Yes, I want you to death. Maxie immediately bent down, he gently guided her. Maxie, just a little longer. That's right, do that. The excitement from Maxie made him tighten the bed sheets. Solid body, low voice, someone stronger than anyone in this world, to the point of being able to cut off a dragon's head. Riftan covered his mouth, trying not to moan loudly. Someone like him. Why feeling apprehensive about your actions? Why did it explode in my hand like this? Maxie remembered the teachings. Ladies must maintain chastity, must always sit still like a dead mouse. I didn't know. At this moment he gently lifted her face. Maxie, how much more crazy do you want to make me? Maxie thought in her heart, I just want to hold this man forever. So that he can never abandon me, so that he can't turn his back on me a second time and leave again. The two spent another night of passion. As soon as Maxie opened her eyes, Riftan spoke up, it's still early, sleep a little longer. She rubbed her eyes, but I want. Riftan immediately pressed her shoulder down. I told you to sleep a little longer. I said you can do whatever you want, but don't make that face. She hesitated, wanting to explain. But, Riftan turned away. Why do you learn such meaningless magic? Even though I don't really understand. Even if I learn defensive magic, it's not a bad idea. He stood up, but I will not let you fall into a situation where you have to directly use it, never. Maxie thought to herself, that's not to protect me. She tightened the blanket covering her body. But I understand, until now, the image of me pathetically fainting. I can only show you a person who only knows how to tremble and be afraid. Even though he wants me to believe those words, how reliable can they be? She thought to herself, so just think of this as a lucky thing. I will try to learn more skills, so that he can see my mature image, and then he will change his attitude. She nonchalantly said, thank you, for allowing me. Riftan kissed Maxie's forehead. If Ruth intends to involve her in strange experiments, please tell me immediately, Maxie said. It's okay, he will seriously teach you no matter what. Riftan's mood suddenly worsened, he looked at her with angry eyes. Then just leave, you can rest. Maxie looked in his direction, so everything is okay, right? She silently breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was over. Since the day Riftan became angry. Riftan always mentioned magic, suddenly going to the library was no longer possible. But in Maxie's heart, she was still anxious. But why? To me, those things are like ignoring the fact that I'm learning magic. Pen marks on paper are blurred. Maxie thought, as expected, I was still lacking. She suddenly remembered, that's right, witches are necessary talents. Hurry, even if it's just healing magic, if I can do it. At that time, Riftan will. Now. Suddenly someone called her, Madam. Ruth was staring at Maxie's unfocused appearance. Don't be so noisy. Now that we've learned the basic theory, it takes a lot of time to learn magic. Maxie was tense. But, until now I don't know how to do anything. Yes, what should I do? Even if I practice every day, it won't work. Ruth thought. I wonder if it's because the magic stone is not good with the fire fortress. Suddenly he just came up with an idea. Let's try this. Madam, I suggest, change the training location. Maxie was stunned and didn't understand anything. What? Ruth explained. Depending on the location, the concentration of mana will be different. Places with many natural objects such as plants, soil, and water have higher concentrations of mana. If you practice in those places, it will probably be much better. Just in time for cavalry training today, all the cavalrymen will gather at the training ground. Very suitable to find a quiet place to practice, Maxie hesitantly. The weather is cold like this, why are you telling me to go out, right now? Ruth smiled. You can't freeze to death if you just go out for a while. Just think you're taking a walk in the backyard. In fact, lately, she's been staying in the castle all the time. Maxie glared at him. I don't want to hear that from you, Ruth. Anyway, go around the castle at least once a day, but Ruth argued, even if I wanted to leave this room, I couldn't. I have to investigate the phenomenon of demon migration, create drawings of magical tools, discover demons installed on the city walls, I even want to split my body into 2 bodies. Maxie was stunned, are there even ghosts or magic tools? Ruth looked at her, what? Taking advantage of the foggy morning the other day, didn't the monsters climb over the castle wall? To prevent that from happening again, I plan to install magic tools in the place where the monsters usually go. Appear frequently. However, it is still in the planning stage. Maxie bowed her head, she thought worriedly. Come to think of it, Baron is the same, right? The monsters in the north are coming down, so we have to meet to discuss countermeasures. Maxie watched Ruth yawn. Of course, Ruth was also busy, but I didn't think about Ruth's situation, but just thought about wanting to learn magic quickly. She asked, this time, you don't need me, can I help? Even if it's just arranging work and formulas, we still, no matter how much we have. Ruth immediately raised her hand, I would like to decline. Just teaching you magic, I'm already under the Calypso rays. If he let her be my assistant, he probably won't forgive me. Maxie bowed her head, unable to argue. He smiled, anyway, thank you for your suggestion, but for now let's focus on learning magic. It will be more useful than helping me with these things. The servant immediately brought her coat. Maxie stood up, I understand, then, thank you, Ruth. Ruth waved her hand, you must keep a cheerful mood on my behalf too. Maxie left, I will go collect magic power. After she left, Ruth dejectedly put her hand on her chin. Rutus asked, Madam, before you leave, can you go back to your room and change into thick clothes? Maxie gave her the book, no need, this is enough. But, can Rutus bring the books up to the room? Rutus took it, I will take it and follow behind you, I must escort you. Maxie shook his head, no, there's no need to do that, I'm just going for a walk, it's nothing. Rutus hesitated, but, at this moment Maxie interrupted her, besides, when I'm alone, I'll concentrate better. Rutus looked at her blankly for a moment. Then bowed, I understand, ma'am. Don't stay out too long. I know. After that, she immediately left. Maxie breathed a long breath of smoke, it was so cold. Should I stop by the kitchen to warm up a bit before going out? Then she shook her head repeatedly. No, I heard there was training going on. If so, preparing meals will also be busier than usual. I'll go out and practice without other people paying attention. Having said that, she went down to the castle gate. Maxie looked up at the winter sky. She turned to look at the soldiers, then thought to herself, I heard there's cavalry training, so it's really quiet in the castle, right? Normally at this time you'd hear the practice knights shouting. Maxie looked sideways. Being quiet like this, you don't have to be afraid of facing anyone. So where should I practice? Anyway, it should be a quiet place and not be seen by others. Maxie suddenly found a deserted corner. She held the stone in her hand. This place has both trees and land. This time, I don't know if it will be different. Maxie held the stone tightly in her hand. It's good, I'll have to try it a few times. After a long while, Maxie looked in front of her. She sat down on the ground in despair. There was nothing. Maxie was worried. The cold wind blew even more, making Maxie's face turn red. What should I do? I followed exactly what I was told. The basic theory is fine. But you must feel the magical power, even if just a little, to be able to move on to the next step. But if I keep standing still like this, I have to get results quickly to be recognized. I have to do it. After saying that, Maxie immediately clenched her hands. Feel, must feel. Ruth said so, that she had talent. Then she slowly relaxed her hands. Maxie looked at the empty space before her eyes. She gritted her teeth, filled with anger and impatience. Maxie held the stone in her hand, without hesitation raised her hand high. But her hand was shaking. Maxie suddenly realized her actions. She stopped. Then sat down on the ground in frustration. Am I going to get angry at something? It's so pitiful. Was Ruth mistaken? I may not have any real talent, both my ancient language and my physique, it's all just a coincidence. Tears flowed. From the beginning I didn't have what it took to be a magician. She stood up, stopped, then turned back, went back and asked Ruth to find another method. Ruth is familiar with many magicians in the World Tower, so she will probably know many other methods. At this moment, suddenly someone called her. Maxie. Riftan suddenly appeared behind her. He was confused. What are you doing here alone? Could it be, is there any pain? She shook her head. No, I just have to rest. Riftan questioned, after all, are you here without a servant with you? She tried to explain. Wait, I was just going to get some fresh air. Riftan immediately frowned and looked at her. Maxie. Even if they are, it's not completely safe. Among the hundreds of people here, if someone has evil thoughts, we don't know what will happen. Don't you know that the castle governor's wife should not be in a deserted place without someone accompanying her? Maxie stammered. I'm sorry, I will pay more attention. Riftan awkwardly looked at his wife's appearance. Riftan leaned down and kissed her cheek. Okay, then. I'll hold your hand and let's go. Maxie asked in bewilderment. Where? Riftan wondered. You said you wanted to go out and get some fresh air. I said before that I would take you for a walk around the lake. Just in time, the weather is not bad, we should go together. Maxie is worried, but you've trained hard today, sir, aren't you going to rest? Riftan smiled, looking hey, until now you still don't know what my physical level is? I was once someone who marched for 3 days and 2 nights without resting. The two of them rode horses together on the winter road. Maxie excitedly said, look at the surroundings. It's so fun, it feels like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. I look at my wife, she is much more proficient than before. Maxie said, sometimes you also exercise. He complimented his wife, that's commendable. But for Maxie, she secretly thought that compliment was like giving it to a child. Suddenly Riftan stopped the horse. Come on Maxie, where we're going is going this way. The tree roots are big so the road will be a bit rough, is that okay? The tree roots are big so the road will be a bit rough, is that okay? Maxie is determined, she will try. Hearing that, Riftan immediately pulled the reins. Okay, then let's go. 2 people riding horses through the forest. Then finally the 2 of them stopped in front of a large lake. Maxie dismounted. It's so beautiful, Riftan said. I thought the water would freeze but it looks fine, right? Maxie looked at the lake. It's going to freeze, this big lake. I explained that larger lakes like this in the north would also be frozen, we could also walk on them. Maxie wondered, how can I walk on it? If so, the ice will melt. Riftan caresses Talal. If the weight is maintained, checking the thickness of the ice won't be a problem, because the north is much colder than here, and the monsters that appear are large and won't hide down there, so there won't be any breaking of the ice. Maxie asked him, Riftan, have you ever been on a lake? He said, although it is not a lake, it is similar to a lake. During the mercenary era, when they went to destroy monsters to cross the Cheno Plateau, they had to walk on ice for 3 days. Maxie was startled. Ice? Ice? She suddenly became confused and looked at him. Riftan pointing in that direction, over there. Do you see that mountain? That block of ice is bigger than that mountain. When Maxie heard that, he was so shocked that he froze. Does that really exist? No, more than that, how could they make something like that? On a cold winter day, it will form a very thin and weak patch on the surface of the water. Maxie lifted her feet off the thin ice. She exhaled smoke and looked up at the sky. It's really different. The things I experienced in Anatole were completely different from my father's city. I wonder how rich and majestic this world is. Maxie looked at Riftan. I want to know more about it too. She hesitantly asked, Riftan, have you gone through all 37 countries? He said, I have never been to Azes and Swaycan. Not long after joining the mercenary group, because I had to go through Ribadal, I lived there for about 2 years. After receiving the mandate, I went up there, although I made a lot of money there, but I thought it was not a place where humans could live. As soon as he arrived at Osiria, a sword competition was held in the underground hall located in the center. He touched the sword at his side. That's also where we receive members of the Night Order. After returning home, I founded the Night Order, and after that I spent most of my time in Anatole and Dristan. Maxie wondered, why Dristan? Riftan explained, because of the rivalry between the Principality of Croiso and the southern side of Dristan. Maxie remembered the story Ruth told him, so it was him. In short, for that reason, a few years ago, Rem Dragon, one of King Reuben's immediate knights, had a difficult time resolving the dispute between Croiso and Dristan. That time a few years ago was also when Maxie had to feel nervous when she saw him and the knights. Maxie remembers, so that's when. So you often come to Croiso City for that reason. Suddenly Maxie turned when she noticed. Riftan's mood seems bad. Maxie is confused. What's wrong? Riftan turned away. No, it's just that at that time, I also wanted to go. Maxie hesitantly asked, at least 2 months. Not at that time, you go there once a month, right? He muttered, am I like that? Maxie looked at him blankly. Riftan quickly pushed his horse forward. No, it's nothing. She stared blankly at Riftan walking ahead. There was an uneasy feeling in my heart. Why did he suddenly not say anything? Maybe I said something wrong. When I'm quiet that way, I feel like that person is very distant. I hope he will say everything he thinks. Is it because of my greed? Riftan spoke up. Hey, the weather looks okay. So I took her out, but it looks like it's snowing again. Maxie, let's be quick. Meanwhile, Maxie was still lounging. She reached out to touch the things flying around. Is this snow? Riftan looked at that excited look. This is the first time you've seen snow. She touched it. You've seen snow and rain, but this is your first time you see snow this white. Riftan immediately reminded her, Maxie, sit up straight, you do. What if you fall off the horse? She was startled. I'm fine, I'll pay attention. After saying that, Maxie stared blankly at the snowflake in her hand. It was so magical. Snow-white flowers are soft and flying like dandelion seeds. How could something this small and delicate fall from the sky? Did it also snow like this on the glacier that Riftan walked on? How did he feel when riding in the snow, the scenery he had never seen before, the things he had never experienced before? Maxie's hand held the reins tightly. More, I want to feel more. Thinking about that, she spurred her horse. Riftan panicked. Maxi suddenly running like that is very dangerous. He suddenly looked dumbfounded at his wife's hair blowing in the wind. Maxi happily rode along the icy lake. Her face appeared happier than ever. Maxi was running around smiling happily. Riftan was imagining a scene in his head. He slowly felt this feeling of relaxation. Maxi was there, happily enjoying the snow with her horse. Riftan just silently looked at his wife jokingly. At this moment Maxi returned. She suddenly discovered that her husband's expression was not quite right. Riftan, turn away, the clouds are coming, before it snows anymore, let's go back to the castle. If you let your body get wet, your body temperature will also decrease, so it's better to go quickly. Maxi watched her husband go ahead and couldn't help but think a lot. Just now. What is it all about? Am I mistaken, but that face belongs to Riftan. She silently looked at his shadow under the water. Maxi shook his head and said, no, stop thinking so rudely, Maxi. That's right, Riftan is a stronger knight than anyone. Such a wonderful person is afraid of being in danger, this cannot happen. The night passed and the next morning came. The soldiers cleaned up the snow and grumbled, it's so cold, you'll get sick if you just sit there frozen. Hurry up, you have to clear the stairs before it freezes, if you don't want to break your nose. Just leave it there. It's been 10 years since it snowed there, this kid will probably be very surprised. Mr. Rodrigo, where should I put this thing of yours? The butler said, just bring it to the house. Store next to him, don't feel sorry for him, just use it freely. Meanwhile, Maxi was playing with the cats next to the fireplace. Rudis brought it to her, madam, at least use some warm milk. Maxi smiled brightly, thank you, thank you. Suddenly, a few cats climbed on her, startling her, so she called the servant, Rudis, for help. She tried to remove the cat from her hair. Wah, haven't you guys already eaten? Rudis said, I'll stir in a spoonful of porridge and then add minced meat. Finally they had to scoop out a shallow dish. Rudis looked at the 3 cats, they're so greedy, I'm sure all 3 of you will become very good hunters. At this time, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Sorry lady, the magician is here, do you want to go see me? Maxi wondered blankly, what's wrong? Today is not a teaching day. She spoke up and let him in. Ruth appeared looking like she was about to die. Good morning my lady. Maxi was confused, did something happen to the castle? Ruth scratched her head, oh that's not true. I have come up with a good way to train. If there's nothing, can you go out for a bit? The 2 of them went out into the garden. Ruth instructed, lady, stand on this side. Yes, that's right, and put your hands out in front like this. Maxi wondered, is this basic magic, you ask? But Ruth, is this the training you talked about? Ruth, as I said before, do you still remember how to perform magic? Maxi was confused, since I was a child, I've been paying attention to mana, do you mean expanding the magic circle? He nodded, yes, that is the stage that requires great concentration. You also understand the basic working principles of magic. I will open the way and guide the mana into your magic tube, so the mana will travel in a circle. It will be released again from the other side of the tube. Magic. And we have to go around following this magic. We will put mana into part of the magic, Maxi. Hong Meng do that, is that okay? Ruth excitedly said, to be precise, that method is completely wrong, but you have fully developed the magic tube so it's not too much of a stretch. Maxi heard those simple words like a thunderbolt. Ruth immediately reminded her, come on, focus. First you need to feel it when directly manipulating mana, that will be more effective. Maxi looked at the magical light in her hand, it felt strange, warm and itchy, like soaking her hand in warm water. Suddenly she was startled. Ruth reminded her, don't lose concentration, don't miss the flow right now. Maxi wanted to cry, but Ruth, you didn't tell me it felt like this. Lightly. I can feel the thin thread running down my arm. Is it really okay? What if the power, if it pierced deep into my heart? Maxi was stunned looking at that warm magic. The image of ghosts that I think of every time I hear Ruth's explanation is an invisible and vague mass. But that's not the case, mana itself is a huge and complex fabric, so to speak. Create this world. Maxi gradually immersed himself in the feeling of mana running through his body. The magician removed the threads from that cloth and kept it inside his body. The magical thread held in this way becomes the material for the magician's drawn template. The pattern drawn by magicians all over the world. Is it magic? She stammered, Ruth. He gently explained. It is said that the first thing God created was light. Please remember the feeling right now. Maxi looked at her hand. It was so hot inside, it's a bit difficult to breathe. Tuat sighed, it's only at this level, are you already crying? High-level magic will rotate magic power at this speed. Maxi cried in her heart, why does Ruth look so tired every time she uses magic? Maybe I understand a little now. Ruth continued, now, I will slowly remove my hand, ma'am, please maintain this speed directly and try to rotate the magic power, okay? Are you confused, haha? But, I have to remind you, let's focus. Then he slowly removed his hand. Maxi gradually felt that magic thread. She was startled and confused when she saw that magic. The light has disappeared. I encourage people not to be so disappointed. If you can do this for the first time, you're already good. Maxi was stunned. Really? Ruth smiled, I've never been one to talk nonsense. If it was bad, I would have said it was bad, said Maxi. Also comforted, if it was Ruth, then it was. He rolled up his sleeves, then let's try again. You should also practice this basic magic from time to time. If you continue like this, the magic power inside your body will increase. At this time, they also started trying again a second time, after 7 seconds, and then again 5 seconds. Maxi gradually despaired, even though I'm alone, but, can I still do it? Ruth sighed, if it doesn't work, I'll guide you a few more times. Don't worry, if you practice continuously you can grasp the secret right away. At that time, the lady is used to controlling it. If it is completed, then we will begin to learn about healing magic. It wasn't until the next morning, when someone called loudly continuously, that Maxi gradually woke up. She dreamily said, Riftan. He asked worriedly, is she hurt somewhere? I called her continuously. Maxi explained, no, it's not a big deal, just because I probably because I read too much. Riftan looked at the pile of books on the table and was speechless. He was a little angry and immediately hugged Maxi's face. Maxi, just do it, even though this is your opinion. But that doesn't mean you have to throw away your health, she stammered, sorry. Riftan reminded, remember to take care of yourself. If this continues, I will withdraw my consent to let you learn magic, do you understand? Maxi stammered, I'll pay attention, then he gently kissed her forehead, it's okay. Riftan smiled, I'll be back soon tonight, so let's eat together. Maxi thought to herself, no. Because I heard that I would be able to learn magic, I was a bit excited. But, she secretly smiled when she saw the light in her hand. Practicing every day, the light becomes clearer and clearer. Compared to yesterday, I'm sure tomorrow it will be even better. If you recognize this, just thinking about it would make me happy. Maxi looked out the window, but couldn't ignore it. I won't eat with Riftan this day, either. It's true that monsters landed south in the direction of Anatolium. Ruth said to gather information from across the continent. All the districts in the city were mobilized. The training of knights and guards is also going on. Maxi silently worried, at this moment I can't live comfortably alone. She thought again, but should I adjust the schedule a bit? In the morning we study theory, after lunch we have to go manage the castle, and we also have to learn magic before dinner. That morning, Maxi went to the library as usual. Ruth said, let's practice today. Maxi opened her mouth and looked at him in bewilderment, really, practicing? Ruth shrugged, you've never used magic on a human before, but now you've learned healing magic, so you'll have to practice. She was tense. But still not proficient in using it. Try with humans, what if it fails? Withdrew a sigh. Healing magic, if it fails, there is no harm done. First of all, practicing magic is very important. The more proficient you are, the higher your speed and accuracy, Maxi stammered. If so then, but, who should I try it with? Ruth stared at her. Usually the teacher will make a small wound on my body. He hugged himself. But I hate being in pain, Ruth said, smiling. But luckily, in this castle there will be a few people who can't hurt themselves. He smiled sinisterly. Okay, let's go out. Maxie wondered as she put on her robe, can't people hurt themselves? Then the two of them went out there are knights. Ruth smiled, very good, it's been a good year. Maxie was breathing heavily from running so much. Ruth, she thought to herself, if Riftan finds himself a failure. Ruth glanced at Maxie, today is the day Calypso trains new recruits, it won't be peaceful here, so just relax. While I'm looking for a suitable person. Maxie was relieved, then panicked when she realized. She thought to herself that she didn't know what she was thinking, it was so obvious, why did someone speak up at this time, what's the magician's business here? Heberon was sitting over there looking at them. If the injury wasn't so great that it was disabling, wouldn't I have told you not to call? Ruth pushed Maxie forward, of course, there's no reason why I would volunteer to do that. This will be the person doing the treatment. Lady Calypso will do it, the surrounding knights are all staring at you. Maxie was nervous, even though my abilities were still lacking, everyone's scars were there. The soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads. Madam, I'm very grateful for your kindness, but we can treat simple wounds ourselves. There's no need to worry so much, ma'am. Ruth then placed her hand on her shoulder, can I see that simple wound? The lady is currently studying healing magic. He needs to practice so you guys just cooperate. Heberon was so shocked that he spat out all his wine. Magic? Do you know magic, ma'am? Maxie is confused, I just started studying. Also, he is very proficient. Heberon scratched his head, magician, that's fine. If it fails and side effects arise, it will be very difficult. These days, the training intensity is no joke. Ruth crossed her arms. Even if it fails, healing magic doesn't have any side effects, right? It's useless to worry. Heberon looked at Maxie, no, anyway, at this time she hesitantly spoke up, hey. Ruth frowned. Mr. Nerda and everyone, the existence of a healing mage will be of great help. I don't need to explain, everyone understands. Heberon scratched his head, what does that mean? Ruth patted her chest. I now give the knights Anatole and Rem Dragon, not only can I quickly treat the wound, I can also teach the ladies healing magic. He shook his head in frustration, but, Mr. Nerda, this is just a lesson in medical magic, there are no side effects. But, you still won't let me help my lady? This is truly a pity. That must be the case to know what Rem Dragon's chivalry is like. Heberon covered his ears, criticizing those complaints. After all, who dares to say no to help? I'm covered in bruises from head to toe, it's all over. Heberon shouted, calling to the people behind him. Okay Ricardo. During the match, it seemed like you had a wound on your cheek, right? Why don't you give him the wound to experiment on? Maxie secretly tensed, him. Ricardo frowned. You should have been the one who should have done it. I was hit on my stomach and bruised. Heberon argued, what's the bruise? It just itches like a mosquito bite, I'm still very conscious. The two of you got into an argument, stop showing off, I saw you sitting on the horse and looked like you were about to fall. What is that guy talking like, lady? Maybe you should treat every nook and cranny of that madman. At this moment, Ruth spoke up, you've already injured your cheek. Your wife won't be able to treat it at this level. It won't take much time to cooperate with us. He refused, no need, it will be better to leave it as it is. Ruth tried to persuade, it would be better if you were treated right away, it would be a shame if that handsome face left a scar. He looked away, instead of giving his face in a half-hearted wizard, it's better to leave a scar. Maxie clasped his hands and tried to say, I've practiced a lot, so it won't be, okay. She said loudly that there would be no failure. Please, give me proof, prove it once. Suddenly, she stopped when she met that look. He's looking at her with contemptuous eyes, is that proof? Can you memorize or talk normally? Maxie immediately became trembling. She couldn't help but worry. That. Then she gradually comforted herself. Maxie loudly said, that, I can do it. Even if no one believes it. At this moment, a tall black shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. Riftan suddenly appeared and grabbed him by the neck. Riftan gritted his teeth in anger. You dare talk like that to my wife? Then he released his hand from his collar. The surrounding knights stopped him. Chief, please calm down. He sat on the ground coughing and choking. Riftan immediately became gentle with Maxi. Come here Maxi, we'll go back to the castle. He still doesn't fit. Sat on the ground and shouted loudly, Leader, don't you have any self-respect? I ask, don't you feel angry? Who is it that you have to work so hard for? How can you protect and care for the daughter of such a person? What is that girl? Hearing those words, Maxi's heart felt like a stab of pain. Riftan immediately rushed forward and slapped Ricardo. He grabbed his collar and lifted him up. The surrounding knights all tried to stop it. Captain, please be patient. Ricardo is still stubborn. What are you doing now? They shouted loudly. You also stop talking. You've gone too far. At this time, Maxi stood behind and softly called out. Riftan. His hands gradually became shaky. Then he decided to release him. Riftan said harshly, one more time. Try talking like that about my wife again. Riftan rolled his eyes. I will cut a line from your mouth to your crotch. He wiped the blood from his mouth, still looking unconvinced. Then Riftan took his wife and left. On the way out, she hesitantly called out, Riftan. Wait, so, that's it. Suddenly made him stop. Maxi nervously looked up at him. Riftan was so angry that veins appeared on his face. Seeing his expression, Maxi shed tears again. I'm sorry. Riftan immediately turned to look. Then his facial muscles softened. Riftan looked at his wife who was shaking and crying. He hesitated for a moment, then approached. Those words, for you to hear, those words. I'm sorry. I will make it impossible for him to say that to you a second time. So. Riftan caressed her, don't cry. In that moment, Maxi's heart wavered. She silently told herself, no, it's not Riftan's fault that that man said that. It's because of me. Always bending over and stuttering. No ability. She laid her head on his chest. Because you are stupid and unattractive, Maximilian. If I had become a perfect lady suitable for you, this would not have happened. If you marry the princess, you will receive more respect than you do now. After that time, Maxi was taken back to the bedroom by Riftan. He worriedly looked at her dreamily. Maxi, are you okay? Maxi shook her head, I'm okay, go to work. He looked at her red eyes. Maxi comforted him, it's okay to rest a little. You don't need to worry about me. She thought to herself, I'm so embarrassed, I want to run away. She remembered that scene while entering the room, the servant saw me crying, she panicked. Riftan lifted her up, then. He quickly hugged her. Maxi, are you worried? For that kind of userline kid? I will pay attention so that something like that doesn't happen again. Maxi was confused. Sir, you don't have to do that for me. Don't worry about that anymore. Riftan looked at her lovingly, of course I have to care for you. Maxi, you are the person I care about the most in this world. Even though I know your heart is hurt, don't talk to me like that. When Maxi was about to say something, the sound of cock came from outside the door. I'm sorry City Lord, Lord Rodrigo said there was an urgent matter. Riftan sighed. I'll be right back, please rest. Maxi immediately stood up. You, go, take your time, those words cannot be finished. She silently remembered his words. Riftan is right. If I were a respectable lady, then when things like this happen, would have to ask in a dignified manner to pay the price for such humiliation. But oh well. She silently comforted, it's okay. Lord Riftan doesn't know yet. However, that blonde knight saw through it in a blink of an eye. Maxi is a mediocre stutterer. Should I let Lord Riftan know, I'm actually a very clumsy person? Even though in the end, he doesn't pay attention to things like this time, repeating them over and over again. Will he feel fed up? Does he feel bored with me? Yes, a lady who is despised by her subordinates. Is Lord Riftan ashamed of himself? Maxi immediately ran out of the room. The surrounding servants were startled by her sudden appearance. Maxie silently blamed herself for being pitiful and inferior. She tried to run as fast as she could while cursing herself. Coward Maxie, staying with someone who did that for you. I hate myself for doubting this. Maxie immediately ran to a room, had to do something. Do something to stop this thinking. She cried and ran into the library. Ruth was startled. I didn't think you would come here today. I looked at her out-of-breath appearance. Did something happen? Maxie now suddenly realized that she didn't know what she came for. She stammered, that. Ruth waved her hand. First, please sit down. After you left that place, I should have wanted you to come back, but, as you knew at that moment, Lord Calypso's expression. Maxie felt guilty in her heart. That. You're not seriously injured, are you? I sigh. I was treated like when the public servant was injured. So, if I had been hit right in a dangerous spot, my jaw would have been crushed. But it seems he has adjusted his hand strength. He was confused. Just now, I'm sorry for giving people bad words. If I had found the Night Order group and explained the situation so they could help, then none of this would have happened. Because recently, the Knight's attitude towards ma'am has softened a lot. So, it's because I was thinking too simply. Maxie waved his hand. No, it's not Ruth's fault. She thought to herself, that's right, things became like that because Maxie said to Ruth, I'm okay, the fact that the writers find me annoying, actually the truth is I already know from before. Things related to the body, if it were me, it would be difficult for me to trust. Ruth spoke up, but Mr. Ricardo's attitude was also a bit disrespectful. The other knights didn't care either. When you are publicly humiliated by other ladies, surely in your heart the Lord will also regret letting things go so far. Maxie silently recalled, that person. How could that happen? She was so confused. So. What? He sighed. Although it's hard to believe her, she shouldn't have been so harsh. Even though he is cold-blooded, he is still an honest and single-minded knight. Never before had he attacked Lord Calypso like that. Even though Lord Calypso is more reckless than anyone else. But after this, I felt he tried to resist everything. Maxie wondered what that was about. That thing. Ruth was now rubbing her chin thinking. He hesitated for a moment then spoke. The refusal to discuss marriage with Princess Agnes, I mean that. So the Lord is someone who is loyal to the royal family in Remdragon. Born with prestigious noble blood, from a young age he built relationships with people in the royal family. It is said that the day he accepted the position of knight, he immediately offered gifts to the princess. Maxie wondered, that Princess Agnes and Riftan want the two of them to get married? Ruth sighed, to tell the truth, everyone at Remdragon thinks so. Those two people are very compatible, even in appearance. Everyone thought they would hear good news after the Duke returned. And having a relationship with the royal family is also good. Moreover, the fact that he refused the marriage surprised me even more. Ruth suddenly stopped when she noticed Maxie's face. I said something I shouldn't have said. Okay, Maxie pretended to laugh. No anyway. Can know your circumstances, you are also very, very fortunate. She pursed her lips, trying to suppress her emotions. Is it because of me that the internal Night Order is divided? Ruth shook her head. Remdragon's Night Order is more united than you think. Except for Lord Ricardo, no one has a hostile attitude towards the lady. Well, I hope that if there is a chance, Mr. Ricardo can open up to his wife, it would be great. If the atmosphere stays stagnant like this, it's not good. Maxie try, I'll do the same. Then Maxie thought to herself. She thought over what he said over and over again. Even though Ruth said so, but he will not abandon me, daughter of Croy. Relations between Riftan and the royal family. Along with the relationship between the knights, I have to improve it. If we do that, then Duke Ricardo's feud will also end here, right? Instead of the princess, would the knights feel proud to obey this stammering lady? If whenever someone insulted him, Riftan punched that person, would it really be okay? I don't know, but Maxie said hesitantly, Ruth. Maybe I asked just in case, but Ruth glanced at her, why were you so hesitant? Maxie hesitated. Could Ruth's magic be able to cure me? Ruth suddenly stopped when she heard her question. Of course I know that with healing magic now it's not possible. Even so, magic can create something new. Ruth, you said, it's true in this world there are quite a few magicians who create their own magic. In fact, there were many people who also researched magical methods to overcome defects such as blindness, handicaps, and lameness. Maxie Dan had hope, if so, but Ruth immediately interrupted her. However, until now no permanent treatment for physical disability has been discovered. Even if I started researching now, it would still take decades. Maxie gradually became frustrated. She bowed her head. So that's it, I also think so. I'm just asking again just in case. Maxie's face turned red, so embarrassed. Because, Ruth, don't pay too much attention. Maxie immediately stood up. Then I'll go back first. Riftan said he'll be right back. Ruth was startled. Wait, if you go like that then it's like I did something bad. Maxie was confused. What? I didn't mean that. He waved his hand. Don't be like that, just sit down for a moment and think a bit. Finally, Maxie sat down. Ruth gulped nervously. Then he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Do you know if I have ever tried to overcome my stuttering? Maxie immediately panicked to the point that her whole body stiffened. She trembled. Now I feel like I'm trying to say this on purpose. Ruth explains, I don't mean to offend you, but pronunciation and speaking habits can change somewhat through training. Maxie is angry. If it's training, then when I was young, I learned enough, but I still didn't get better at all. So, Ruth asked her, how were you trained? Maxie remembers that dark moment. She hesitantly whispered, poetry, and novels. I have learned to read those things, Roem's literature. Ruth coldly said, for someone who can't even talk normally, why do they force you to memorize those ancient words? Wouldn't it be better to just practice talking normally? Maxie was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Tears filled her eyes, wondering how he could speak so easily. She recalled painful memories. Me at that time. The me of the past used to hold books of literature and poetry to the base of the tree, then try to memorize it well. Really tried really hard. She tried to explain, I tried it. That's all I can do is. But my tongue is stiff. No matter what you do, it won't work. Ruth told her, I say this because I see you have improved a lot recently. Maxie suddenly paused in bewilderment. Ruth hesitated, don't you notice anything? Lately, except for urgent and embarrassing moments, people seem to talk a lot more freely than before. Maxie sat down, gradually feeling happier. Are you saying I'm getting better? She fondly recalled her first memories. Riftan had shown it to her once. The entire vast territory of Anatole. She also met the extremely gentle servant named Rudis. Maxie also made efforts to redecorate the castle. And she was also able to tell the story to the two apprentice knights. Even Riftan had asked her what she liked that day. Under the shade of the tree, he praised her for the scent of winter, always comforting her and not hurting her, and promised not to do so a second time. When she realized all that up until now, Maxie's face lit up with happiness. She thought back to what Ruth had said, at some point, I'm not afraid to talk anymore, on the contrary, can I change? Like practice. With the same effort as when learning magic, can I even fix this with my own strength? If possible, a glimmer of hope will shine. Maxie asked hesitantly. How did you said? If I practice and correct the way I talk, it will help, right? You said specifically, what should we do? Ruth thought for a moment and said, even though it's just my personal opinion, practicing speaking in normal situations, it might help. Whatever it is, you have to try it over and over again. Many times. Maxie was confused. That's not any different from what I've done before. Ruth spoke up but tried to stay as calm as possible. Every time the lady gets excited, she speaks faster, so her stammering gets worse. Maxie was embarrassed and whispered, I understand, and what should I do? He rubbed his chin. Practicing speaking slowly and clearly is also very good, even if it's slow, it's okay. You just need to get people to be able to say the correct words fluently. As for calmness, just consider it a normal form of training. Maxi silently told himself slowly and clearly, even if it's slow, it's okay. It has to be precise. She spoke slowly. I see, like this. Ruth nodded. You are very good. Maxi touched her throat, it was so awkward. Ruth gave an opinion, next time, if you keep practicing like this, I will also look for other methods. If you try many methods, you will definitely find a suitable method. Stop. Maxi smiled. Okay, then I will also practice hard and diligently. When spring comes and the snow melts, people would find their way through the mountains to reach Anatole. Riftan will also gradually socialize with other nobles. If among them, someone uses me as an excuse to mock Riftan, Maxi silently resolved, I can't let him be ridiculed because of me. Even if it's just a small possibility, whatever it is, I will stick with it to the end. The next day, suddenly, a trembling boy appeared. Maxi was secretly worried. She knew Ruth had called them. Ruth had told her not to worry, but no matter how she looked, the boy was uncomfortable. The chef happily said, What is it? Didn't this kid Crom grab the handle with hot iron without fear? She immediately turned back to Tia Ruth with eyes that wanted to beat him to death. Maxi sighed. There's no other way. If we keep standing here like this, the child will be even more scared. She spoke up and asked, I heard that you injured your hand while working this morning. Can I have a look? The boy was startled. Are you talking about my hand? The boy took off the bandage. Here. Maxi was surprised. Oh my God, my hands are all blistered. It must be so painful. Ms. Dua gently held the boy's hand. The boy was bewildered. Ma'am. Maxi reminded himself, concentrate, healing magic has no side effects, so there's no need to rush it, just like when using a basic spell. Let the magic flow naturally. She used healing magic on the boy's hand. By the time Maxi let go, the boy's hand had recovered. Everyone was bewildered. Then they were surprised to see that the hand was healed, the wound in a flash. My God. No more pain at all. Oh my God, thank you, ma'am. Even Maxi was extremely surprised. It was successful, in one go like this. She happily announced, Ruth, I succeeded. I succeeded. He smiled. You did very well. It's only the first time and you've done it like that, it's really good. Maxi immediately turned to everyone and said, Yes, does anyone still have wounds on their upper body? I can treat them more. At this time, suddenly outside the door he said, Can we register? The knights are all standing outside. The knight was polite, I'm sorry if I scared you, lady. I didn't think your divine power was that strong. I'm really sorry for saying rude things to you yesterday. Maxi quickly shook her head, No. I'm not talented at all. Heberon also chimed in, showing off the little scratch. Actually, while hunting, I got injured a bit. Can I receive treatment now? Maxi looked bewildered at the tiny scratch mark. Wounds? That, he scratched his head. Sure enough, now you're bored and don't want to do it. Maxi waved his hand, No, it's not. Because, I was a bit surprised so I come here, I will quickly treat it. Everyone jumped in line, my wrist hurts, my shoulder hurts first. Maxi quickly said, I'll watch for everyone. Ruth stood behind and saw everything, he smiled. It seems like everyone is quite concerned about you, ma'am. Baron immediately screamed, What do you say? My hand is bleeding. Ruth shrugged and replied, Can I get a drop? Maxi looked at them and couldn't control the joy in her heart. She happily used healing magic on them. Heberon excitedly said, You are so talented, this is as precious as gold. I don't have the slightest thought that this is the arm that was once injured. Are you even more talented than a magician? No, now she has also become an official magician. You should use another title to distinguish between the two. Just right, Mr. Knight. Maxie suddenly smiled happily. She happily laughed loudly. Heberon told her, if you're okay, come check on us sometime. I'll tell the other knights too. Not long after, time passed. Snow no longer falls frequently, and the wind no longer blows strongly. The sound of ice breaking and every morning is not as long as before. Heavy late winter rains began to fall in Anatole. It's not over yet, the days when Maxie had to work, have returned. Her dark eyes looked at the pile of papers on the table. She thought about the new magic Ruth taught her. Even though it is being recognized as progressing, but, then Maxie suddenly noticed something. She looked at the papers full of words. Then remembered Ruth's words, when you're alone, I think you'd better practice reading poetry by free-spirited poets. Maxie was stunned. Poetry of liberals. He explained that they were their own stories, and because they were widely and long circulated, the songs written by freelance poets often included easy, light and well-arranged words. Arranged in a moderate rhythm. At least it will help a lot so that a tight throat can pronounce more comfortably. Maxie held the papers. It certainly wasn't as burdensome as memorizing ancient words. The problem is that I feel like I won't be able to change the way I talk much. While she was working hard, a familiar figure appeared behind her again. She thought to herself, I'm trying to fix my stuttering problem. I don't want anyone to see it. However, at this moment, Riftan appeared next to her. Maxie, were you thinking and didn't you hear me come in? Maxie suddenly panicked when she realized it. She was startled and covered the pile below. Riftan, sir, when did you come? He said, just now. Riftan frowned looking at the things on the table. Maxie was trying to cover the papers with her hands. He read under his breath, flower seeds. Maxie explained, when winter comes, there will be many people coming to visit, so maybe before that, we have to redecorate the garden. He is worried. Supervising the servants is tiring enough, not her. Are you doing too many things? These past few weeks, your bedtime and waking times are the same as mine. Maxie is confused, because she only does what she has to do, using that to compare. To Riftan, it was nothing. She secretly hoped that Riftan didn't see anything. He sighed, look, who are you comparing to? I am someone who has trained all my life, and my physical strength is also superior to other knights. He hugged and kissed Maxie's forehead, but she was weaker than other normal women. She stammered, I'm not weak, on the contrary, I'm still strong. At this moment suddenly, Riftan lifted her up. He looked at his little wife. What are you saying about someone who has only lived in the city all her life? Look, I'm not even out of breath, you're half as skinny as me. Maxie was embarrassed. Riftan is already big. I'm just a normal person. He put her down on the bed. Among the women I know, there is no one as skinny as you. Every time I see you, I get nervous. Maxie suddenly had some thoughts in her mind. Are these women she knows? Who are you talking about? She replied angrily, you're exaggerating too much, this isn't enough for you to worry about. Riftan suddenly grabbed her hand, but, Maxie, just the wind blowing around you makes me worried. He stroked her cheek, you're a lot thinner. I heard. Every day I'm at this guy's place and that guy to use healing magic, it's really too much. Maxie tried to explain, no, it's too much, the important thing is to do it regularly. So everyone is just cooperating with me. Lately, you've improved a lot, so, even the bigger injuries are quick. Riftan quickly interrupted, are there no more rude guys like before? Maxie shook her head, no. He hesitantly looked at his little wife, you're really not tired, are you? Maxie nodded repeatedly, really. Having said that, I just sighed. Before, it wasn't easy to talk, but every time I asked you, you answered like that. Maxie stammered, really, everyone is very cooperative, so I'm not tired at all. Riftan immediately placed the blanket on her, yes, I know. She glanced at him bewilderedly, Riftan. Riftan advised, rest, Maxie. I put my hand over your eyes, you need to rest. Maxie silently wondered, he didn't ask anything more. She asked herself, since when? When faced with Riftan, I stutter even more than when I'm with other people. No matter how much I practice, it doesn't seem to work. That's right. What should I do? I always want to be more perfect in your eyes than anyone else. The next morning, Elysian suddenly appeared with a bloody head. Hello, my lady. Maxie looked at him in shock. Elysian, yes, what's going on? How? He smiled brightly. I fell while riding a horse. Just like that. At the dining table, everyone was talking loudly. Hurry up and get some more cake over there, the beer's gone. Chef, give me another bowl. At this time, Maxie had lunch with everyone. The knight smiled brightly. Today's stew is especially delicious, isn't it, my lady? Maxie was startled. Yes, that's right, it seems quite suitable for my taste. She secretly smiled happily. But, during the Lord's lunch, the knight said that the guild master was currently discussing plans with the other knights in the study room, because it was almost water season. Maxie wondered, Tau, punishment. Another guy immediately rushed forward. Speaking of which, the other side of the Anatolian mountains is where the half-dragons live. When the weather gets better, mercenaries and merchants come to hunt dragon monsters. The other person smiled, having to call from Mr. Nerda to Mr. Ricardo and even Mr. Rabadou like this. He probably wanted to take this opportunity to check one more time and prepare measures to deal with the demons. Moving from the north. Elysian was excited. Can I participate in the next subjugation? He drank tea after seeing the mistake you committed today. Then I think it would be better for your knight appointment ceremony to be postponed to next year. It is said that during the goblin subjugation, he had to roll around all over the mountain. With such attention, do you think you can peacefully get through the debut ceremony? Maybe you can only catch a fire lizard, let alone a half-dragon. Elysian was angry. I absolutely will not make the same mistake a second time. 2 dragons or 3 dragons, I can catch them all. Maxie heard what they said and Ngu was bewildered. Sell dragon. The knight looked at her. This was probably the first time she had heard of this. The initiation ceremony to join the troop is a ceremony only held in the Remdragon Knight troop. Before the appointment ceremony is held, only when receiving the dragon stone magic can one be considered a member of the troop. Actually, it doesn't matter what kind of demon it is, it just needs to be a demon with magic stone in it, but half-dragons are also suitable monsters for beginners to challenge. Maxie was curious. Selling dragons, what kind of monsters? He explained, it's a monster that looks like an average dragon, 6 to 9 meters in size. But unlike dragons, they have no wings and cannot use breath. However, they have very hard scales, sharp teeth and toenails, and agile movements, so they should not be taken lightly. Although they cannot fly, in return they have a keen sense of smell and the ability to resist magic, especially when these guys gather in groups. Although their intelligence is low, they have excellent cooperation and are quite proficient in hunting. They are excited. It is said that this is not the type that a novice rider can easily catch 3 or 4. Child. I can clearly see his future. If a mercenary like Rovar blindly rushes in to capture the half-dragon, he will probably become that dragon's lunch. Is there enough left for lunch? If this little kid were to swallow a mouthful, Maxie would be confused after hearing what you guys said. Why would a 17-year-old boy let a 17-year-old kid catch him like that? She hesitated. Even so, no, won't there be someone there to keep a watchful eye and protect? Elysian and Geru are still young. Maxie worried, so that they don't fall into some dangerous situation, there must be someone behind. They immediately spoke up. Madam, what we need to protect is not just a child. A person who wants to be officially recognized as a knight does not need anyone to protect him. Elysian patted his chest. That's true, your words are nothing more than an insult to us. Maxie was confused. I don't mean to insult everyone, it's just me, I feel worried so. They laughed. You don't need to worry like that. With the strength of Rovar and Elysian, they are more than capable of overcoming it. If from the beginning with only this level, the danger cannot be faced, then no, qualified to become Remdragon's knight. Made new shoes for them, the other guys teased. Oh my god, I just need you to not become his toothpick. At this time, suddenly someone else walked in. That's right, as long as you don't make a stupid mistake like today, Maxi stood up. Everyone was excited, the group leader and Mr. Nerda waved to the lady. Are you worried about these chicks? It's just that they lack experience, but their strength is not inferior to anyone else, so don't worry. Especially with his talent, Rovar may even be on par with Mr. Calypso. Elysian was startled. What are you saying? Someone like me is not even a quarter of Mr. Calypso's strength. Hebain smirked. If you just fix this personality of not being able to keep calm, you'll still be a voltage stabilizer. At this time, Riftan sat down next to Maxi. What are you talking about? She recounted. I was hearing about the Night Order's joining ceremony, this time. The two of them will attend the ceremony. Riftan then turned to ask Knight, are you being trained to destroy demons? He replied, even though it's still progressing steadily, it would be better if you had practical experience. Because it is something that cannot be completely trusted. Riftan ordered, Rue. Join us on our next expedition. The two knights were stunned, eyes shining, looking at the captain. The other guy reminded, destroying monsters is different from other types of fighting, you need to be very careful. Dare to confront. The two boys shouted loudly, we will take this to heart. At this time, Maxi secretly glanced at her husband. The moment he smiled, everything brightened. She was thinking about a few things in her mind. Maxi immediately stood up. Please allow me to stand up first, because I feel a bit tired. Riftan asked, you haven't eaten anything yet? She smiled, I've eaten a lot, everyone, please stay and eat comfortably. After that, she gradually left the dining room. Maxi turned her head to look at the bustling people inside. She remained silent and gradually left the room. In insecurity. If I practice magic diligently and become stronger, I'll be able to blend into that crowd at some point, right? Suddenly the thought of having to fight monsters made Maxi's spine run cold. She sighed. Tiredly leaning my head against the wall. The scene of me fighting with those terrible monsters, I cannot imagine. Sunshine after the rain. Weeks after the long winter rains came. The rainy season is gradually coming to Anatole. Maxi said, second floor below the terrace. I'm thinking about making a flower garden. How long will it take? The seller happily introduced, what can be provided right now is the azalea tree. When the red flowers bloomed, the castle will look very splendid. Maxi hesitated, but, I also want to create a flower garden. The butler immediately poured tea for her. The daffodil sprouts can be found right away, ma'am, the merchant complimented, the red color of azalea flowers and the white color of daffodils. What a splendor! Maxi thought to herself, although those two things are very good, I want to grow many other types of flowers and ornamental plants. Gardening must be done step by step. Before making a decision, let Ruth check first. She hesitated, I need to think more. The relative nodded, I understand. So during that time I will go explore more places with diverse types of flowers. Maxi stood up, she smiled, I'm counting on you. After finishing the discussion, she left with the Rudis. Outside the window is the scene of Anatole without much snow anymore. Maxi thought to himself, nights, when the sky clears, the market in the village begins again. Already, many people have come to buy monster bones and gems. When the rainy season begins, the number of visitors will also increase, as more people are interested in Anatole. So, I want to quickly finish the previous decoration. Sure enough, even though it's a bit difficult, let's just keep going, right? While Maxi was thinking, another servant called out to her, Madam, it turns out you're here. The old lady bowed her head. Master invited her to the study. Please follow me. Maxi was surprised, so suddenly. Is there something wrong? She hesitantly asked, what's the problem? The servant recounted, he didn't say clearly, what's wrong with you, please come this way. After that, Maxi followed the servant to the study. She tensed, what's going on? Riftan almost never calls me this way. Riftan spoke, come in, when the servant opens the door. The whole room appeared before Maxi's eyes. By the window is a large birdcage. On the walls hang shields and coats of arms of the Night Order. Maxi looked around, this is Riftan's office. Riftan asked her what she was doing, why haven't you? Come here, sit down. She hesitated and asked, yes, is there a problem, what happened? I explained, there was a telegram from Drakium Palace. I thought I should warn you in advance. Maxi was stunned. Telegram? He recounted that in a few weeks there will be about 20 to 30 guests from the royal palace. Please prepare the best room for them to stay. I also hope you'll throw a welcoming party. Maxi was a bit worried. Guests, who are there? I guess, it's probably the inspection corps that King Reuben sent, along with the royal family's close knights. Maxi was suddenly stunned when he said. Suddenly Riftan lowered his voice, and Princess Agnes will also come. That name immediately made the Maxi collapse. He continued, of course, they only came here to check on Anatoly under the king's orders. The royal family has a close relationship with me and with the Remdragon Knight Order, only Agnes. Her heart became uneasy. Close? Yes, you were once destined to marry Riftan, to the extent that the entire Knight Order knew. Maxi clasped her hands. I will prepare the best and most beautiful room for them. Do you need to prepare anything else? Riftan immediately noticed his wife's tense expression. He lowered his voice. You just need to tell the servant to prepare carefully to welcome guests. You don't need to care too much. Maxi tried to smile. Okay, I'll go to work now. She stood up, feeling restless. Is there any reason for someone like the princess who had an engagement to visit this distant territory? What is the princess thinking? At this moment, suddenly there was a voice calling her ma'am. The housekeeper and Rudis both looked at her worriedly. Why was her face so pale? Could it be that she felt unwell somewhere? Maxi faltered. I seem a little tired. Moreover, Maxi suddenly panicked when she realized, wait, even if we count the entire time from the capital to Anatole, it's too rushed to redecorate the castle. What if the inspection team arrives and the garden is still in bad condition? In this state, no, I can't let Riftan become a laughing stock. She asked, the housekeeper will have an inspection team from the imperial city coming. It seems we will have to start redecorating the scene. Can you call Aderon to come back? The butler nodded. I will contact you immediately. Maxi continued, it is necessary to give special education to servants, to clean every corner of the city. And also, prepare splendid carpets, and luxurious beds. The butler immediately obeyed. I will follow your orders. Maxi ordered them, if there is a problem, please report it to me immediately. She reminded herself, on time, it's not the time for me to be absent-minded. Now I have to focus on decorating the citadel to make it suitable for welcoming guests. Not long after, Ruth appeared. I have heard the story, my lady. That King Reuben's inspection team is here. Maxi collapsed. Yes, so next time, it may be difficult for me to come and study the Dharma. He mused, even though I expected it to be like this, it's still a pity. Even though the progress of defensive magic is the same, the review process for adjustment is a bit different. Maxi was stunned. Aren't you saying that very stuffy? Because I can feel it, through your words. Ruth threw her a bunch of books. If you don't just be honest, the listener will know and solve the problem. More than that, please accept this. She was confused. Ruth, what is this? He smiled. During the time I couldn't visit the library, so I specially prepared it for your training. It includes sentences suitable for training the tongue muscles. As long as you don't count morning and night, if you practice about 20 times a day, you can speak a complete sentence fluently. Maxi was shocked to hear that. A few weeks after the news from the royal palace arrived, the Calypso citadel, which had been stripped of the layer of dirt that had covered it over the winter, was busy with renovation work to welcome guests. The servants in the castle were all busy preparing. At this moment, the maid is gently combing Maxi's hair. The weather is very nice today, ma'am. They have arranged it to make the trees and daffodils in the garden look more beautiful. The servant kept trying on Maxi's clothes. Do you see this necklace? Take this. A few minutes later, Rudis immediately appeared. Madam, according to you, all the servants are gathered in the hall. Maxi stammered, thank you, Rudis. Riftan, has Lord Riftan arrived there first? Rudis bowed his head. Yes, right after finishing the meeting with the knights, he left to meet the guests. She stammered, I see, yes. Maxi suddenly pursed her lips. The inner lips cannot help but worry. I'm about to meet you, princess, for the first time. Everyone, pay a little more attention. The servant happily obeyed, yes, ma'am. Not long after that, the castle's servants all gathered in the courtyard to welcome him. Distinguished guest appeared, she said she was very happy to meet you. I am Agnes Dracaena Reuben. The princess's splendid face appeared. The princess smiled gently. Maxie realized it was Princess Reuben. You lift your skirt, to meet someone like that, this is my honor, princess. She introduced in a low voice, I'm Maxie Calypse. I hope you can feel comfortable during your stay here. The princess said nothing but just smiled at Maxie. The time of rest has ended. When the young buds begin to sprout with the bright spring, Agnes Dracaena Reuben has arrived at Calypse. Agnes Dracaena Reuben is both a princess of noble Whedon and a great magician. She is someone who possesses outstanding abilities and a bold personality, willing to participate in dragon conquests and is the object of admiration for many knights. In the past, she was the one who discussed marriage with Riftan. At this time, the princess spoke up. Everyone was probably shocked by this unexpected visit. Thank you for welcoming me like this. If it were possible, then. Riftan immediately stood up to stop the princess. He called his wife. Maxie. She please lead the princess to the guest room. I will lead the knights away. Maxie nodded. I know. Riftan shouted orders. Okay. Everyone follow me. I will take everyone to their accommodation. She looked at her husband's shadow. Today is the first time we meet. Recently Riftan has been busy building roads. And I've been busy with landscaping the castle, so it's been a while since I've seen him properly. She was disappointed. Can't he treat me a little more affectionately? Suddenly she saw Agnes and then realized. Maxie panicked and blamed herself. What were I thinking while welcoming the inspection team? She stammered, the room, Your Highness's room has been prepared on the second floor of the hall. The rooms of the people accompanying you have also been prepared on the same floor. I wonder what you see. Adnet laughed, don't be so stiff. Feel free to call me Agnes. And I also want to call you by your first name, is that okay? Maxie hesitated, it's my honor, if that's the case, I'll take you to your room. This direction. Agnes was surprised when she entered the castle. Oh my god. The castle is truly beautiful. I heard that this castle is older than Drakium Palace. But it seems to be very well managed. The scale is even larger than we thought. Agnes was excited, feeling like she had just fallen into Roem's castle. Maxie smiled shyly, thanking you. Agnes immediately turned to look at her, wanting to leisurely tour inside this beautiful castle. Can you take me there, ma'am? Maxie was a bit startled. Of course. She was excited. Very good. Then before that I have to take a shower and change my hair. See you later, Maximilian. Maxie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Somehow, the first impression is completely different from what I thought. At this time, Rudis announced, Mr. Rodrigo's wife told me to check the drinks and food after checking. She immediately ran away. Oh, I'll go now. Maxie Thoi turned around to look. The beautiful appearance of that princess was truly irresistible. Beautiful blonde hair, bold steps, a dressing style that doesn't look like an aristocrat. There is not a single piece of jewelry. But, that's the person, that alone is enough to shine. Fits very well like someone jumping out of a busker's song. She felt uneasy as she walked. Was there really anything wrong with the relationship between the two of them? Not long after, the princess appeared beaming. Thank you for preparing this beautiful room for me, Maximilian. The tapestry hanging on the wall is beautiful, and the bath water is also prepared at just the right temperature. Maxie and the servant were both bewildered and they saw Agnes coming to the warehouse. Maxie stammered, really, luckily you like it. The servants and butlers were all confused. Why did the princess come here alone? The princess quickly grabbed Maxie's hand. Maximilian, you said you would take me around the castle, right? Can we go now? Maxie is still confused. Before the princess's enthusiasm, she just nodded. Then the princess dragged Maxie everywhere. I want to see the hall. Is it okay to go this way? I want to look around the castle. Let's go up to Maximilian together. Just like that, they ran around the castle all day until the afternoon. Agnes stood on the terrace looking at it. What a beautiful place. Maxie was spinning like a pinwheel. unable to stand. Agnes suddenly looked at the scenery, then hesitated. Because this place has a lot of monsters, I thought the scenery would be very cruel. But the town is much bigger than we thought, there are many visitors and the market is open, too. Turning a piece of land that had been neglected for decades into this richness certainly took a lot of effort. It's certainly worth Riftan's attachment to him. Maxie frowned, thinking, calling another person's husband's name so arbitrarily like that, she told Agnes, Riftan because of Anatole, always worked from dawn to dusk without taking a break. Agnes laughed loudly, that's exactly like when we went remote. None of us have ever seen that person resting properly, even in a hesitant or weak manner. That's why the knights of Ozha Castle called him Mago. Maxie was bewildered, Mago? Agnes told me, it's a legendary monster. I heard it doesn't sleep and doesn't get tired, and it also has 100 lives. Only those who have experienced it know that it is a nickname that contains surprise and fear. Because during the expedition, he acts like he has hundreds of lives. When she heard this about her husband, once again, Maxie's mind became more afraid than ever. She hesitated, I don't know about that. Riftan never told that story, so Agnes smiled, so I've always wondered, what kind of person is Mago's wife? She looked at Maxie, isn't that so, the one who made him want to return so much, that he threw himself into the dragon fire without any hesitation? Sure enough, who is this? Maxie felt sad inside, is she disappointed, that must be it. She probably didn't expect that the wife of such a great person would be such an ordinary woman. Maxie called out to Agnes, when it gets dark, let's go down. The preparations for the party are, perhaps almost finished. That evening, everyone excitedly welcomed Anatole. Agnes Dracaina Reuben has arrived at Calypso. Agnes Dracaina Reuben is both a princess of noble Whedon and a great magician. She is someone who possesses outstanding abilities and a bold personality, willing to participate in dragon conquests and is the object of admiration for many knights. In the past, she was the one who discussed marriage with Riftan. At this time, the princess spoke up, everyone was probably shocked by this unexpected visit, thank you for welcoming me like this. If it were possible, then. Riftan immediately stood up to stop the princess, he called his wife. Maxie. She please lead the princess to the guest room. I will lead the knights away. Maxie nodded, I know. Riftan shouted orders, okay. Everyone follow me. I will take everyone to their accommodation. She looked at her husband's shadow. Today is the first time we meet, recently Riftan has been busy building roads. And I've been busy with landscaping the castle, so it's been a while since I've seen him properly. She was disappointed, can't he treat me a little more affectionately? Suddenly she saw Agnes and then realized. Maxie panicked and blamed herself, what were I thinking while welcoming the inspection team? She stammered, the room, your highness's room has been prepared on the second floor of the hall, the rooms of the people accompanying you have also been prepared on the same floor. I wonder what you see. Adnet laughed, don't be so stiff. Feel free to call me Agnes. And I also want to call you by your first name, is that okay? Maxie hesitated, it's my honor, if that's the case, I'll take you to your room. This direction. Agnes was surprised when she entered the castle, oh my god. The castle is truly beautiful. I heard that this castle is older than Drakium Palace. But it seems to be very well managed, the scale is even larger than we thought. Agnes was excited, feeling like she had just fallen into Roem's castle. Maxie smiled shyly, thanking you. Agnes immediately turned to look at her, wanting to leisurely tour inside this beautiful castle. Can you take me there, ma'am? Maxie was a bit startled, of course. She was excited, very good. Then before that I have to take a shower and change my hair. See you later, Maximilian. Maxie secretly breathed a sigh of relief, somehow, the first impression is completely different from what I thought. At this time, Rudis announced, Mr. Rodrigo's wife told me to check the drinks and food after checking. She immediately ran away, oh, I'll go now. Maxie though I turned around to look, the beautiful appearance of that princess was truly irresistible. Beautiful blonde hair, bold steps, a dressing style that doesn't look like an aristocrat. There is not a single piece of jewelry. But, That's the person, that alone is enough to shine. Fits very well like someone jumping out of a busker's song. She felt uneasy as she walked. Was there really anything wrong with the relationship between the two of them? Not long after, the princess appeared beaming. Thank you for preparing this beautiful room for me, Maximilian. The tapestry hanging on the wall is beautiful, and the bath water is also prepared at just the right temperature. Maxie and the servant were both bewildered and they saw Agnes coming to the warehouse. Maxie stammered, really, luckily you like it. The servants and butlers were all confused. Why did the princess come here alone? The princess quickly grabbed Maxie's hand. Maximilian, you said you would take me around the castle, right? Can we go now? Maxie is still confused. Before the princess's enthusiasm, she just nodded. Then the princess dragged Maxie everywhere. I want to see the hall. Is it okay to go this way? I want to look around the castle. Let's go up to Maximilian together. Just like that, they ran around the castle all day until the afternoon. Agnes stood on the terrace looking at it. What a beautiful place. Maxie was spinning like a pinwheel, unable to stand. Agnes suddenly looked at the scenery, then hesitated. Because this place has a lot of monsters, I thought the scenery would be very cruel. But the town is much bigger than we thought. There are many visitors and the market is open, too. Turning a piece of land that had been neglected for decades into this richness certainly took a lot of effort. It's certainly worth Riftan's attachment to him. Maxie frowned, thinking, calling another person's husband's name so arbitrarily like that. She told Agnes, Riftan, because of Anatole, always worked from dawn to dusk without taking a break. Agnes laughed loudly. That's exactly like when we went remote. None of us have ever seen that person resting properly, even in a hesitant or weak manner. That's why the knights of Ozia Castle called him Mago. Maxie was bewildered. Mago? Agnes told me, it's a legendary monster. I heard it doesn't sleep and doesn't get tired, and it also has 100 lives. Only those who have experienced it know that it is a nickname that contains surprise and fear. Because during the expedition, he acts like he has hundreds of lives. When she heard this about her husband, once again, Maxie's mind became more afraid than ever. She hesitated. I don't know about that. Riftan never told that story, so Agnes smiled. So I've always wondered, what kind of person is Mago's wife? She looked at Maxie. Isn't that so, the one who made him want to return so much, that he threw himself into the dragon fire without any hesitation? Sure enough, who is this? Maxie felt sad inside. Is she disappointed? That must be it. She probably didn't expect that the wife of such a great person would be such an ordinary woman. Maxie called out to Agnes, when it gets dark, let's go down. The preparations for the party are, perhaps almost finished. That evening, everyone excitedly welcomed Anatole. Everyone is joining in the bustling atmosphere. Agnes propped her chin up and looked with bright eyes. Tomorrow I want to visit Anatole. Can you take me? Riftan. Maxie immediately shivered. Take the princess away. Just the two of them? Riftan then sighed. Mr. Ursuline will take you away. Maxie was alarmed to see her husband sigh in front of Princess Agnes teasingly. Look at you, Anatole's stone-hearted lord. Don't think you can leave me that easily. I came all the way here just to see you. Riftan sighed again. I don't remember asking you to come here. Maxie sitting next to him panicked. Why did he say that? He will be punished. If you keep treating people of the royal family like that impolitely. Agnes immediately laughed loudly. You still haven't changed at all. Okay, then. Maxie immediately froze when he saw her smile. Agnes suggested, will you be my guide, Lady Calypso? Maxie was a little surprised. What? Agnes remained calm. Her reaction surprised me. My suggestion sounds a bit unreasonable, right? I would very much like to meet Lady Calypso. The wine glass in P. Riftan's hand was immediately slammed onto the table. The wine inside spilled out. Princess, if you don't mind having to wait early, I'll be your tour guide. Maxie looked bewildered at her husband's somewhat angry appearance. Agnes chuckled. How kind of you, I'm so grateful to you. Right now. Maxie put down her glass of wine and spoke. Please give me that honor, my princess. Riftan, you are very busy, so please let me go with the princess. He looked at the girl who had only come here last fall. How can you take the princess? Maxie resolved, even so, I still can be a tour guide for the princess. I went to the market with Ruth and I also went to the suburbs. Riftan suddenly stopped. He wondered, the suburbs? Only now Maxie realized in shock. I still haven't told Riftan about me and Ruth helping the injured people after the werewolf battle. The knights over there all shook their heads to signal her not to say. Maxie was confused. Say, in general I mean, my sister knows enough about Anatole to be a tour guide for the princess. Riftan sighed, that's enough. Taking her out of the castle without anyone to protect her is too much. Agnes cheered, so I can get out of my castle, right? Riftan said nonchalantly, you are capable of protecting yourself, princess. But my wife is not like that. She only knows about the walls of Croy Castle. Maxie tried to explain to him, but I can still take our guests to visit this land. I'm no longer a child anymore. I had to go to Anatole from the Duchy of Croy. Heberon also agreed, Madam, you're right. With the king's knights escorting you, what danger can happen? If you still don't feel secure, then I'll go with them. Maxie said to her husband, Riftan, you need time to rest. Please let me help you. Riftan was silent. He wondered for a moment. Okay, I give you permission. Are you satisfied now, princess? Agnes bowed her head. I'm just an uninvited guest. No, I have no right to complain. I feel extremely grateful that you allowed your beloved wife to accompany me. Riftan smirked looking at the princess. It seems like you haven't changed at all, princess. Several knights joined in. The princess still loves drinking wine. Yes, the princess can drink a lot of alcohol. Speaking of which, do you remember that little party we held in the middle of the campaign? The princess drank an entire barrel of wine. Agnes chuckled, did I really do that? And yet you all decided to go off and have a good time without me, after all the hardships we've faced together. In contrast to their laughter, there were inevitably uneasy thoughts in their hearts. Riftan immediately recognized his wife's expression. Maxie, I told you that you can do whatever you want, so stop frowning. Maxie was startled. You're just thinking about something. Just a few things. She was constantly nervous. Lord Agnes had been with Riftan as a fighting partner, so it was only natural that she was close to the knights. That night, after the party, Riftan carried Maxie back to bed. I can't take it off forever. Damn, this dress, Riftan lamented, is torture. But at this time, Maxie rubbed her eyes. Riftan was worried. You're awake, are you feeling better? Suddenly she reached out and hugged his face, then immediately threw herself into Riftan's arms. My mind is very confused right now. Look, do you know how much I'm trying to control myself because I'm worried about you? Maxie looked dreamily at her husband. Then without thinking, she rushed forward and kissed him. The two of them were so attached to each other that they couldn't let go of the kiss. Then kissed passionately again. Riftan bent down to look at his wife. I took that heavy dress off Maxie's body. Before that, the servant had informed Riftan that the lady had just fallen asleep. She has been taking care of the gardens for the past few days. She said she barely had time to check the castle. And recently, she's been coughing every morning. Riftan tiredly rested his head on her chest. Then he suddenly left, leaving her bewildered. Riftan. He told her in a low voice that she should rest for a day. Riftan then closed the door, leaving Maxie alone in that room. The next morning, after a night of being together, Riftan asked her again if she didn't see how he treated Agnes. What makes you think I'm close to her? Maxie hesitated. You treat Ruth, Sir Heberon, and the other knights the same way. You and them are very close. Riftan looked at his wife's expression. Do you think so? He immediately hugged his wife. I think that although she and I are not at odds with each other, sometimes she is very annoying, but she is a talented girl. Maxie tried to argue, but he smiled. But that's about it, Maxie. I've never had the same desire for her as I do for you, and I bet she probably doesn't either. Maxie blushed. What, you know. He recounted, I was her comrade for about a year during the war with the dragons, but she never flirted with me. Maxie was immediately sad when she heard that. Riftan sighed, looked at his little wife. He suggested, think about it Maxie. She's close to Ruth, but that doesn't mean she has anything against Ruth, right? She shouted loudly, "Of course not, I swear. I have never had such thoughts. And, Ruth would never, ever betray his trust." He nodded to her. "I know, I'm saying that the princess and I are alike, I just appreciate it. That's just her, that's different from the feelings I have for her." Maxie looked at him with sparkling eyes. "The feelings, sir, for me?" He kissed her forehead. "Maxie, you are my only relative. If you give me a child in the future, then there will be 3 of us." Maxie was a bit shy. "Sir, do you want to have a child?" Riftan nodded. "That would be great, just imagine a little girl with red hair and gray eyes walking around." He caressed Maxie's hair. "How lovely." She smiled. I hope our child will have black hair." She longed for a child with him. "Our child will have black hair and bright eyes, like Riftan." Maxie couldn't stop being happy thinking about it. That was amazing. "I will hug that small body and gently kiss her soft cheeks." "But, I've been to Anatole for half a year, right? How many times have I slept with Riftan? Will my mother have difficulty conceiving?" The next morning, at Calyp's castle, on the way to the training ground, Maxie didn't seem to be in a good mood. "What am I doing here? This isn't the time to do this. I have to check on the tableware, the food storage, and the castle management. And there are many other things I haven't done yet, anything because yesterday I had to go out and take them out." But the servants all praised. "Madam, the guests said they slept very well, except for the princess, everyone was resting in the room." The servant informed her that the princess had arrived at the training area early this morning, along with the lord and the royal knights. She walked away complaining, "I'm not doing this out of jealousy, I'm just trying to be a good hostess to my guests. The royal knights are also at the training ground, I should make sure everything pleases the lord, she is an honored guest." Not long after, Maxie arrived at the training ground. "That's right, that's all, I came here to perform my duties as a castle master." At this moment, she was suddenly surprised to see Riftan's majestic appearance in his suit. "Maxie Din," shouted, "your name Riftan. At this time on the field the match has begun." Riftan, with just a flick of his hand, he sent him flying. Maxie stood there, bewildered, looking at her husband. Everyone around shouted, "Cut him in half, Commander, come on Gerard, you can do better." She suddenly staggered and wanted to fall, but fortunately a knight standing next to her caught her in time. Maxie looked at him. "Sir, Mr. Ilias," he surprised, "what are you doing here?" Her face was pale. "What's going on? What's going on? Why is Riftan fighting? What if he gets hurt?" Ilias consoled, "Don't worry, lady. They're just competing. I don't know the royal knights very well, but the commander is just joking with his opponent." Maxie was startled. Comparing talent? At this time, the opponent rushes to attack. Maxie panicked. She quickly covered her mouth. Just one blow of the sword was immediately knocked away. Riftan coldly pointed his sword at him. People around were screaming because of the dramatic so-tai performance. Maxie can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly Riftan turned to see his wife. He quickly ran to hug her away from Ilias. Riftan. He glared at Ilias. "Explain. What are you doing to my wife?" Elliot scratched his head. "It seems like the match just made you feel scared, so I was just trying to support you." Riftan sighed. "Maxie, you shouldn't come here, this place is not for the faint-hearted like you," she explained. I'm fine, sir, it's just that I haven't seen the knights fight yet. Have you ever practiced like this?" At this time, the princess suddenly appeared. "Oh Maxie, have you never seen a joust or sword fight?" Maxie faltered. "Not yet, princess." Agnes suddenly remembered. "Speaking of which, it seems like you haven't been able to visit Drakium Palace either, right? It seems like every year, your sister also visits this place. Don't you like the capital, Maximilian?" Maxie was confused. "No, it's not just that I don't like traveling around." The princess smiled brightly. "But one day, you should come to the palace with Lord Riftan. I'd be happy to show you around." Riftan's face immediately turned worse. "We thank Her Highness the Princess for her invitation, but my wife is very weak, she cannot go too far. We hope you will sympathize and understand us." Maxie looked at her husband's expression, but was afraid that he would be rude to the princess. Agnes clicked her tongue. Oh my God. Why are you so cold? Don't you think you're being too cruel? Especially when I have agreed to help you build roads to develop Anatole. Development? Riftan was speechless. It was purely a transaction, princess. It was you who wanted to receive ownership of the monster's parts. Maxie silently wondered, is Princess Agnes helping us build roads? No one told me about this. She pulled her husband's shirt. What is this, Mr. Riftan? Comforted her. Maxie, you don't need to worry about these matters. It seemed like this rehearsal had scared her. Let's go back. We'll ask permission to leave, princess. Maxie left with her husband, but did not forget to look back. The princess was still happily waving to the two people. A few days later, at Calyp's castle, Riftan was still busy discussing with Agnes. The two of them kept talking. This scene was seen by Maxie standing above. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Can I ask why you just stood there looking out and didn't come in here? Maxie was bewildered. Ruth, he said indifferently. Yes, it's me. She quickly asked, you, where have you been? Every time I went to the library I didn't see you, so I started to get worried, Ruth explained. Well, I had to go to my tower to avoid meeting the princess. Maxie wondered, don't you like princesses? Ruth said, she's a trained mage from the World Tower. So she sees me as no different from someone who betrayed the rules of the World Tower. Ruth couldn't help but feel nauseous. Thanks to her, I had a pretty hard time during that battle, so, honestly, I don't want to see her at all. Maxie thought to herself, is it that bad? She was confused. I don't recognize it. Before, every time I mentioned the princess, you didn't say anything about it. Ruth sighed. Why should I bring up all that negative stuff? Maxie looked at him. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss, she didn't beat me. She's not a bad person. Ruth depressedly recounted. Objectively speaking, she is a very talented person. She can act fairly in her own way. She is also close to the knights. But for me, she's a difficult woman to deal with. Maxie heard that and was silent for a while. Really, actually, I'm not very comfortable when I'm with the princess. She spoke loudly in confusion, but I also felt guilty for thinking like that. When she was helping Anatole, so. Ruth looked at Maxie. It's strange that you would happily welcome the princess, especially since she was the one who was going to marry your husband. But trust me, the princess won't give anyone anything for free, Maxie said. I heard she wants monster parts. If we want her help. Ruth nodded. That alone shows that this is a transaction that is completely beneficial to the princess, and I am sure that she wants to use this opportunity to convince Lord Riftan to come to the capital. Maxie immediately stopped. Princess Agnes, want to take Riftan back to the capital with her? Ruth said, I can't think of any other reason why she should go to such a faraway place. King Reuben wants to keep Lord Riftan close to him, you see that too. He sighed, but of course, I bet Lord Riftan is far from agreeing. Even if the princess does everything, the result will not change. After he was knighted, he had to endure the contempt of the nobles of Drakium. Even if they changed their view of him now, he would never welcome them, and moreover, why did he have to go to Drakium with people who only know how to plot and harm each other all day long, when he is completely capable of becoming king there? Maxie was surprised. King. Ruth began to tell. Sir Riftan loved this land of Anatole very much. He spared no effort to spend all his resources and efforts to turn a desolate suburb into the hung-thin village it is today. Therefore, to the people of Anatole, Riftan is even greater than King Reuben. Maxie silently understood. This land is very special to Riftan. If only I could contribute a little to this land. Ruth finished the story. In short, Princess Agnes won't be here long. She will return to the capital after realizing that Lord Riftan will never be shaken. Lady, just bear with her until then. And I will try to avoid her as much as possible. At this moment, someone knocked on the door outside. The knight in training announced, Sorry to bother you, Mage Ruth, but the Lord said that you will participate in the next raid. Elysian was excited. We're here to escort you. Oh, good afternoon, ma'am. Finally, Ruth was forced to leave. Maxie immediately went out the gate to see him off. She silently wondered, is it wrong that I feel a little jealous of him? At this time, Rudis reminded, Lady Rodrigo wants you to check the silverware. Maxie nodded. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen. She thought to herself. Yes, I should focus on completing my tasks well, but why do I feel a bit disappointed? Rudis looked at Maxie sitting at the dining table with a large plate of food. Madam, you eat too little. You also have dark circles under your eyes. She was worried. Are you feeling unwell? Maxie hesitantly looked at Rudis. She guessed that staying up late reading books while waiting for Riftan must have made her tired. Maxie said, I'm fine, but more importantly, the construction site. Do you need any help or support? Maybe they'll need more supplies, or Ruth's help. At this time, the butler loudly called out, Madam, are you in there? It's me, Rodrigo. Maxie asked. Yes, is there something wrong? Housekeeper, breathing heavily, I just received an urgent message from the construction site. They said a monster attacked them, injuring many workers. Maxie panicked, monster? With Riftan there and still so many casualties, what will happen to Riftan? As Maxie stood up, the butler continued, right after that they asked to send reinforcements and supplies. Maxie immediately collapsed. Ruth isn't here. She went to the construction site after being called by Riftan. Now I don't know who to ask for help. She tightened her handkerchief, but I can remember all the things Ruth used to do then. She ordered, prepare the necessary things, and load them on the cart, a cauldron, firewood, clean cloth, thread, needles, herbs, blankets and anything else that can help them. And she remembered Ruth's words, with my ability, I can only heal about 10 injured people. But in Anatole there is only one person with good enough healing ability to help them. Maxie resolved, I, too, will go along. Not long after, Maxie's supply cart arrived at the construction site. Ulyshen paused when he saw a familiar figure. Madam, Maxie heard the call and turned around. What are you doing here? Maxie replied, I heard about the attack. I brought reinforcements and the new army. Where is Ruth? Ulyshen scratched his head, he's in the Kabur Valley helping the Lord. A flock of wyvern often comes and settles here in the winter. They flew towards us and caused this mess. That beast over there is one of them. From what I heard, a flock of about 20 of them flew to the valley. Maxie stood up, 20 of those monsters. She secretly wiped away her sweat. Is there no one here who can cure it? Ulyshen said, Shaman Ruth gave first aid to the seriously injured before leaving. We also brought a medicine seller from the village. But there were so many patients that she couldn't treat them all. Maxie asked, where are the injured people? I want to meet the patients who are in the most critical condition. Ulyshen froze, yes, it's very dangerous there, ma'am. So please return to the castle. Maxie resolved, I am Lord Anatole's wife. This is my duty, more. I am fully capable to heal everyone. Ulyshen worried, but you only recently learned how to use magic. There are a lot of monsters there, so I beg you to return quickly. This is for your lordship's benefit. Maxie faltered, I haven't told you anything before. I am not influenced by goblins and werewolves. I am fully capable of helping everyone. Ulyshen whispered, forgive me, ma'am, I'm just worried about you. You showed the way, we transferred the patient to a camp in the forest. If you take them out, the wyvern will attack them. Please follow me. He led Maxie into the tent. This man is a guard. The wyverns threw rocks at his head. He's still breathing, but he's lost a lot of blood. Maxie examined the man's body. There was no dirt or cuts in the wound, nor were his bones broken. She said to herself, all I need to do is repeat what I've practiced. Then Maxie put her hands on the man. A large amount of magical power was released from her hand. Maxie panicked before that magic power. What is this? I just released a large amount of mana. Ulyshen was startled and called out to you, ma'am. Hold Maxie, are you okay? Maxie smiled, it's okay. It's just that I've never cared for a patient with such serious injuries. She thought to herself, This is completely different from healing minor burns. Larger wounds will cost me a huge amount of mana. Ruth once said that, with the amount of mana I have, I can only heal 10 people. She asked, is anyone else in critical condition? Elysian worried, there are 2 people unconscious. About 3 to 4 people have lost a lot of blood. But I ask you not to force yourself. Maxie persuaded, I'm fine. I can take care of them, without using magic. I will use as much mana as possible. So please show me the way. Maxie tightened the bandage around the wound. She breathed a sigh of relief after it was done. It will fix his arm. Take the fever-reducing medicine out of the cauldron and let him drink it. The soldier nodded, yes, ma'am. After temporarily finishing work, Maxie left the barracks. She staggered, her head hurt so much. The orange afternoon sunlight shines into Maxie's eyes. She squinted her eyes and had difficulty walking. It's dark. What time is it? Is Riftan back yet? It's not over, I have to find a place to sit down and rest. At this moment someone called out, Madam. The soldier brought the stretcher to her. This person is the last patient, but his injuries are serious. Are you okay? Maxie paused, the soldier said, the others have also been taken care of. After the scouts return, we will take those who can still walk back to Anatole. Maxie looked at the victim, the last one, and immediately used magic power. Although it's a bit difficult, I can do it. After completing the treatment, the soldiers thanked him profusely, we are very grateful to you, ma'am. Please leave the rest to us. Maxie waved his hand, we should do that. She suddenly realized something strange. This time I don't feel as tired as before, maybe I've gotten used to using magic. The knight gradually stepped closer, ma'am. Elysian is worried, your face is so pale, I think you should go back to the castle to rest. The noodle said, I'm fine. Just now I sat down to rest for a while and there's still no news from the knights. He said there were some wyvern hiding deep in the valley, and causing trouble for them. But I'm sure the knights will find them soon. She breathed heavily, then I'll wait, and return with them. I'm worried about Dip Riftan. Elysian froze. Are you worried about him? Maxie secretly understood that bewildered expression, I know what he is thinking. She told him, I'll stand here. I'll be fine, my mana will recover. If they don't come back tonight, then I'll go back to the castle. Elysian paused, his mind extremely confused. He sighed, yes, ma'am. If they have not returned tonight, then you must return to that castle, my lady. Suddenly he discovered. Elysian pushed Mrs. Maxie down, get out of the way. Maxie panicked, what's wrong? While she could not regain her composure, a wyvern suddenly appeared. Elysian shouted in panic and ran away. The other soldiers also helped her up, Madam, over here, but Maxie can't, wait, my leg. I can't walk anymore, she trembled, I can't breathe. At this moment, there was a voice shouting, everyone, step back. A powerful blast of magic was released to restrain the wyvern. Agnes said loudly, it's your turn Riftan. Riftan immediately rushed forward like a mighty dragon. He slashed the wyvern in half in front of Maxie. The soldiers panicked, ma'am, are you okay? Are you injured? Her legs trembled as blood splattered everywhere. Maxie couldn't stand it anymore and fainted. Everyone around panicked. While she was unconscious, she secretly felt so cold that she couldn't breathe. What's going on? In that room? Riftan was helping her, breathing in deeply, slowly, that's right, like that. Maxie slowly opened his eyes. Riftan. He worried, are you okay? Do you feel dizzy? You covered my mouth. I'm so nauseous, Riftan explained, your dizziness is because your mana is depleted, you'll get better if you vomit. Maxie tremblingly begged, please call Rudis. He still comforted her, it's okay. Keep going. I want to do Rudis. I couldn't help but throw up. Riftan wiped away her vomit. Maxie cried. I'm sorry, Riftan wiped his mouth, don't cry. He kissed Maxie's forehead, you're so cool, try a little harder, Maxie. Then he helped her soak in the bathtub. Maxie trembling, Riftan. You're cold. He hugged her. The reaction to running out of mana was like losing blood. She would feel cold and dizzy. It's okay, Maxi. You just need to try to get better. He caressed her so she could sleep on him. Everything will be fine. The next morning, Maxi gradually recovered. She tried to open her eyes to look at the light coming in the window. Maxi looked up and saw her husband. She blinked her eyes in bewilderment. Why is Riftan still in bed at this hour? At this time, Riftan also detected movement. He was startled and opened his eyes to see his wife. Maxi was confused. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. Riftan scratched her head. It seemed like she had recovered for a while. How do you feel? Are you still dizzy? She thought to herself, her head still hurt, but Maxi stammered, No, I'm fine. Riftan looked at her worriedly. Her voice was so hoarse. Can you drink it? Maxi looked bewildered at the glass of water in Riftan's hand. Thank you. He rubbed her back. Take it easy. If you don't want to drink anymore, just push me away. That's right. When you feel like you can eat, tell me. I'll ask the servant to prepare some soup for you. You need to rest a lot. Maxi stammered. You feel better? I slept a lot. He said. She still looked very pale. Maxi still tried to comfort her. You're fine. Riftan immediately blocked her throat. Maxi, you're fine, but I'm not. Can you imagine what would happen if I were late? Even for a second, you could be seriously injured. And if she was unlucky, she might have. Maxi faltered. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you. I didn't know that using magic would take so much effort. Riftan hugged her shoulder. I didn't expect that damn short guy. Without warning her. Perhaps even Rudis didn't expect her to do such a reckless thing. You don't know how I felt when I saw you sitting there motionless. She reached out to caress his face. But, everyone has to face danger. You can't just stay at the castle and do nothing. Riftan heard those words and gritted his teeth in anger. He shouted, you should never have left the castle. Why do you think I work like an animal day in and day out? Why do you think I have to have people rebuild the walls of this city and this castle? His arms holding her shoulders were constantly trembling. Then finally Riftan could only sigh helplessly. She called him, Riftan. He immediately changed clothes and reminded. Today you are not allowed to leave this room, not even for half a step. Then he left, closing the door with a loud bang. A while later, Agnes came to Maxi's room. She said, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry, Maximilian. Both Rudis and Maxi were bewildered. Your fault. Agnes went back to Maxi. My fault for letting that wyvern escape yesterday. My plan is to erect a barrier right in the valley so the knights can lure the monsters aside and finish them off one by one. But suddenly that barrier had a gap. So a new wyvern could escape and wreak havoc on our camp. Because of my negligence, you were injured. I'm very sorry. Maxi was a bit surprised. She didn't expect someone with a high position like her to admit her mistake like that. She faltered, there's no need to apologize, Princess, you helped Anatole. If no one had helped us yesterday, Agnes waved her hand, I wouldn't help you for free, I would also get something from Anatole, Maxi, but after yesterday's mistake, my conscience I won't let you take everything you ever wanted anymore. Maxi was worried, asking the people, at the barracks yesterday, if anything happened. There were quite a few people injured. Agnes thought for a moment and then said, 6 people were seriously injured, the rest were slightly injured. 6 people survived after being healed by magic. Maxi breathed a sigh of relief, luckily. But there were 2 people crushed under the foot of the wyvern. It was impossible to survive. Maxi's expression gradually became collapsed. They died after the attack ended, Agnes said. Maxi clenched her hands. I understand. She wondered, are they the people I used to take care of? If they were, Maxi said softly, as if everything I did had gone into vain. Agnes immediately grabbed Maxi's hand. What are you talking about? Agnes's expression turned excited. One of the survivors after being injured by the wyvern was only able to live thanks to your healing magic. It took a lot of courage to do what you did. Maxi stammered, thank you, but, you think too highly of me. I only did my duty as the lady of the castle. Furthermore, I don't think Riftan appreciated my actions. Agnes smiled. I think it was a sight worth seeing. I have never seen Riftan's face turn pale with worry before. He didn't even blink when he faced the dragon, Maxie doubted in his mind. She's joking, right? She whispered, Riftan, simply worried about me, sir. He's a good man, so he always worries about weak people like me. Hearing that, Agnes froze. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Riftan, a good man? Agnes held her stomach and laughed, that's right. What a good man. Maxie frowned, his face red with anger. If there's nothing left then maybe we should. Agnes quickly said, there's one more thing, just a little bit. What you've done is very commendable, Maximilian. I heard you learned healing magic, for situations like yesterday. Not everyone can do it like you. Maxie shyly said, I only studied last winter, so, my skills, are still very limited. Agnes was excited, yesterday you treated 7 people, it's great to be able to do that after just learning. However, depleting your mana is not a wise thing, okay? She grumbled, even though Ruth is quite irresponsible, I didn't expect that he didn't even warn you about this. Maxie thought to herself, she hates Ruth more than I thought. So this is why Ruth doesn't want to work with the princess. Maxie explained, Ruth is a good teacher. Even though she's very busy, Ruth always tries her best to guide me. At this moment, Agnes suddenly thought, Maximilian, how about you and Riftan go to the capital together? If you want to learn how to use magic, you must find the right instructor. When you get there, there will be a royal wizard to teach you. Not only that, the palace will regularly host large parties and artistic events. In the city, there were also many interesting things, and she could also interact with other noble women. I'm sure you'll enjoy a more luxurious life in Anatole. Maxie suddenly fell silent, you refuse? Thank you for your invitation, princess, but I like life here better. And I don't think Riftan will want to leave Anatole. Agnes immediately smiled gently. She sighed, she shrugged, you two are really stubborn. I'm sure that if you say you want to live in the capital, he will change his mind. Maxie was skeptical, really? She bit her lip, thinking a lot before daring to speak. Maxie asked, Princess, or does the royal side want Riftan to live in the capital? Agnes narrated, the king always wanted to keep Riftan close to him. Just think about it. If the king can keep Rosenweigru at his side, he will strengthen the loyalty of the other nobles and knights. Maxie was a bit worried, but I heard, there are many nobles there who don't like Riftan. The princess said, Riftan is extremely powerful and prestigious, so it doesn't matter. Furthermore, the rulers across this continent want the strongest knight to protect them. Hearing those words, Maxie couldn't help but wonder. The princess smiled, and if Riftan left Whedon to go to another country, it would be a big loss for Whedon, so the king wanted us to marry each other. Maxie raised his voice, Riftan loves Anatole very much, he will never leave this land. The princess nodded, I know that well. If he really intended to flee to another country, he would not have wasted his time reinforcing the fortress and exterminating the monsters. He did a lot to bring a new vitality to Anatole. If I tell His Majesty about this, he will surely feel reassured, just like me. Maxie listened blankly to the princess. She asked, Princess, you came here to confirm whether Riftan intends to leave or not. The princess smiled gently. Agnes immediately stood up and bowed her head. After using up all her mana, she needed a lot of time to rest. I won't stay any longer, I'll go here. Maxie stammered, thank you for coming to visit me, goodbye Agnes. Maxie, I hope you get well soon. Before leaving, the princess did not forget to smile brightly at her. Maximilian. That day passed again. Not long after, it was evening. Maxie was a little embarrassed looking at her husband. He didn't bother to say anything after asking if he was better. Is he still angry with me? Maxie hesitated. This afternoon, the princess came to apologize to her and tell me why the wyvern escaped. Riftan immediately interrupted, I know. She continued hesitantly, she also told me about the condition of the wounded soldiers. Riftan just said indifferently, is that so? Her heart was restless, she couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, he secretly turned back to look at her. Maxie immediately coughed a few times. Riftan just sighed helplessly. Maxi, something like yesterday cannot be allowed to happen again. I know you're just trying to fulfill your duties as a wife. But Anatole was not like the Principality of Croy. These monsters live everywhere in the Anatole Mountains. She recklessly ran there without even knowing what she was doing. The proof is that she used up all her mana. Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to let you learn magic. Maxi quickly explained, that's because you don't have experience. Next time I'll be more careful. Riftan is strict, there won't be a next time. Maxi is disappointed. But you said, you can, do what you want, Riftan replied, but not things that endanger you. He held her hand, she was my wife, protecting her was my responsibility. Do you understand? Maxi, I will never forgive you, if you continue to put yourself in danger and suffer so much pain. Maxi was confused, so, what should I do? She cried loudly, you are having to risk your life to fight, but, what can I do? You are suffering a lot of difficulties. Riftan quickly hugged Maxi's face, no. I've told her many times already. I don't need anything in return from you. Since taking responsibility for managing this castle, you have made it become a lot different, that alone is enough. These words made Maxi even more disappointed and desperate. He bowed his head. I beg you, don't make me worry anymore. Maxi wondered to himself, what is this feeling? His arms are always warm and strong. She faltered, I'm sorry for making you worry. In my heart I feel. But now I feel suffocated. A few days later, the kittens had grown a little bigger. Maxi happily plays. They grow so fast. Rudis recounted, they were free to run around the castle. Also, they gave them food to everyone who passed by. That reminds me, it's lunch time, I'll go to the kitchen and bring you lunch, Maxi said. I'm not hungry yet, Rudis smiled, the Lord told us not to let you skip meals, who sits here? Rest, I will prepare a meal for you. Maxi felt uncomfortable in her heart, resting, it means being under house arrest, I've been locked in this room for several days now. I know he's just taking care of me. I'm very happy about that. But, I don't want to be treated like a child at all. She looked at the books, oh, look at all this dust. Was everything I did for Riftan in vain? While Maxi was busy thinking, there was a noise outside. Who is that? The person outside the door spoke up, it's me, Maximilian, can I come in? Agnes smiled, I'm sorry for coming without notice, but I haven't seen you much lately. Maxi was confused, so, sorry for my lack of hospitality, I'm still not fully recovered, so. Agnes was startled, oh my god, so you still haven't recovered your mana? Maxi bowed her head, not yet. But, I'm much better now, Agnes smiled, I understand. Maxi suddenly looked at the princess for a moment, why are you here? Now Agnes suddenly remembered, that's right. Maximilian, do you still have the belt I gave you? Maxi was suddenly stunned when he heard the princess ask. She looked down at the princess's blue belt. The princess is excited, I heard that today is the first day of the spring festival, let's go on a picnic. Come on. Maxi was suddenly stunned by that invitation. The two of them went to Riftan, but he shouted, absolutely impossible. She needs rest, more. Anatole has many tourists visiting, it is not safe to go out now. If you want to participate in the festival alone, I will send guards to protect you. Agnes was annoyed, Mr. Riftan. It's not good for your health to worry so much, we don't want to participate in battle or anything. Riftan argued, but my wife hasn't fully recovered yet, Agnes protested. I see she's much better now. Maxi looked at the two of them, then thought to herself, why did we come here? It's because I said I couldn't leave the castle. Without Riftan's permission. Agnes angrily slapped the table, very well. If you're so worried about your wife, why don't you come with us? Riftan was impatient, we're still in a meeting, don't you realize you're interrupting the meeting? At this moment, Baron immediately spoke up, come on, you just let them participate. It's just a village festival. The other knight chimed in, Sir Baron is right. The lady should also be able to participate in the festivals in Anatole. If you keep forbidding her like that, she will hate you. Those words stabbed directly into my heart, Riftan. He sighed. Okay, prepare the carriage. I will go with you. Then he raised his voice to emphasize, but, if you feel even the slightest bit tired, we will return to the castle immediately. Maxie happily smiled. Yes, yes, sir. She was happy in her heart. She was about to go out with Riftan. At that moment, someone raised their hand. Then I'll go too. It's good to have more people to escort you, right? The other knight teased. You want to go see the village girls, right? Mr. Heberon, you must swear on your knightly honor that you will protect the maidens of Anatole during the spring festival, right? Hey Heberoni, you're no better than me. Riftan ignored him. Those arguments, pointing at the other guy. Ilias, you come with us. We can't let those two get close to the village. I don't want the day Maxie to have some women from Anatole come knocking on my door with their children. After he agreed, Agnes happily led Maxie to prepare. Maxie got on the carriage to go to the festival. She was secretly worried, like, is that okay? Inside the festival there are many stalls selling wreaths. Even places where people gather to play cards. People around are excited to welcome the festival. Agnes was excited. I heard that the festival will be held somewhere away from the square. Ilias explained, because the square is not big enough to accommodate all the stalls, more so to be able to fully enjoy the festival in spring, a cool green field is the best choice. It seems like there are more tourists this year. At this moment, Maxie was admiring the bustling festival. Agnes immediately took off her cloak. It was because Anatole was being protected by the world's greatest knight. Their safety is being protected, so they can enjoy the festival with peace of mind. Riftan reminded Maxie, remember to walk next to me Maxie. This place is too crowded. Agnes immediately ran to Maxie. Take off your cloak and make yourself comfortable, Maximilian. Riftan tried to swallow his anger. You have to wear a cloak to be safe, princess, Agnes argued. But that would attract attention, Mr. Riftan. No one attending the festival would cover themselves from head to toe. Maxie stood there listening to the arguments but was deaf. Ellis also agrees with Agnes. It's true, we are attracting attention. Agnes took off Maxie's coat. Besides, you should look at how cute she is. You hold Maxie's hand. Let's go see what they sell. Did you see them selling wreaths there? Oh, let's go over there and play cards. Riftan's face immediately turned ugly. I'll stop in front of the princess. Please stop walking around like that. My wife is not a maid who can be dragged around at will. If you want, buy a dog and pull it. Maxie looked at her husband's beak and whispered to him. Agnes laughed. What are you talking about? Maxie worried. The royal family always doubts Riftan's loyalty. If he insults Princess Agnes, she might take this matter to the king. Maxie blushed. Riftan, how could you be so rude to the princess? Sir, you shouldn't talk to women like that. These words made Riftan bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Agnes also chimed in. How insolent. Maxie reminded him. Please, be more polite, you are a knight. Agnes was standing over there teasing them. I heard that. She immediately pulled Maxie's hand. Let's go out. Let's just ignore this spoiled brat and enjoy the festival to our heart's content. You two just stand there, we're going to check out the stalls. Maxie thought to herself, I think I should take her side so she doesn't speak ill of Riftan to the king, but I'd still rather enjoy the festival with Riftan. Not long after, Maxie's body was full of things, from wreaths, bouquets to the awards that Agnes had won. Now Maxie remembered, oh no, I had so much fun, so Agnes, excitedly showed you. Maxie, look, it's a pole-throwing game, the seller immediately introduced. This game is very easy, you just need to throw it. That's it. Although he was going out, Maxie was still wondering, forgetting about Riftan, where is he? I think he's not standing in the same place anymore, what's going on? The seller introduced, if you throw it in an arc. Maxie is busy talking to someone right now. Is that an acquaintance? No, they looked like. She was startled and panicked when she saw the girls jumping into the arms of the two knights. The seller introduced, if you throw it in an arc. Right now Maxie is busy chatting with someone, an acquaintance. No, they look like that. She was startled and panicked when she saw the girls jumping into the two guys' arms. Knight. Maxie immediately ran to that place. Tell me, do you have something to say to my husband? The other two staggered. Did he come here to join the festival with his wife? Why do you have such a wonderful husband? I'm so jealous. Maxie looked at the two people. They smelled of alcohol. The other girl smirked. We women should share good things with each other. Please lend us your man for a while. Maxie's face turned red. No, no, I won't. The two girls teased even more. Come on, just for a moment. Maxie was confused, not even for a moment. She looked at them in surprise and was angry in her heart. Why, how dare they? Then Maxie looked towards her husband with eyes asking for help. Riftan said hesitantly, therefore. He tried to hide his embarrassed face. I am something that cannot be borrowed. They all froze. At this moment Agnes laughed loudly. Oh my God! This is unbelievable, even the magician is speechless. Let me tell you guys. Not everyone is brave enough to approach this man, they need to nag until they find a good guy. Yet he has two women. Riftan was annoyed. You only have Maxie. Finally, they decided to leave. Okay, if you want to find more fun, come find us, we're at the Riftan Inn. After they left, Agnes teased Riftan. You know what, I think you're the one who should cover your face, not us. Riftan awkwardly explained to Maxie, I'm not flirting, I swear Maxie, I'm trying to find a way to stay away from them too. Maxie said sadly, I don't feel that way. She immediately hugged the princess's hand. The princess and I haven't finished enjoying the festival yet, you should go play too, Riftan. Then she hurriedly said, run away with the princess. Riftan stood there dumbfounded, watching his wife run away. Agnes held Maxie's hand. Good idea Maxie, we should have a great time without them. She smiled brightly, let's dance together. The music sounded, the knight gathered the broken pieces from his body and flew to heaven. My beloved oak tree, standing alone on the hill, its slender branches swaying in the wind. Oh my darling, when the snow melts, I will tear my body apart, my new leaves will sing a song for you. Maxie happily danced in the sunshine. That smile of Maxie made Riftan's heart waver. He couldn't control himself and unconsciously approached her. Oh, I long for the wind. We'll take your voice away. Maxie looked at him dumbfounded. Riftan. While everyone was passionately dancing, Riftan quickly pulled his wife. The two of them, they were doing secret things under the tree. Riftan took a long time to kiss his wife. Maxie called out to him, Riftan, people will see. She shyly thought, should we do it here? What if someone sees? Right now, Riftan was sweating profusely. Maxie. She raised her head and looked up. Riftan looked at her expectantly. Look at me. Then the two of them rushed into each other again. I was going crazy. I've lost my will. The two kissed each other fiercely. I can't believe we did this in broad daylight, there were so many people right there. But I don't want to stop. Maybe just a little, if I and him. At this moment, the sound of fireworks rang out in the sky. The moment the two of them were entwined together, it became bright. Under the fireworks, Maxie and Riftan suddenly stopped when they saw fireworks. He muttered and cursed, damn it. Agnes. Maxie looked around, it looks like there's something, we should go. Riftan was annoyed, she just wanted to stir up the atmosphere. She's so troublesome, we should get rid of her as soon as possible. Maxie panicked, no, no. You cannot treat a guest of the royal family poorly. Riftan was annoyed, guest, she's more like an uninvited person. Maxie stammered, but, I think she's very enthusiastic and, she's very nice to me. Riftan immediately pressed her against the tree trunk. It seems like you and Agnes have gotten closer, right? Aren't you tired of being dragged around all day? Maxie smiled, I'm fine. Besides, I really like it, too, this is my first time participating in a village festival. Riftan was silent for a moment before asking, do you want me to organize it for you all year round? Maxie was confused, no, that's not possible, brother. I suggest I give her the gold so she can keep as much as she wants, I mean, that's not what I mean. Maxie blushed, you don't have to do that, it's just. Next year, if I can join you, I will be very happy. Riftan smiled, good. Then next year, let's enjoy the festival. Just the two of us. Fireworks explode again. Riftan and Maxie looked speechless. He sighed, looking at the fireworks exploding into the sky. Let's go back, we have to stop her before she burns Anatole. Maxi happily, hold my hand, yes, yes. She smiled brightly. A moment later, Riftan stopped. Agnes immediately raised her voice in anger. I don't understand why you are angry about this. Everyone likes it. Ilyas can't stop the princess. And Riftan is angry. He held back his anger to ask her, have you seen any other blonde-haired, blue-eyed witches around here? Please remember who you are, some people may approach you with bad intentions. Agnes sighed, if I encounter those people, I will simply. Riftan immediately. Glancing at Agnes with lightning eyes. Agnes then lowered her voice, I think I was a little too excited. Riftan was angry, a little. You've gone too far. At this moment Maxi noticed the crowd behind him. Riftan. He looked at his wife. You're right. We should go back. Let's get out of this crowd. After a while, they also left the village. Agnes scratched her head, it's too bad, our fun was interrupted just because of me, I was just trying to make things more interesting, Maxi comforted her. Please don't say that. That was a magnificent performance that, I don't even know about that kind of magic. Agnes smiled. I learned it in that mage tower. The sparks look fierce, but they don't radiate too much heat. They fade away quickly too. It's a great way to make the festival atmosphere more exciting. Maxi thought about the magic tower. Agnes happily said, in that legendary story there is also that scene. You know, Riftan pulled you into the forest when everyone danced together. I wonder what you two were doing in there, huh? Maxi was immediately embarrassed and blushed. Princess Agnes teased her. Your face is so red, even though you're married, why are you still so innocent? Maxi was confused, no, don't tease me, and God laughed loudly. But it's fun to tease you. Then Agnes looked at Maxi's red face and smiled gently. Thank you for participating in the festival with me. I'm glad I was able to make good memories before leaving. Maxi was bewildered. Miss, are you about to leave? Agnes explained, it's time for me to go home, and he still refuses to go. The princess remembered the moment Riftan protected his wife. I know he is still doing very well, I feel happy about that. I just received a letter from father about some trouble happening in the capital, Maxi is worried something happened. The Lord sighed, it's just a territorial dispute. Every time the weather in Aquarius gets warmer, the lords try to confront each other, Maxi stammered, yes, does that mean Riftan is about to leave? Agnes consoled, don't worry. These disputes are rarely serious enough to require the intervention of a dragon slayer. But if there is, I hope you can also come to the capital. Maxi was bewildered, me? Agnes smiled, you're a mage, Maximilian. If the matter is so serious that Riftan is needed, then we also need to call in someone with the power to heal. Maxi was worried, no way, my mana was so low I could only heal a few people and I fainted. Agnes looked at her, if you practice persistently, your mana will increase quickly. Talent and perseverance are both important. The knight said she had only recently learned healing magic. But you have already demonstrated your outstanding abilities, so I'm sure you have great potential. Maxi still hesitated, but... Agnes immediately told her, Maximilian. This is the gift God gave you, don't waste it. I don't think magic is something bad. I think magic is a gift from God. Maxi said, I will try my best. Agnes patted Maxi's shoulder, you can do it, Maximilian. Ah, it seems they found the car. Maxi immediately hugged herself. Right now, a feeling of happiness and pride in myself is rising in Maxi's heart. After the festival that day, the royal knights also prepared to leave. Agnes pulled the horse's reins. Then she smiled brightly, thank you for your hospitality. Maxi faltered, no. I feel sorry for not treating you better. Agnes bent down and said to Maxi, it's okay, look at the pile of monster corpses I picked up, I'll send your gifts to your majesty. So, stop doing rigid procedures with me. This time Maxi smiled with Agnes. Heberon suddenly appeared, you came like a gong and now you leave like lightning. Are you happy always hurting people's souls? Agnes smiled. You know I don't like to delay things. I inched my lips. Yes, it's true that no one can be more impatient than you. His rude words made Agnes angry. You have no right to blame me for being impatient, Riftan. He argued. I don't know how to describe you anymore, Agnes sighed. Compared to you, I'm still patient. Riftan started to get annoyed. Do you know how much nonsense I've had to put up with in the past few weeks without speaking up? Seeing the two of you arguing made Maxi panic. Hebron immediately spoke up. How long are you two planning to argue? Let's say goodbye properly. Agnes immediately pointed her finger and shouted like a child. He started it first. Then the two looked at each other with eyes that wanted to rush and beat each other to pieces. Agnes pulled on the reins. Okay, this uninvited guest is leaving. Goodbye everyone. Maxi, watch, please, be careful on the road, princess. Agnes immediately smiled brightly. Good luck, Maximilian. Then she and her group of horsemen left. Maxi suddenly felt a little disappointed. Riftan also noticed his wife's unhappy expression. He put his arm around her. Let's go back to the room. Maxi looked in the direction the princess went and smiled. Yes, yes, then she went into the castle with Riftan. The princess came with the first flowers of spring, and now she leaves like the wind. After the princess left, the mountains and fields of Anatole were covered with the lively breath of spring. Riftan looked out the window. This whole castle smelled of flowers. Both Rudis and Maxi were startled. If I remember correctly, you hate flowers, right? Maxi hesitantly asked. You don't like it,